Welcome, Dr. Mani, sir. Dr. Suresh, sir, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Welcome, Dr. Mani, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Ram Krishna, sir, welcome. Madhavan, sir, Dr. Madhavan, sir, Sudesh Kumar Madhavan, sir, welcome.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Thank you.
Yes, sir, 5 मिनट से शुरू करते हैं अपन, स्टार्ट करते हैं.
निगम साहब नमस्कार. डॉक्टर राजीव निगम नमस्ते. नमस्कार निगम साहब. Hello, Prabhas.
मुनी साहब नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
Welcome, Dr. Rajiv Nigam, sir.
Good morning,
Dr.
sir. Good morning.
Sir. Good morning.
नमस्कार साहब.
Good morning, everybody. This is Ravi Shankar.
Morning, sir.
Morning, morning.
सरस्वती पूजा के साथ शुरू करते हैं कार्यक्रम को, सर. सरस्वती भगवती ये तो
Now we are going to start the inaugural session of this webinar. Principal of the institution as well as convener of the webinar is worshipping Ma Saraswati, and after this we will start the regular inaugural session along with the talk of Dr. B.R. Mani, followed by Dr. A.R. Pandurangan, and after then we'll proceed the technical sessions. All the eminent delegates, scientists, professors are requested to please join and cooperate us. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. Myself, Dr. G. Rajkumar.
Good morning.
Thanks. Morning, sir. Dr. Sadashivrao Mukherjee,
ज्वाइन किए हैं। वो बताया
Dr. B.R. Dr. B.R. Mani.
Yes.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay. Sir. Okay, sir. Government इनको लगाएं। हम शुरू कर देंगे। Welcome all of the delegates and colleagues. Government Madhav Sadashivrao Golvalkar College is going to organize a national webinar on national heritage, national parks, tiger reserves, botanical gardens, zoological parks, museum, and monuments of India. Dear friends, it is a big talk, and we have the whole webinar is spread over 10 days, right from 27th August to 5th September. There are numerous talks on various aspects of the theme. As I mentioned here, that this is not possible to complete the webinar without your cooperation and good wills. We are thankful to, first of all, our eminent guest speaker, Dr. B.R. Mani and Dr. Pandurangan. They are our speakers of the inaugural sessions, and after this, a numerous scientists and delegates will be participate, and they will be delivered the lectures on the various aspects of webinar. Here I am mentioning a brief review of the webinar. As I mentioned here, that webinar will be start with its inaugural session on the 27th of August, and it will be in on the 5th September 22 along with the value session. The guest speaker of these sessions are Dr. Mani, Dr. Sadashivrao Mukherjee, Dr. Pandurangan, and Dr. Mani. Before inviting him to deliver his talk on the theme of the seminar, I would like to mention a brief biodata of Dr. Mani. Dr. B.R. Mani, born in 1955, former Director General, National Museum, and Vice Chancellor, NMI, has been a renowned field archaeologist who has earlier served as Additional Director General in the Archaeological Survey of India till April 2015. He has first career up to the master degree, which he did from Banaras Hindu University in 1976, receiving gold medal and BHO gold medal, and completed his PhD in life science in 1980 from BHO. He has been teaching BHO and Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies from 1978 to 1984, when he joined the ASI as Deputy Superintending Archaeologist. Since then, he has been involved in conservation of nearly 150 centrally protected monuments in the Maharashtra, Goa, Delhi, and Jammu and Kashmir. Due to this effort, some monuments got inscribed in the World Heritage List of the UNESCO. He has discovered a large number of archaeological sites. He plays a vital role in the fields of research. He has directed 20 excavation projects in the country, some of which are very renowned and very essential. There is a very large biodata of Dr. Mani. Dr. Mani is member of various national and international organizations in the field and has widely traveled European, American, and Asian countries to international conferences and seminars. He has some books, 7 edited books, and about 200 research papers and articles on his credit. Presently, he is treasurer of the important fields. Before requesting to Dr. Mani to deliver his talk, I invite Dr. Mishra to present the theme of the webinar. Dr. Mishra.
Welcome all of you. शासकीय माधव सदाशिवराव गोलवलकर महाविद्यालय रीवा में दिनांक 27 से 5 सितंबर 2022 तक आयोजित राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के उद्घाटन सत्र से मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर सब्यसाची मुखर्जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज वस्तु संग्रहालय म्यूजियम मुंबई, सत्र के चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर पीडी बालाजी, प्रोफेसर एवं फार्मर हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट एंशिएंट इंडियन हिस्ट्री एंड आर्किटेक्चर मद्रास यूनिवर्सिटी चेन्नई, को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर प्रभाष साहू, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर आरटीएम नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी नागपुर का महाविद्यालय की ओर से हम हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं। सत्र के विशिष्ट अतिथिगण डॉक्टर BR मनी, प्रख्यात आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर जनरल नेशनल म्यूजियम नई दिल्ली एवं वाइस चांसलर NMI, डॉक्टर AG पांडुरंगन, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर JNTVGRI केरला एवं कोऑर्डिनेटर बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व प्रोग्राम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, प्रोफेसर VH सोनावाने, फॉर्मर प्रोफेसर एंड हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री एंड आर्कियोलॉजी MS यूनिवर्सिटी बड़ौदा, डॉक्टर SK वधामन, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर जनरल जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर K वेंकटरमन एवं डॉक्टर रामाकृष्णन, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर जूलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर KM सुरेश, प्रोफेसर एवं डायरेक्टर म्यूजियम कन्नड़ यूनिवर्सिटी हम्पी कर्नाटका, डॉक्टर SS सामंत, पूर्व डायरेक्टर HFRI शिमला, डॉक्टर BH पुरी, पूर्व PCCF एंड हेड फॉरेस्ट फोर्स केरला, डॉक्टर SR यादव, इमिनेंट प्रोफेसर शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी कोल्हापुर महाराष्ट्र, डॉक्टर YS रावत, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर गुजरात स्टेट आर्कियोलॉजी एंड म्यूजियम गांधीनगर, डॉक्टर राजीव निगम, एमेरिटस साइंटिस्ट NIO गोवा, डॉक्टर रविशंकर फुपालीशर, इंटरनेशनल कंसल्टेंट एंड एक्सपर्ट मैनग्रोव काकीनाडा आंध्र प्रदेश। आप सभी का मैं महाविद्यालय की ओर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटन सत्र में हम सभी लीड स्पीकर्स, इमिनेंट स्पीकर, सत्र के चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, विषय के विशेषज्ञों एवं प्रतिभागियों का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करते हैं। रीवा मध्य प्रदेश के अंतर्गत विंध्य क्षेत्र की राजधानी रहा है, जिसे विश्व प्रसिद्ध सफेद शेर व्हाइट टाइगर के जन्म स्थली होने का गौरव प्राप्त है। विंध्य क्षेत्र की जैव विविधता एवं प्राचीन इतिहास, संस्कृति तथा पुरातत्व के साथ साथ आदिवासी संस्कृति के अध्ययन के लिए सर्वथा विशेषज्ञों को आकर्षित करता रहा है। क्षेत्र में अचानक मार्ग, अमरकंटक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व के साथ साथ बांधवगढ़, संजय गांधी रिजर्व, पन्ना नेशनल पार्क सहित 5 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी तथा 2 घड़ियाल सेंचुरी स्थापित हैं। क्षेत्र के में 3 राष्ट्रीय उद्यान टाइगर रिजर्व के अंतर्गत घोषित है, जहां टाइगर का घनत्व काफी अच्छा है। क्षेत्र का 25% भाग वनों से आच्छादित है। यहाँ का विषम पहाड़ी धरातल, नदी, घाटी एवं वन आदिम जातियों के निवास हेतु उत्तम स्थल उपलब्ध है, जिससे आदिम जनजातीय संस्कृति का भी यहाँ पर काफी संरक्षित है। प्राचीन इतिहास, संस्कृति एवं पुरातत्व विषय के अध्ययन के लिए यह क्षेत्र पूर्व से लेकर आज तक अपनी ख्याति बनाए हुए है। क्षेत्र में खजुराहो, भरहुत, गुर्गी, देउर कोठार के बौद्ध स्तूप, चंद्रे, कला, संस्कृति, शिल्प कला एवं पुरातत्व विषय में देश के साथ साथ विश्व प्रसिद्ध हैं। प्रख्यात आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट कनिंगम ने यहाँ पर बरहुत के पुरातत्वों की खोज की, जो नेशनल म्यूजियम कलकत्ता की बरहुत गैलरी इसी क्षेत्र की पुरातत्व संपदा है। रीवा में स्थित भैरव बाबा की पत्थर की विशाल स्टेचू आज भी विद्यमान है, जो कि क्षेत्र में मूर्ति कला की अनुपम धरोहर है, जिसे इस वेबिनार के में क्षेत्र के प्राचीन मूर्ति शिल्प कला के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के बैनर एवं फ्लायर में लिया गया है। अर्थात ये जैव विविधता, वाइल्ड लाइफ, जनजाति संस्कृति के साथ साथ प्राचीन इतिहास, संस्कृति एवं पुरातत्व के दृष्टिकोण से अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। विशिष्ट ग्रंथ रामचरितमानस, वाल्मीकि रामायण, कादम्बरी तथा मेघदूत की रचना भी विंध्य क्षेत्र के इन्हीं वन प्रांतों में की गई है। वेबिनार सीरीज में इन्हीं विषयों पर राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर चर्चा हेतु लिया गया है। महाविद्यालय में आयोजित यह वेबिनार सीरीज रूसा एवं वर्ल्ड बैंक के सौजन्य से शैक्षणिक गुणवत्ता कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत आयोजित है। इसमें नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंसेज इंडिया भोपाल चैप्टर का सहयोग प्राप्त है। महाविद्यालय में विगत वर्ष जनवरी 2021 से 7 वेबिनार आयोजित किए गए हैं, जिसमें 200 से अधिक व्याख्यान आयोजित किए गए हैं। इसके अंतर्गत जैव विविधता में मार्च में सभी 18 बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व पर आयोजित वेबिनार सीरीज को रीवा चैप्टर का नाम दिया गया है। इसके साथ ही 52 प्रमुख नेशनल पार्क, 35 टाइगर रिजर्व, 15 बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, 13 जूलॉजिकल पार्क, 5 म्यूजियम, 34 वाइल्ड लाइफ, 42 प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी, मैराइन वेटलैंड एवं मैनग्रोव डाइवर्सिटी पर विशेषज्ञ व्याख्यानों के साथ साथ युवा शोधार्थी गणों ने अपने व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किए हैं। इसमें NBRI, BSI, JNTBGRI, ZSI विश्वविद्यालय के प्राध्यापक, फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर, फील्ड डायरेक्टर ने अपने अपने इमिनेंट टॉक प्रस्तुत किए हैं। हेरिटेज साइट, मॉन्यूमेंट, म्यूजियम एवं आर्कियोलॉजी विषय के अंतर्गत ग्रेट हिमालय नेचुरल हेरिटेज, पुरातत्व साइट में हड़प्पा, नालंदा, खजुराहो, हम्पी, अजंता के कोणार्क, चोल टेम्पल्स, महाबलीपुरम, केरल, आंध्र प्रदेश के प्राचीन मंदिर, हिंदू, जैन एवं बौद्ध स्तूप, कलकत्ता, दिल्ली और चेन्नई के आर्कियोलॉजिकल म्यूजियम की विशिष्टताओं, संरक्षण एवं प्रबंधन पर प्रख्यात आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट पद्मश्री डॉक्टर RS विश्व साहब, पद्मश्री डॉक्टर के मोहम्मद साहब, TM केशवा साहब, NS रामामूर्ति सहित विषय के प्राध्यापकों एवं विशेषज्ञों ने अपने व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किए हैं। सभी वेबिनार के अंतिम सत्र में विषय विशेषज्ञों द्वारा डिस्कशन कार्यक्रम वैलिडेटरी सेशन में कराया गया। वेबिनार के प्रत्येक सत्र में विषय के वरिष्ठ विशेषज्ञों ने अपने ब्रीफ व्यू प्रस्तुत किए। महाविद्यालय इन व्याख्यानों के YouTube तैयार कर प्रदेश एवं देश के शिक्षा संस्थानों एवं गूगल में शेयर किए हैं। साथ ही विशेषज्ञों से राइट अप प्राप्त कर प्रोसीडिंग बुक तैयार की जा रही है। प्रथम वॉल्यूम कुल 46 राइट अप पूर्णता की ओर है तथा द्वितीय वॉल्यूम का कार्य प्रगति पर है। टोटल 93 राइट अप सम्मिलित किए गए हैं। वर्तमान सीरीज में 10 दिवस में कुल 73 टॉक्स आयोजित की जाएंगी। इसमें से 32 व्याख्यान आर्कियोलॉजी, प्राचीन संस्कृति, प्राचीन इंडियन हिस्ट्री, संस्कृत एवं पुरातत्व समूह से हैं और 38 वाइल्ड लाइफ बायोडायवर्सिटी, बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, जूलॉजिकल पार्क, म्यूजियम, हर्बेरियम सेंटर से संबंधित है। 3 व्याख्यान जियो हेरिटेज साइट और जियो पार्क साइट से हैं। इसमें से अनेक मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हैं। उपरोक्त सभी व्याख्यान साक्षात पुरातत्वविदों, प्राध्यापकों, वैज्ञानिकों के साथ ही युवा शोधार्थियों के हैं, जिसकी जानकारी प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल में पहले ही प्रदान करा दी गई है। कार्यक्रम में देश के लगभग सभी क्षेत्र, प्रदेशों, प्रमुख विश्वविद्यालयों, शोध संस्थानों के इमिनेंट स्पीकर, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, विशेषज्ञों में ने अपनी सहभागिता दे रहे हैं। अंत में मैं अपने महाविद्यालय, मध्य प्रदेश शासन उच्च शिक्षा विभाग तथा नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंसेज इंडिया भोपाल चैप्टर की ओर से सभी विशेषज्ञों एवं प्रतिभागियों का पुनः स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। वेलकम टू ऑल इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, एक्सपर्ट एंड पार्टिसिपेंट्स। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitra. Now we are going to start the second half of this inaugural session. The topic of this session is Dr. B.R. Mani, eminent archaeologist and former Director General, National Museum and Vice Chancellor, NMI New Delhi. And now I request to Dr. Mani that please submit his brief talk on the webinar. Dr. Mani.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be part of the national webinar, and I must at the outset mention that I'm grateful to the organizers. Although I'll be speaking on 4th in details, but I have been given 5 minutes time to speak on heritage museums, etc., which I would definitely complete within time, considering the time limit. India, as we all know, is a great repository of cultural wealth. It is in the form of monuments, antiquities, natural and other cultural wealth. And actually, I must mention that with the foundation of Asiatic Society in Kolkata in 1784, the focus on Indological studies was given. I am not going into the complicacies and the objectives which the people had at that time, but it had a very good result so far as Indological research is concerned. It is for the benefit of the publications, the archaeological investigations, and development of museums. We know that publications like Asiatic Research, Journal of Asiatic Society of Bengal, followed by Indian Antiquary, Ancient India, Indian Epigraphy, and later Archaeological Survey of India annual reports, Indian Archaeology Review, and so many journals and reviews started getting printed. The field of archaeology, epigraphy, numismatics, all were concerned. So far as the museum movement is concerned, we know that 20 years later, the foundation of Asiatic Society, in 1814, the Indian Museum was founded. It is more than 200 years that this museum is running, and followed by so many museums throughout the country, which are dedicated towards art, archaeology, history, and other related aspects. We know that from 1861, when Archaeological Survey of India was founded, explorations, documentation, and protection of monuments also started. In 1904, we find that AMP Act was enacted. That is also more than 100 years before. And that was repealed in 1958 as AMP Act means Ancient Monuments Preservation Act. And that was repealed with another act, that is the Ancient Monuments, Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. Excavations started throughout the country, which was undivided India at that time, and many great cities like Taxila, Ahichatra, Kaushambi, Rajghat, they were excavated. Important religious sites like Nalanda, Sarnath, and later Ayodhya, they were included in exploratory surveys and excavation projects, and their reports came which gave much knowledge about Indian culture and Indian civilization. In 1920s, when Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, they were discovered and excavated, till that time we were thinking that Indian civilization may go back to about 2,500 years only. But after discovery and excavations at these sites, more informations came, and our civilization was counted parallel to Egyptian and Sumerian or Babylonian civilization. And it went naturally to 5,000 years earlier than what we were thinking. And now we have about 3,000 sites in India as well as in Pakistan, which have given the earliest Indian civilization, the remains of earliest Indian civilization. We have 40 World Heritage Sites, and World Heritage Sites of UNESCO have cultural as well as natural heritage, of which we are all proud of. And it is since 1977 that India is actively associated with international bodies like IQAC and IUCN, and regularly promoting this particular convention. So without going into further details, I know the limitation of time at present in this inaugural session. I am grateful for giving me this chance to speak a little bit about Indian heritage, museums, etc. And with these words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Please unmute yourself.
कॉलेज से आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
Mitraji, unmute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mani, for providing very lucid informations pertaining to monuments and various archaeological sites of our country. Dr. Mani has mentioned that there are near about 3,000 sites of India and Pakistan, which are of very importance. Also mentioned that 40 World Heritage Sites are listed in the UNESCO. He has a deep knowledge of archaeological sites and other monuments, including Mohenjo-daro and others. We again thank Dr. Mani for the participating in our webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Before leaving the chair, I would like to welcome Dr. Mani with the flower kits, as well as Sabyasachi Mukherjee. Dr. Mani and Mukherjee.
डॉक्टर मुखर्जी साहब, सब्यसाची मुखर्जी वेलकम है. डॉक्टर पीडी बालाजी साहब का यहाँ पे, और सभी जो इमिनेंट स्पीकर, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, स्पेशल गेस्ट, सभी का बुके के द्वारा स्वागत करते हैं. वेलकम.
Thank you very much, sir. Now our next special talker is Dr. A.G. Pandurangan. Perhaps he is not joining at present the webinar. Therefore, I may request to Dr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee, please join us and deliver his special invited lecture of the webinar. The chairperson of the session is Dr. P.D. Balaji, former professor, Asian History and Archaeology, Madras University, Chennai, Dr. Balaji. And the chairperson of the session is Dr. Pravansh.
Thank you. I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity to introduce the inaugural speaker in this webinar. And Dr. Sadashivrao Mukherjee is the Director General of Chhatrapati Shivaji Sankaralaya, and he was also the director of PG diploma program run by the University of Mumbai, and he extensively modernized the institution and also added new galleries, and for the services he has rendered, he was given the UNESCO Award of Asia Pacific Heritage Award in 2010. He has undertaken conservation program in partnership with worldwide museums, many museums in which he has collaborated and undertaken the conservation. And he has, in recognition of the service to museology, the University of Edinburgh has given the honorary doctorate. And He is also credited with a number of publications on archaeology and museology. And today, the learned speaker is going to speak on museum connecting culture and uniting the people. So it is a interesting subject which needs for the younger generation, and they must know the culture, our culture, and also they must know how the different groups of people in India are connected. Unity in diversity. And on that topic, museum connecting culture and uniting the people, the learned speaker is going to give a lecture and an informative lecture, and which will be more useful for the younger generation, and certainly it will useful in museology. I now, keeping in time constraints, since it is a webinar wherein we have to complete the first session by 12 noon, and I hand over the proceedings to the learned speaker to speak on museum connecting culture and uniting people. Now it's over to the learned speaker. Thank you.
We can't hear you, sir. Mukherjee, sir. We can't hear you. No, not audible, sir.
Voice is not coming, sir.
Please unmute yourself. You are muted.
Dr. Mukherjee, please mute.
Unmute.
You are unmute, perhaps. Your voice is not coming here.
Correct. Hello.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Please start the talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Greetings from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, Mumbai. At the outset, I wish to thank the organization for inviting me to deliver the lecture on your online national inaugural session. I wish to thank Professor P.D. Balaji, chairperson of the session, and Dr. Prabhas Shahu, co-chair, for agreeing to chair this session. I take this opportunity to thank Professor S.K. Mishra for making us comfortable and taking the responsibility of coordinating this wonderful event. Last but not the least, my thanks to all my colleagues and students participating in the national conference. Thank you for including museums. Usually, in most of the conferences on culture, museum hardly, incorporated. Very few people talk about museums. We talk about art history, archaeology, anthropology, science, everything, but hardly we talk about museum and the role of museum in contemporary society. So I was very pleased, when I was approached to talk. And I'm very happy Dr. Mani is here. I know him for many years and I worked with him. Thank you, Dr. Mani. I'll be largely talking about the role of museum, the CSMBS, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, many of you know, this is one of the major cultural institutes in the country, not supported by the government. So this is very interesting, that public-private partnership started in 1909 and continued even after 100 years. So I'll be talking about that something, something works in our museum, that it is not necessary for anything and everything that government has to support, that without government support, institute can sustain, institute can flourish. I'll be talking about the museum movement in India, how it all started, how we suffered, how we could not, project our culture, our heritage internationally. I think Dr. Mani talked about our Indus Valley civilization, our culture, almost, contemporary of Egypt, Mesopotamia, Babylon, but we could not project it. Very few people outside India, they know about the rich culture, the rich civilization. We could not organize one major exhibition on Indus Valley civilization in our country. So there are many issues, there are many concerns we are talking about, because our country is blessed with cultural heritage. That is one thing, we cannot deny. But are we equating culture with other sectors? That is the question, I raise in different forums. We all, admit, we all acknowledge that India is blessed with cultural heritage. And at time, I ask, what is our identity? What is our identity in the country and outside? Our identity is our cultural heritage. And we are so proud of our cultural heritage. Then why can't, we equate culture with other sectors? When I say other sectors, science, technology, management, and unfortunately, I'm saying it unfortunately because we are celebrating 75 years of India's independence. The same country created iconic institutes like IITs and IIMs, but could not, create one institute, national level institute, dedicated to heritage management studies. It's not, it's not only for India. And you all know, most of our cultural institutes are headless and managed by some administrative officers, not by professionals or trained people. So there is a huge potentiality, and this is something we need to think seriously, that the country producing so many managers, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Delhi, and they are actually managing all important international institutes and organizations. So why can't we create national level heritage management institute on par with IIM? I'm not talking about university managed diploma or degree program. I'm talking about IIM, IIT level. So where we can, teach archaeology, anthropology, ethnography, and the different, languages. And the other day I was asking somebody, because we wanted somebody to decipher certain ancient languages, Kharosthi, Brahmi, Pali, but hardly you find any expert in the field. And linguistic department, I think, shutting down everywhere. So what are we talking about? On one hand, we are talking about the culture. We are very proud of our culture. And on the other hand, things are going in different ways. So these are the things, I'm just touching upon, and you all can see that, that the state of linguistic departments, And I'm worried about that what will happen after 10 years, after 15 years. And a kind of survey I was doing for your information. In past 50 years, we already lost 150 languages in the country. That what effort we are putting in to record these languages. There are so many, it's not that, the 13 official languages I'm talking about, because India is a vast country and we are very proud of our diversity, the tribals, their languages, so many, So if we are not thinking about preservation of linguistic heritage, then maybe, in next 50 years, we'll be losing another 150 or 200 languages. There are issues like, technology. Technology is literally threatening our crafts, the craft heritage of India. Technology has positive sides, technology has negative side. And very often I say that, technology is not something how we change our lives, but how we make things simple. So how do we preserve our craft heritage in the country? And for your information, America, Europe, they all lost craft heritage in their countries because of technology. So how do we maintain the balance? We are living in digital age. I think Dr. Mani will be very happy to explain the different ages, the copper age, bronze age, iron age. Now we are in digital age. So I just switch over to my presentation. I'll be very happy to show some of our slides. Can I have the first slide? I hope you can see the slide.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Why these people, these young people visit museums? What do they see? What do they learn from museums? Why people, buy tickets to see the museum, to see, antiquities and art objects? These are the things, I ask sometimes. Why do they buy tickets? Because they want to know about their past, to understand the present. And trust me, there is a huge cultural hunger in the country. At times, we feel we are unable to feed them. There is a huge cultural hunger. If somebody says that there is no cultural hunger, that's a lie. There is a huge cultural hunger, but we are unable to feed them. Can we see the next slide? I just wanted to show you the museum building. My assistant is helping me with the slides. So you see the building, the museum building. There is a beautiful museum in the city of Mumbai. It was built to commemorate the visit of Prince of Wales, later King George V, in the early 20th century, and was named as the Prince of Wales Museum of Western India, is now renamed as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya. The building was designed by the Scottish architect George Whitted in the Indo-Saracenic style, a combination of Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, and Saracenic architectural forms with some elements of Western architecture. And this is one of the finest examples of Indo-Saracenic style in the country. And the building is complemented by a beautiful late garden. I think some technological problem, unable to show the slide, but I'm going ahead. She will share the slide. The building is recognized as a symbol of cultural unity in the cultural district of South Mumbai near the Gate of India. The grandeur of the building and the wonderful collection displayed in its spacious galleries attracts over 1 million visitors each year. And this is a cultural as well as a social space and also a meeting place for communities to engage in dialogue and exchange of ideas. The museum was founded in 1909 by an act of legislation as an autonomous body run by an independent board of trustees. It was the initiative of eminent citizens under the leadership of Sir Firoz Shah Mehta. The citizens had a meeting at the Bombay branch of Royal Asiatic Society, now Asiatic Society Library, in 1904, when they felt that it is important for the city to have a cultural space. And this is something I wanted to point out to all of you. Please, observe very closely. All important cultural institutes are located in big cities. This is not correct. Towns, some cities growing like anything without cultural space. And the kind of culture we are developing everywhere, because people, they have any option, town planners, they don't think about cultural space. Only malls are developing everywhere. So it's a kind of culture that mollifying culture. People are visiting malls to kill their time. And I observed, very closely, suburbs of Mumbai, practically no cultural facility, except Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur. Most of the towns and cities without any cultural spaces. And this is something we need to think, that why large museums, large cultural institutes are always located in metros. Why not middle level cities? Greatest examples in the country by the people, for the people. So museum was founded in 1909 by an act of legislation as an autonomous body, run by an independent board of trustees not aided by the government. It completed its long 100 years glorious journey on 10 January 2022, that is this year, a landmark not only in the history of the Indian museum movement, but also for the cultural movement of the country. And if you look at the slide, the location of the museum, it's in the cultural district. All important cultural institutes are around the museum. The NGMA, National Gallery of Modern Art, across the road. Jahangir Art Gallery, that is a part of this museum. Jahangir Art Gallery is our property. It was created by the trustees of then, Prince of Wales Museum. And Jahangir Kawasji gave money for the construction of Jahangir Art Gallery in 1952. So 1952, the first, modern art gallery was created in India. And then behind the museum, the Kalagora Art District, Asiatic Library is just 5 minutes walk. So this whole area is known as Cultural District. As I said, the building, the different characters of the building, it was designed by George Whitted, the Scottish architect. And he spent a lot of time in India. Actually, he died in Mumbai. He came and he fell in love with the country. And he designed many buildings. So this building was designed by Whitted. Gateway of India was designed by Whitted. The NGMA building across the museum, across the road, was designed by Whitted. Bombay House, Ballard Pier, almost all important buildings were designed by George Whitted, the Scottish architect. He was a government architect. And the connotation of Indo-Saracenic, usually, when we define architectural elements from Islamic architecture and Western architecture. But consciously, he incorporated Hindu architectural elements, Buddhist architectural elements, and Jain architectural elements. So as you enter, there are 8 pillars, and those 8 pillars remind you Mount Abu Bimala Bhashini temple. And as you come up on the first level, the wooden pavilion that reminds you, the Maratha architectural style. There are symbols all around the museum building, starting from Trishul, Swastik. So his whole intention was to create a space, can be regarded as a symbol of cultural unity. The trustees and staff of the museum carefully and consciously preserved its original structure. So nothing has changed. When you visit, please do visit. I'll be very happy whenever you get the opportunity. The entire surroundings almost remain the same. Nothing has changed except, the galleries, the content of exhibition, they look really modern. But the building restoration, the way we restored the building, the way we restored the garden, you feel that, you are in a different part of Mumbai. When you visit, you will understand that. Now I'm coming to museums, museum movement. Why do we need a museum? The relevance of museum in today's world. So museum is a cultural as well as a social space. It is a meeting place. It is a meeting place for culture and communities to engage in dialogue and exchange of ideas. It plays a direct role in preserving and in enriching the community in which it is sustained. The museum is seen as an agent of change and development. And very often I say, this is not the building or an object, but an idea. And that idea transforms society, transforms country. Museums are public-facing collection-based entities that preserve and transmit knowledge, culture, and history for the past, present, and future generations. This place museums in an important position of trust in relation to their audiences, local communities, donors, partners, organizations, sponsors, and funders. And we all believe that, museums are an integral part of society. How it all started, the concept of public museum in India was first conceived in British India in the mid-19th century. The museum movement in Europe, more particularly the establishment of the British Museum in London and the Louvre in France, had encouraged those with a progressive outlook to study and preserve their cultural heritage for posterity. It was more like a repository of antiquities of the ancient world. The first Indian Museum of Indian Art Object was established in 1801 in London by the East India Company. The key objective, this museum was established 13 years before Indian Museum in Kolkata. Indian Museum by East India Company in London in 1801. Objective of this museum was to house those artifacts collected by the East India Company, and its holdings were later distributed. So the collection you see in the British Museum, in the Victoria and Albert Museum, and the Natural History Museum of Natural History, actually the holdings were later distributed among these museums. The creation of the public museum in India goes back to the birth of the Asiatic Society in Calcutta, now Kolkata, on 15 January 1784 with British initiative. In 1814, the society established a museum under the able leadership and initiative of a botanist, Dr. Nathaniel Walik, who had his own private collection of botanical specimens. Thereafter, a number of museums of varied nature were established in different regions. But these museums did not receive the desired attention and patronage by the then British government. I was doing research and I realized they started the museum movement in India, but they were not very serious. Britishers, they were not serious about museums. They created, but they didn't pay any attention. The concept of museums during this period remained more or less at the discovery, exploration, and excavation level. Some provincial museums somehow survived with low maintenance, but could not do anything productive to the then contemporary society. The British government then constituted a two-member committee headed by Markham and Hargreaves. Markham and Hargreaves in 1936 to review the conditions of Indian museums and to recommend possible remedial measures. And the report, 1936 report about the state of museums in India, committee surveyed museums of India and submitted their joint report to the government. It says scarcely a single museum in India is there which has the knowledge as to the way in which manuscripts, exhibits, pictures of woodworks should be preserved or exhibited. Number two, the low standard of curatorship and the dearth of knowledge in museum management were considered two major reasons in 1936 for the deplorable conditions of museums in India. The low standard of curatorship means that future generations will be deprived of important documentary evidences of India's past greatness. Due to the outbreak of World War II, the above recommendations made by Markham and Hargreaves were shelved. However, it all started changing steadily after independence due to the spread of education, industrialization, and technological advancement. Unfortunately, Indian museums have not progressed very far from the days of their inception due to the age-old traditional approaches and also complete indifference on the part of local authorities. Though the collection over this long period was significant, hardly any attention was paid to the problem of conservation, exhibition, and educational services. Apart from a few exceptions, the museums did not try to publish any literature and article. The National Museum, New Delhi, and several principal and university museums were established in the 2 decades immediately after independence. Other new specialized and archaeological and anthropological museums were set up in different cities and archaeological sites. A group of sincere and technology museums, a group of science and technology museums were found in northern, southern, eastern, and western regions. This was the time when few universities also came forward to introduce the subject museum management studies or museology in collaboration with the provincial museums. Though many new museums and university training institutes were established in different geographical locations in India and the subcontinent, the general approach of museums remained unchanged even after 75 years of India's independence. The concept of 21st century museum or museum of tomorrow actually started in Europe and America, as well as in some progressive countries in Asia in 1990. ICOM played a vital role in developing the concept of universal museum or for world community. The main objective was to reunite all like-minded countries on a single platform and also to encourage to develop a universal approach towards the preservation of a common cultural heritage to be shared with the world. The Museum of Tomorrow has to reformulate its set of objectives, keeping in mind the demographic, social, economic, and cultural changes taking place in the contemporary society and restructure them according to the needs of the society. And this is something, I have been saying in all forums, that we need to change with the changing society. We need to understand, what is that, they expect. And traditional cultural institutions were created in different times for different audiences than the ones they now have to serve, because now the audience is different. While in the past, mapping, collecting, and preserving cultural goods was of major importance, today cultural institutions are required to connect with society and represent the people they serve. And that is something, we are forgetting. We are not thinking about society, what they expect. So many museums in different states and regions, remain unchanged for many years. So all that, we need to look at. The bigger museums in Europe and America in the 20th century seriously felt a need for these changes, and therefore incorporated these points in their policies before the dawn of the 21st century. It was also felt by some of the Southeast and Central Asian museums, but very few could take advantage of this. Unfortunately, museums in India completely lag behind this international movement due to lack of practical experience and well-meaning vision. But at the same time, we need to understand the problems, the challenges, museums face today. What are the challenges? Increased competition from other Asian museums, technological advancement, impact of the internet, static art collections and other resources. If galleries are not changed for 20 years, 30 years, people will not visit. People, they don't want to see that same thing for 40 years or 50 years. And then the narrative, the curation, that how you present them, that is so important in today's world. And certainly, government indifference, inadequate human resources, because we don't have many trained people, and that is visible everywhere in all cultural institutes. Lack of human interest and awareness. This is not, museum-going country. Whereas in Europe and other countries, people visit, even, when you visit, your relatives, your friends in Europe and America, first thing, you visit museums. But in India, we don't have that tradition. So how we bring them to the museum, that's the challenge before us. Inefficient process, fast-growing urban life, people, they're coping up with their own challenges, and then seeking experience that is authentic and personalized. So everyone, they want organic experience. So we have to give them, we have to provide them. Keeping these points in mind, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya had taken adequate measures at the turn of the 21st century to transform all its existing galleries and also its basic approach towards museum practice. The CSMBS has achieved several of its goals with a combination of indigenous skills and foreign expertise, and emerged as not merely as a showcase of antiquities. Today, the museum is moving towards becoming a high-impact, audience-centered institution valued by the community, artists, other institutions, and the government. Can I see the next slide, please? How do museums shape our emotional and imaginative senses so that we can create a culture of civic life that represents and nurtures the diverse and plural sensibilities of those with whom we share space? So these are some of the questions. What role does cultural creativity play in contemporary society? So I'm trying to provide interpretation and my explanation. It is important for museums and cultural institutes to understand the demographic, social, economic, political, and cultural background of the nation to which they belong. The Indian tradition has always been inclusive in nature, providing space to other cultures to assimilate or maintain their distinct nature. or individuality in the cultural landscape of the country. Keeping this cultural value in mind, today museums are expected to reformulate its set of objectives and restructure them according to needs of the larger society. Uh, Professor S. Abid Hussain writes in his book, The National Culture of India, and the foreword was written by the former President Radhakrishnan. I quote, "Culture is a sense of ultimate values possessed by a particular society as expressed in its collective institutions, by its individual members in their dispositions, feelings, attitudes, and manners, as well as in significant forms which they give to material objects." While agreeing to the view of Professor Hussain about the concept of culture, I would also like to quote here Dr. Kumar Shami's interpretation of culture, which has all essential elements or ingredients of universality. Culture is consciousness, primarily an unprejudiced comprehension of one's own civilization. According to me, culture is anything that actually helps us to enrich our experiences. The above definitions and interpretations of culture and cultural values indicate strongly the identity of the nation, different communities and their relations to cultural plurality. This is reflected in the collective legacy which remained dominant in the entire evolutionary process and is evident in three distinct forms: tangible in the form of built heritage, intangible in the form of traditions, customs and manners, folklore, etc. And the third, we don't count, but very important, expressive, that is language, stories, music, etc. Here we see our identity in the sense of cultural continuity, which helps maintain a balance between changing metaphors and static values. Museums around the world are guardians of the cultural and artistic achievements of mankind. By providing people with the opportunity to experience cultural objects and art, museums foster not only an appreciation of aesthetic beauty and human inventiveness, but also promote mutual understanding of histories and culture among the diverse people of the world. Can we see the definition, the latest definition of ICOM, the modified version? Before we proceed further, it is important for all of us to understand the definition of museum and also its character, duty, and purpose. The International Council of Museums provides us a most exhaustive definition on the following lines. A museum is not for profit, permanent institution in the service of society that research, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage, open to the public, accessible, and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. The definition reflects three aspects of the museum. The first is the character of a museum, that it shall be a non-profit permanent institution and open to the public. The second part emphasizes the duty, that is in the service of society and its development. And then the third, the final part, deals with the purpose, that is education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. It is now distinctly clear from this definition that the very existence of a museum is for the society and its development. Then the question comes to our mind, how do we reach out to all sections of society and give them their legitimate rights to their own cultural heritage? And how do we museums curators do justice to museum collections and other facilities? So these are some of the thoughts when I try to define further the role of museum. Can we see the next slide? Do I have time? 5-10 minutes? Do I have time?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So the different functions of museum, that the primary function that collecting antiquities art object, you cannot have a museum without collection. So collection is the king. And here I'm showing, some of the masterpieces from our collection acquired in different periods, largely in 1922, 1930. There was a time ASI used to distribute antiquities and art objects amongst the museums. Now they stopped. Can we see the next slide? And after collection, when we collect objects, the next stage, you store, you prepare scientific storage that objects are properly cared. And I'm very proud that our museum has a storage facility can be compared with any world-class museum storage with climate control system, 24 hours, 365 days. All organic materials are kept in proper storage, and store is very important. It plays very important role. I'm just trying to share some of them. Next. The conservation lab, and this is important. I have been saying for so many years that all museums should have a conservation lab. And conservation lab is like a hospital. If anything goes wrong with the object, you have hospital, in-house hospital, you treat them. You treat them, you preserve them for the posterity. And with our initiative, with the support of experts and people, probably, I'm not claiming it, probably we have one of the best conservation centers in the country, or maybe in Southeast Asia. Next. The collection in a museum is about the power and strength of individual objects to take people back to the past, to a particular time frame, and reveal its fascinating stories that already I discussed in the beginning, the power of culture. When people visit museum, what do they see? What do they learn? And each object has its own story, and there are different layers. That is something, the curatorial business, they do research and they remove one layer after another layer and share their research with the people. Next. So we did very interesting exhibition, India and the world in past. And there, we had India and the world, a history in 9 stories. So it all started with the shared beginning, and Dr. Mani was a part of that project. The project was to celebrate 70 years of India's independence in India in collaboration with the British Museum, and the project was announced, I remember, project was announced by our Honorable Prime Minister when he was in London in the presence of then the British Prime Minister, David Cameron. So here I'm showing, that one story, we are talking about the power of object, shared beginning, that our story, according to archaeologists, began in Africa, where our early human ancestors created the first complex tools over 1.7 million years ago. They brought the same technology with them as they dispersed all over the Middle East, Europe, and Asia, the hand axe. This section took us back to the beginning of our common history and shared humanity, a vital place from where the journey began. Next. And I look at, hand axe as a piece of art. So that was the first object created by man. First cities, about 5,000 years ago, urban settlements flourished in the fertile river valleys of the Nile. The Indus and the Tigris, Euphrates, the ancient Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Harappan civilizations created some of the world's first cities. Larger and more diverse populations required new methods of organization to function cohesively. With government came administration and an invention that changed the world, writing. So the art of writing actually started in Indus Valley civilization. And how do we tell this story to our young people? I was talking to a group of young students and asking them, you have any idea, any knowledge, the art of writing, when the art of writing started in India? And many people feel that the Enlightenment started with on arrival of European. And I just laugh. India was enlightened 5,000 years ago. And this is something, we need to tell the world. The art of writing started 5,000 years ago, but very few people they know. So that was the whole idea, organizing this exhibition. Next. This is very interesting. The three inscriptions, Ashoka's edict, and an edict from a Chinese edict, and a public inscription, Roman and Greek public inscription. The story, that the first king of Ashoka, he believed in diversity. So his scripts are found all over the Indian subcontinent in different languages. Almost the same period, Chinese emperor believed in one single culture, one single language. And the Romans, they also almost followed the same path. So here just we wanted to project Indian diversity, Indian thought. The collaborative exhibition was conceived as conversation between objects, cultures, religions, and human minds. The catalyst of each conversation was a specific moment in history, repositioning the Indian object in the global context and exploring connections between India and the rest of the world. The exhibition highlighted 9 iconic moments in India's history, from the prehistoric past to the present, against the backdrop of comparable happenings in other parts of the world, because we wanted, our young people to understand what was happening in India in 3000 BC, then what was happening in other part of the world. So that India's connection with the world, that is something, and India's position in the world civilization, that is something we wanted our next generation, our young people to understand. The story behind the making of India and the world exhibition was as exciting as the selection of exhibits from 28 leading institutes within the country and 3 private collections. So for the first time, so many Indian museums, Indian institutes participated in this exhibition, and 124 objects from the British Museum. And the whole exhibition, raised many questions. If I can, share some of the questions when we started the museum. How do we tell our audience that the story of India much older than the story of India as nation? What is the status of Indus Valley civilization in the history of world civilization? That we are fighting that our civilization, as old as Egyptian, everywhere outside India they talk about Roman civilization, Greek civilization they highlight. They don't highlight Indus Valley civilization. So we wanted the world community to recognize, to understand. So how do we tell our people that the art of writing was invented in 5,000 years ago, and the first proclamation of human values was declared by an Indian king about 2,300 years ago? This is something we need to tell, that the first proclamation of human value from India by Ashoka, and how this proclamation or message of ancient king later gave shape to India's freedom movement and our constitution. Is it not important for the world community to know that India connected with almost half of the world through sea trade, Indian Ocean, from time immemorial? What were the roots of civilizational exchange over land and sea that made India a part of the world? So these are, some of the questions we raised in India and the World exhibition, and people appreciated. The whole world, recognized this exhibition. And today, most of the institutes, iconic institutes all over the world, they ask for the script, the text, or the catalog of this exhibition. Next. I just, wanted to share that it's important, when we talk about our culture, our heritage, we also need to talk about other cultures, other heritage. So people of India, they get to know about others. Here, some of the exhibitions on design, and then the ancient China that was organized by the government of India. It came to Mumbai, and the mummy exhibition and the Rubens, paintings for the first time came to India. People of India, everyone cannot fly to London or New York to see all these things. So it is our responsibility to bring them so they can see. So that was the whole idea, bringing Rubens to India, bringing Egyptian mummies to India. And today, I think every year we try to bring one international exhibition to Mumbai. Next. So these are some of the international exhibitions organized in collaboration with different iconic institutes, organizations. I just wanted to share with you. Cyrus Cylinder came to India for the first time from the British Museum. Next. Yeah, some of our exhibitions on different subjects. Next. Yeah, India and the World exhibition in 9 stories. You can see they are based upon tangible evidence of the cultural and scientific progression of humankind. Museums promote intercultural dialogue between communities in multicultural societies and encourage increased knowledge and greater recognition and appreciation of other cultures. Here, the other is conceived as an object of knowledge rather than an individual with whom we engage in a relationship. The CSMBS Museum, in short, we call it CSMBS, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, is not a mere repository of art and antiquities, but a center of education and learning. So some of the activities, public programming, intercultural dialogue, I'm just sharing, our activities. Next. Some of our newly reorganized galleries, gallery activities. Next. People from India, people from world, they come and they share their views. Next. The cultural program, cultural events. As I said, museum is not a mere repository of art and antiquities, but a center of education and learning. Next. Yeah. So, next. Educational activity is one of the strongest means of engaging the public with collections. The education department of the museum is constantly planning and designing exhibitions and education programs in an interesting manner To appeal to all segments of the public, the museum has organized many thought-provoking in-house exhibitions on Indian art and culture, and also brought world cultures in collaboration with some of the iconic institutes in UK, USA, and Europe. The museum has been recognized as a research and teaching institute by the University of Mumbai, Maharashtra. Next. Next. This is our visitor center as you enter, all our public programs. So when museum, we close in the evening, museum closes in the evening, 6 o'clock, then museum space, becomes alive in the evening. So most of the program in the evening, and it continues till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Next.
Mukherjee sir, this is Dr. Sahu.
Yes.
So please hurry up because the time is up to 12.
Yeah, I just did.
There will be some questions.
Yeah, I have finished, almost. So some facilities, museum, shop, research library. Next. The extension program, we have museum, we have 2 big buses visiting rural Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Gujarat, taking museum to doorstep. Next. We created recently Children's Museum, Children's Space. Next. Yeah, some children activities. Next. Research publication, the number of publication we produce every year. Next. There is a separate department, research and publication department. This is an institute of learning. We are affiliated to the University of Mumbai. The Ministry of Culture, Government of India has recognized the museum as a research institute for the country's highest level research fellowship program in Indian art and archaeology and architecture, Tagore National Fellowship. The museum houses a state-of-the-art conservation research center and urban heritage center. Next. So our connection with the rest of the world, international collaboration. Next. Some of the institutes we are working with them. Next. So I end with this, the COVID experience. There was a competition, age group 8 to 16, that how they experienced COVID during pandemic. So they shared their pictures, images with us. So I end with this. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee.
Yes.
Over to Dr. Sahu, co-chairperson, and Dr. Balaji, chairperson. Please sum up the session. Please sum up. Dr. Balaji.
Dr. Mukherjee has spoken about the topic on connecting the museum, connecting the culture, and connecting the people. And he has spoken about the role of, particularly with a special reference to Sadashivrao Museum. And in the last 1 hour, his lecture was very, very informative. And I thank the lecturer. And in the lecture, he has spoken about the museum movement, which has started in the early days. And subsequently, he also spoken about the cultural identity of India, how the museum plays an important role in defining the cultural identity for a country. And he also expressed his concern that many of the museums are being managed by the IAS officer. Is it true? Almost in all the parts of the country, the museum is being managed by IAS officer, not by the professionals. And it is a concern, certainly for archaeologists and the museologists. And also, he has expressed his concern that there is no national organization at national level for the welfare of the museum, for the grant of fund or for the development of museum. And he subsequently explained with the slides about how the museum is connecting the people and culture, in what way the museum is connected to, or in what way the museum is connected in between the people and the culture. And he has spoken about or presented about the museum, namely Chhatrapati Shivaji Museum, on the architecture, which is amalgamation of Hinduism and Islam. And subsequently, he passed on to the relevance of museum in the modern days. In the modern days, many people do not go to the museum. And now he has expressed his concern. In those days, when we are all students, we used to go to museum. It is a part of a program in the schools. But nowadays, it is not there. And thereafter, he also dealt with about the origin and development of museum in India and its role in different disciplines, how it plays its role in different disciplines. And he also expressed his concern over the lacking of technological development and also the international link between the present day museum, wherein the technology is not up to the level of the other foreign museums and the international museums. And he has summarized his lecture with the definition for culture and in what way the culture is linked with the people and to what extent the museum plays a vital role between linking the people and the culture, and all these things were said by the learned scholar, and I thank the scholar for having given this valuable lecture, and certainly it will be very, very useful to many of the younger students or the younger generation to know more about the museums and the museum movement. And I pass on the proceedings to the convener for other announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji.
Yes?
Dr. Sahu, please submit the comments. Dr. Sahu.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Sadashivrao Mukherjee, the Director General of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, Mumbai. The illustrative lecture was really heartening to go, and he talked elaborately about the definition of culture, museum, and the history of museum all over the world. And his main concentration was on his own museum, where he is the head of the museum. So basically, this particular webinar is meant for students and researchers. So I hope, sincerely hope, that the students will be benefited by your lecture. Thank you so much. And it is properly and succinctly well summarized by Professor P.D. Balaji. So, because the time is not there, so I would like to thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to be a co-chair of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee,
Thank you,
for
sir.
providing very nice information.
Thank you,
And beside going to the next session, I may request to the delegates, if you have any question, you may ask, please. From the delegate.
First of all, I must congratulate Professor Mukherjee. The things are highlighted. One question I will have. What are the steps taken to preserve the disappearing languages? Because as you say, within 150 languages lost in 50 years. And this is very important. I think we have around 500 languages in India. That is what that is a figure, I think. So if this is the rate of extinction of the languages, we will be losing many languages, which is very important. So is there any data or any effort to preserve the disappearing, vanishing, and depleting languages? Because the trend is to suppress such things. That is what is happening. That is, we are not encouraging these things, and that is why we are losing our cultural heritage. Another point, Nathaniel Wallis was a botanist. So he was in a garden in Aula, and he published catalog. That is a lithograph of the herbarium sequence. 2 pieces, one in London, one in Howrah Garden. It's a masterpiece. So he founded in Indian Museum in 1814. So this is another point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I noted.
May I just add one small observation? I'm Dr. S.K. Madhav, former Director General, Zoological Survey of India. Sir, Mukherjee sir, my request is we should also have a very elaborate gallery on geosciences, on rocks and minerals and fossils. You know, because geodiversity is the bedrock of various types of cultural heritage that we have. So my request to you is to please develop this particular gallery if it's not there. And if it's there, I'm really very happy that it will make the entire show very comprehensive. Thank you very much for sharing all these details.
Thank you, sir. Just to add, we have a special gallery, exhibition gallery. We do organize temporary exhibition time to time for 2 months, 3 months. And we did one show, one exhibition on Indian rocks.
Okay.
And we have a collection. It would be wise to create a permanent gallery. I noted your.
Yeah, you can even create one open air rocks gallery, because you can display large megaliths, large blocks of rocks, the way it's done for Shakti Sthal in Delhi.
Yes.
Huge different types of rocks are just displayed there. So that will be a great attraction for the students. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you.
Regarding the languages,
Thank you, Dr. Ansari. Thank you very much.
No, it's a very important point because he is a very learned person. I want to know because we are reading the newspaper. This is an important question. I think he must have some information. This is also a cultural preservation. Is it there is any data?
Yeah, see, the simplest way, if you do online research, you will be getting data from different institutes and organizations.
Yeah.
And there were 2 articles already published by Indian Express. And it is a matter of concern. So people started talking about that. How do we preserve our linguistic heritage?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, both the chairpersons, eminent speaker, and the people participating in the discussion. Now the speaker of our next session is Dr. K. Venkatraman, former Director, Zoological Survey of India, and the chairperson, Dr. Venkatraman. Dr. Venkatraman.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, sir. Okay. You are the speaker of this session. The chairperson of the session is Dr. B.S. Korea, IFS, former PCCF and head of Forest Force Kerala. Dr. Korea, Dr. Kori. Dr. Kori. Okay, sir. And the co-chairperson of the session is
Dr. K. Inumalai,
Dr. K. Rumalai.
Associate Professor in Zoology Department, Government Arts College, Nandanam, Tamil Nadu.
I request to the chairperson, please submit a brief biodata of the speaker and proceed over the session. Dr. Kori.
Good morning, friends. It is with pleasure that I introduce Dr. Krishnamurthy Venkatraman, former Director, ZSI, expert member, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, who will speak to us on status of biodiversity conservation in India. I believe Dr. Krishnamurthy Venkatraman is best suited to deliver this talk, considering his wide expertise and depth of knowledge on the subject of biodiversity. Born at Kanyakumari, he did his PhD in zoology laws and policies. His expertise includes strategy formulation, environment impact assessment in terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems, climate change resilience and management of marine ecosystems, meiofaunal assemblage in Antarctica. He has 27 years practical experience in ZSI, 37 years research experience. He worked with Dr. Salim Ali at BNHS. He has contributed to over 458 publications, of which 41 are published in books. He has played a pivotal role in setting up the National Biodiversity Authority as its founder secretary and coordinated the implementation of National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, an action plan for biophysical monitoring of coral reefs in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. He is a member secretary of Loss of Ecology Authority, Prevention and Payment of Compensation. And his expertise took him to various countries, USA, UK, Australia, Japan, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Philippines, Indonesia, Mexico, and of course, Antarctica. He was instrumental in setting up the Greater Nicobar Bioreserve and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands in UNESCO MEB World Network of Biosphere Reserves. His multifaceted interest and talent makes him the best suited to speak on this topic today. Interestingly, Dr. Venkatraman is a qualified diver which helped in coordinating underwater research. From the deep sea to high altitude and Antarctica, Dr. Venkatraman has got wide knowledge and wide research interest. He has good rapport with a lot of international organizations, UNESCO, IUCN, UNDP, ICARMN, EU, and FAO. He has won many prestigious awards and recognitions. He has been a gold medalist zoology right from his bachelor's. He has been the fellow of the Zoological Society, fellow of Society of Reef Studies, Fellow of International Understanding, Gold Medalist in Indian Academy of Sciences, and Fellow of Maker Science Foundation, Madras Science Foundation. It is with pleasure I introduce Dr. Venkatraman, and I request my co-chair, Dr. Elumalai, to after the speech, after his talk, and after the taking questions, to give a summary, because I know Dr. Venkatraman requires more time, and we will not encroach onto his time. So with these words, I request Dr. Venkatraman to begin his presentation.
Dear organizers, chairperson, co-chair, other dignitaries, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. My topic today is status of biodiversity conservation in India. Long ago, once upon a time, we were all hunters and gatherers. Absolutely no problem. Whatever was available, we were eating. But we started selecting certain things, and then we became cultivators. Then the revolution came, blue revolution, green revolution, white revolution, and all revolutions. Then today, what we are now is international regime. That is, there are so many treaties and so many acts which are now governing the biodiversity of the world. But ironically, biodiversity is very important for all of us. From cradle to grave, we need biodiversity for our survival. Sir, I have already lost 15 minutes in my introduction. I have to be very quick. I'll be moving the slides very fast. Without biodiversity, we cannot survive. This is a great man of our country said, Earth has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for even one man's greed. That means there are so many greedy persons amongst us. He is creating a lot of problem for the biodiversity for the future of this country. But I worked with Dr. Salim Ali. What he says is very interesting. Plants and animals can live where human beings are not there, but human beings cannot live without animals and plants. What are we going to do for the future? See, today we are having this, starting this lecture series, heritage sites, national parks, tiger reserves, botanical garden, zoological park, and museum. All these things without biodiversity cannot exist, first of all. And also, lot of biodiversity is still available in the museums. It is not only available in the nature, but also in the museums, what has been collected by our people. This biodiversity is very important for our future life. All the traditional medicines which are available today are only from the biodiversity. I don't go into the explanation of all these things, but the slide is visible for all of you. And billions of dollars money is earned.
Sir, please show the slides.
Pardon?
Slides are not clear. Please show the slides.
Slides are already there.
But what you have mentioned about medicinal plants?
Not medicinal plants. These are the medicines, traditional medicines.
Yeah. Is there any particular slide is not seen?
I don't know. Others are not telling.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Venkatraman, your slides are not moving. Your slides are not moving at all.
Yeah.
Now I will not go into that PowerPoint full slide mode. Now is this visible?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, it is visual.
Okay.
Continue, please
Now,
continue.
I'll be telling you that there are a lot of billions of dollars are being made from the biodiversity. Several companies, multinational companies are thriving, and the status of ecosystems are becoming very, very bad. See, this land, more land has been converted into cropland. You see, where the populations are very high, there the conversion of the ecosystems into croplands are more. And over the years, these 20% of the world coral reefs were lost, 20% degraded, 35% of mangrove area has been lost. Amount of water in the reservoirs quadrupled. Withdrawal from the rivers, lakes doubled. That means that we are not allowing the nature to survive. The ecosystem services, which are very, very important for the poverty reduction, this is not at all happening because the dryland ecosystem has been completely occupied by the people. Where there is a dryland where lot of people are congregating. So this is very important that the ecosystems in some regions are returning to conditions similar to the pre-conversion states. Especially in India, you can see that there is no such place available. But rates of ecosystem conversion remain very high in other parts of the world. See, the change of species diversity, growth in number of marine species introductions, and the distribution of species on Earth is becoming more homogeneous, and it is reversible. What is available in Palearctic, Nearctic is also available in Oriental and other parts of the world. So we are actually homogenizing the species which are available on Earth. The changes of species diversity is irreversible. 10 to 30% of mammal, bird, amphibian species are currently threatened with the extinction. This is a state of affairs today. So we need to conduct a lot of status studies, degradation of ecosystems, increased likelihood of non-linear changes, and exacerbation of poverty. These are very important, and we have to study ecosystem prospects for next 50 years. Otherwise, we'll lose most of the ecosystem and the human beings will have to disappear from this earth. Reversing ecosystem degradation is also very important for the future studies. There are capture fisheries, which is coming down, marine fish harvest declining since 1980 because there are about more than 30,000 trawlers operating, just for example, from Chennai to Kanyakumari. So just imagine how many trawlers are operating throughout the country and how the fisheries is declining throughout the world. So, for example, the fisheries collapse, the Atlantic cod stocks collapsed in 1992, forced the closure of fishery. So several areas, the fishery is being closed. There are a lot of floods in the ecosystem and degradation of ecosystem services, loss of benefits, economic value, everything is going away. What is the status of future for India, the biodiversity? Over the past 70 years, we changed the ecosystem more rapidly and extensively. And there are a lot of demands for food, fresh water, timber, fiber, and fuel. Substantial net gains in well-being and economic development is changed. Degradation of India's ecosystem services could grow significantly worse. So what is called India for the whole world? India means number of kings and war. But for me, the kings were having more than thousands and thousands of elephants, 50,000 horses. How did they manage? We cannot manage even a single dog or a cattle at home. That means our kings were very, very rich. This was somehow known by the foreigners, especially Westerners. They started coming to India. These are the symbols. What is available? We do not know how these symbols came into India, and they put their symbols everywhere and started ruling. And they also printed money in their name. It is not only East India Company, only one called British. There are 6 East India companies, British, German, Spanish, Dutch, French, Portuguese. They all came into our country and looted our country only for biodiversity, not for anything else. Foreigners, these Westerners came to our country, destroyed the dignity, respect of my forefathers, and then they ruled us. But we wanted freedom. Many people in India, they died for the freedom. All of you know that. So there were several freedom fighters came, and there was a mutiny, and thousands of died for want of food. I told you India is the richest country. The kings were having more than 10,000, 15,000 elephants, 50,000 horses. That means they were all rich. But India actually, many people, thousands of people died, not thousands, lakhs of people, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs people died. That is called Bengal famine. For want of food, because these Britishers, they stopped cultivating rice and other things. They cultivated all the opium, and then clandestinely sent it to China before the Second World War. And there was a person called Winston Churchill. He said Indians are breeding like rabbits, so they don't need any food. So they made more than 40 people die in West Bengal. This is called Bengal famine. So this is all history. The world's richest country, people were killed for want of food. It is only by those Westerners. You know, the First World War happened between 14 and 18. 1914 and 15. This 18. This is mainly because this is not the war for land grabbing. This is called the spice war. For spice, these Europeans, they came to India and then they started ruling us. The Second World War is not for again land grabbing or anything else. This is also a biodiversity war, for rubber war we call. So for planting rubber, and they wanted to enjoy all the biodiversity what we have, because India is a country strategically positioned and we have a lot of biodiversity. And you know, all of you know that this Vasco da Gama came to India. He only found India. That is what people they say. He was a pirate. He came to India only to take away all the biodiversity, especially the spices. So the places where there is a red mark is there. That is all the places he bombarded. He killed so many. In Calicut alone, he has killed thousands of people, those who came to see his ship which is entering into the coast. This is called, you know, the armadas. He brought in several armadas and then started firing on the people, those who are living on the coast of Calicut, and then they kept them, hanged them upside down, nude, so that people will not enter into his ship. He slowly entered into Calicut and Goa, and finally he started prostrating in front of the king. They are called Zamorins in Kerala. I think the chairman knows about this very important event. And finally, he also killed the Zamorin, and then he started making several factories in Kerala for the spice. And there were several expeditions, several people attracted by India, and people started coming to India, and several expeditions held, and you know, John Murray expeditions. And finally, they all came that, you know, lot of science was in India, because we all think that the white people, the Westerners, they know lot of things about science. No, science originated in the caves of India. Our forefathers started learning zoology, botany, all physics and whatnot. It is all written there in the caves. Friends, we think that Indians are less than those Westerners. Those days, in 16th century, the Mughal king was put inside the sea in a bottle, and he started writing about the sea animals. Okay, now we have a lot of facilities, but science exactly originated in India. There are a lot of proof we can say. So everything is written in the Rig Veda. And you know, just for example, there is an origin of all these animals and plants. There is also evolution and conservation. This is what our slogan, the Samudra Mandan, where the Vasigi, the snake, Asuras and Devas, they churned the ocean, all the good and bad came, all available in the temple. So they put it in the temple that no, all the animals came from the sea. Today scientists, they all bring out that most of the 37 phyla what we know, of which 24 are marine and 14 are only marine. So all the animals came from the sea. We all know that, you know, Samudra Mandan is all available in our epic. People know that these things have happened. They are already written. This is what science now they say. And the evolution of man is only from the Dasavadaram. So how exactly the man came into existence through different avatars. And Stalavriksham and the conservation. See, Nandavanam and sacred groves are the places where it is conserved. We all know about Svalbard, where all the seeds have been stored for the future generation. But our forefathers made several temples throughout the country, especially in South India. If you come and see, every temple will have a kalasam, and also there will be a gopuram. So these towers will have this kalasam, and this kalasam is filled with all the navadanya. When there is any calamity, these will fall down and then sprout, and the humanity will survive. This is what the storage for the future generation, conservation for the future generation. This is what India has done. So not only that, we were the first person to invent the wheel and the cart. And recently the International Chess Championship held in Chennai, it is actually started from Tamil Nadu, and all the letters and numbers, not only zero, everything only from India, but the Arabian numbers, they took the credit. Zero is not the only thing. Ancient Indian contribution to modern sciences, there are plenty of things. We were the first one to sail, but no history says that we were the one who sailed into the sea. First copper was made in India, and first cotton was spun in India. Water buffalo, barley, rice domestication, whatnot. There are so many things which are there. Now, the British took the task of unearthing India's ancient past, but the Western minds is not accepting any great achievement to the ancient Indians. All of you know about Hortus Malabaricus, the Ayurveda. There are 10 volumes have been translated into French, and so many other languages. This became the basement for the modern medicines. This Sushruta, the first plastic surgery was held in India, because there were always war between the kings, and always there is going to be punishment for the people. When the punishment is the nose cutting is there will be a Vaidya will be sitting outside, and then he will be taking the skin from the leg and then put it on the nose. So that's the way they did. The first cataract operation was held in India. So we all think that the white people, they are better than Indians, but no, we are the pioneer in everything. And where are we standing now? So these are the surgical instruments described by Sushruta. So India now needs to rewrite the history that we were the pioneer. Don't underestimate our older generation. They got their education without the help of Google and Wikipedia. Now the youngsters they have. So what modernization we do? It is only putting a tikka onto the chicken and then say chicken tikka. This is the way we are describing. Modernization challenges, sitting on a buffalo, thinking that we are traveling on an elephant. But what others, our forefathers have done, nobody else has done in the world. Friends, the population is increasing and you cannot find out where you are standing. This is what it is happening in India. The population is going up, and there is a competition going between Indians and the Chinese. When are we going to reach 150 crores? This is what the worry for our past president, Mr. Abdul Kalam. What he said was, see, India in 2020 will cross 150 crores. But food grain production in India is going to be 26 million tons deficit. So that means that the food prices will be increasing day by day. We are all crying. All the government staff, they get every 6 months, they get DA, dearness allowance. What will the common people do? And also every 10 years, they get pay protection. See, the whole world is suffering. 2 million people throughout the world, chronically anemic. They are also chronically hungry. Food is not available. So there are nutritional needs needed. 42% of the world population depends on agriculture and iron deficiency. So many other things are there. There is also Millennium Development Goals. To achieve all these goals like poverty, hunger, primary education, gender equality, all these things needs biodiversity. Without biodiversity, you can't do. We are ready to protect our biodiversity, but we have invented, say that universe is made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. They forgot to mention there are morons amongst us. This is the main reason why biodiversity conservation is not happening in our country. See, India has got the maximum diversity. India is one of the like-minded diversity countries in the whole world. We have all different ecosystems, what is available in the world. No other country in the world has got this many different ecosystems. And we have lot of ecosystem diversity, mountain ecosystem. We have all different types of mountains. And then this mountain has got rich variety of flora and fauna no other country has got. Also, the whole Indian Ocean has got very big mountains, deep water mountains. They are called ridges, Carlsberg Ridge and so many other ridges, full of fauna and flora. Nobody has done any work on that. Many foreigners, they come here and then do several of these, deep trawling and then take away these wealth. It has to be protected as a protected area. forest ecosystem, India has got all different types of forest ecosystems, what is available in the world. So Himalayan rivers are very important. These are the Indus, Ganga, and then Brahmaputra is very important. They are very much important as the kidneys of the landscape, prevent floods and so many other things. I don't want to say that, go into the deep, but no, this is not only for human being, but also for the wildlife. We always forget the wildlife which is available in the ecosystem. See, desert ecosystem is going away because of several modifications we do, but several of these animals we have not even studied, they are all going away. Coming to marine ecosystem, India has got all different types of marine ecosystem what is available in the world. We have mangroves, we have biodiversity, we have coral, we have so many other things what is available in these ecosystems. So biodiversity is very important for human survival, economy, and whatnot. So this is what the Dobie list of what is available in the world and what is available in India. We have 5 to 10 million species in the world, of which 1.8 million has been already named. India has got more than 1 lakh species of animals, 45,500 species of plants and whatnot. I'm not going into the details of this. When we go to the status of angiosperms, 17,527 species of flowering plants, 67 species of gymnosperms, and pteridophytes, 1,200 species. And then we have bryophytes, 2,500 species, very important. There are a lot of animals which are living in that. Lichens, we have 2,223. And then fungi, 27,000 species. And the fungi in India, they are very important, 27,000 species, largest biotic community after the insects. Algae, 7,176 species of algae has been identified, bacteria, and we have virus. So how do we eat? There are non-vegetarians and vegetarians. If you see the western side of India, there are more vegetarians than non-vegetarians, and the eastern side, there are completely non-vegetarians. And when you come to the whole country, because we live only because we eat, India, according to Delhi, there is a idli, dosa, sambar is the southern thing, and you can read all the other places, memos in the east, spicy food, dal, and so many things. The food prices are increasing day by day, and inflation is happening, and I don't know how are my children and grandchildren going to survive with this. Coming to agrobiodiversity, it is very important. There are croplands, plenty of wild relatives of croplands available in India. So I don't want to go into the details. And these are the farmers. They are very important for our survival. But they are not in the farming. They are only in Delhi now. So the Green Revolution, all of you know that Professor M.S. Swaminathan is the one who is Green Revolution, father of Green Revolution in India. I don't know how many of you know about Norman Borlaug. 99.9% of the world population at least once eat his wheat variety. The wheat variety which he has found, crossing one from America and then one from Japan, that is the one which is a high yielding variety which is available. And also there is a Pavlovian crop biodiversity countries. 8 countries are named where many of these croplands are native to that and endemic to that. I'm not going into the details, but India has got several of these gem blossom varieties available only in India. So many other countries took away from India, and then now they are supplying the same thing in tons and tons and then getting a lot of money. We have the maximum diversity of sorghum, maximum diversity of corn, and Italian millet, and whatnot. See, these are the varieties of millet what we have in India. The rice which we eat, India has got the 50,000 varieties no other country in the world has got. Over and above, 1,25,000 varieties of farmers' variety of rice. Every year, these farmers, they go into the field, sow the seeds, collect the best seeds from that, and then next year they do it for hundreds of years. These are the farmers, they made us rich today. These farmers, without any scientific help, without government support, they saved all the seeds. Now, India has got 1,25,000 varieties of farmers' variety, 50,000 rice varieties. We have all different types of rice what is available. No other country has got this many varieties. Coming to this ganna, we all see that only during Pongal. But India has got 2,126 variety of these Saccharum officinalis available. So, coming to horticulture crops, the status of diversity of tuber plants. Only the people, those who are living in the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, they know very well how important these fibers are, these root crops are. See, this potato came into India late 16th, and it has got the maximum diversity only in India, not in other countries. When you come to the tubers, we have got lot of germplasm available in our country, and we have excellent varieties of cassava, sweet potatoes, and whatnot. Coming to the diversity of vegetables in India, all of you will be laughing when you see this brinjal, Began, we call. This Began, we have got the maximum variety. It actually evolved in the Eastern Ghats, and then every district from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, every state has got different varieties of this brinjal. Of course, you might have gone abroad, UK, US, or any Western country, you will get only one variety of this brinjal without any taste. So every season you get a different variety of brinjal, and then we have all different varieties of this brinjal available. We have got diversity of bitter gourd, and we have varieties of kukar mitha. This status is very high. We have these cucumbers, then pumpkin, ash gourd, and you see melon, the sweet melon, the flavor which is attracting for 1 kilometer, that much of no. Beautiful melons are available, this ridge gourd, and we have this snake gourd, varieties and varieties of sponge gourd, and so many other things, ivy gourd, and several varieties of these vegetable, diversity of drumstick, and that is tomato. Tomato came to India during 16th century, and India has got the maximum variety of tomato available. Chili came from South America. India has got the maximum variety. And then, you know, when you go to this Andhra Pradesh up to Himalaya, you have the varieties of this. And the hottest chili is available only from India, especially from northeastern India. So we have this okra, varieties of chow chow and beans, and coming to the status of fruits. So the king of fruits is mango. It will tell you the season. We have got 150 varieties. Those who have gone abroad, especially Western countries, they know the only one variety of mango they will get, that is also without taste. So we have the maximum variety of mango available in our country. Then citrus, we have 6 different varieties of citrus available in our country. Native to India, you know that Nagpur, Sirabunji, and coming to banana. This is what Abdul Kalam said, we are converting all our land for this, house construction. Several of these areas where this banana production is there, it is not there. So there is going to be a deficit of this banana. Once it was 5 paise, now it is 5 rupees, and it will go to 50 rupees later on. But all the government servants will get their DA, but what will the common man do? We have this guava variety came from Malaysia, and it has established here, and we have the maximum variety of guava available. Papaya also came from Malaysia, 1550, brought to India. And we have the maximum variety of papaya from each and every state. Sapota, we have varieties of sapota, 14 different varieties of jackfruit available in India. And we have grapes, and we have pomegranates, lychee, then sitafal, and the best variety of apple, not given to Indians, it is all sent abroad. And we have pineapple, and the status of diversity of spices in India. This is the one which attracted all the foreigners. We have 50 different varieties of spices available. We have this, cardamom from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and ginger. We have kurkuma, and friends, we have 19 different varieties of this kurkuma, this turmeric available everywhere. So there is also a lot of this patent problem. I don't want to go into the details, but we have a lot of oil seeds from brassica, castor, groundnut. But the varieties of this thing, it is amazing. Mustard variety, groundnut variety, then groundnut, we have several varieties, 19 different varieties of coconut. No other country in the world has got this many varieties, friends. So these are the 19 varieties. Then we have medicinal plants, and we have, India has got more than 3,000 medicinal plants, and then from there only a lot of the allopathic medicine is derived. So plantation crops, again, 19 varieties of coconut. Cashew came from abroad and settled in India. We have the best cashews available in our country. And the cocoa, we have best cocoa pods available, but we purchase only the chocolate which is made by a foreign company. So coming to these flowers, we have 4,000 different varieties of flowers, 400 varieties of roses, and coming to this faunal diversity. I will not go into the wild one, but we have domestic breeds which are available, very important, 256 species which are native to India. Tamil Nadu alone has got more than 9 varieties of sheep. It is all becoming extinct. All of you know that. We have different varieties of cat, domesticated cow, domesticated buffalo, goat, dogs, chicken, birds, and pigs. The total number of pigs counted in 2005 is 3,21,000. That's all. Now their numbers are coming down. Domesticated fishes are becoming more and more number. So all of you know that in Chennai there was a Jallikattu. All the students, they fought for this Jallikattu. And we have 17 different buffaloes in India. The original native of this buffalo, Murra, is only available in South America, not in India. The original breed is not available. So the poultry has been domesticated only in northeastern India. We have got varieties of this poultry available only in India. Ducks, all the ducks have been disappeared now, but we can see them only where in the Bollywood movies where romance is happening. So these turkeys and several other birds are disappearing, and silk varieties are plenty, and we have freshwater fishes. Now these freshwater fishes are replaced by many of these invasive species. So insect diversity, I don't want to go into the details, but we have more than 65,000 different species of insects available. When you come to this marine, we have these coral reef, which are really, really very interesting. Unlike forest, what is happening in the forest, you can see with your own eyes, but unless and until you go underwater, you can't see these beautiful reef, which are available, the near pristine reef, only in Andaman Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep Islands. So this is the Lakshadweep Island. So these coral reefs are rainforest under the sea. More than 3,000 species are available. And there are a lot of sponges, 451 different species of sponges, anti-AIDS, anti-cancer, anti-glaucomia, all medicines are available only from these sponges. So when you come to this coral reef forms home for many animals. More than 3,000 species of fishes and other animals, they live only in the coral reef. So the T.B. musica, this is one of the very important Ayurvedic medicine, is not available today. It is become a scheduled species. It is being taken away tons and tons from our country and then sold in the outside market. When I started my coral reef as a career, I became dive master in Australia, and I did five levels of diving. I dived throughout the world. But when I started my career in 1998, the coral reefs were so beautiful. Now it is all killed by our shit. All these toiletries which is going inside the sea, that is the one which is killing all these coral reefs. They are all dying. And this is a natural production. Our country is protected in the north by Himalaya, and all the other 3 sides, it's like a China wall, compound wall. Under the sea, it is protecting. It is not the mangroves alone they are protecting. These are coral reefs which are protecting the shores from the waves which are hitting the shores. So we have a lot of soft corals. Out of 227 species, 115 species are available. They are having all bioactive compounds which are very important for future medicine, future survival, future COVID, whatever it is. So there are a lot of gorgonians. They are also having a lot of medicinal properties. There are plenty of crustaceans. And when you see this before lunchtime, you must be feeling water in your mouth. So we have been exporting a lot of these prawns and then so many other animals which are available, and they are all going away from the sea. Mollusca, whatever imaginations you have, you can get it. That kind of a species which is underwater, the colorful. India has got more than 3,370 species. See, the pearl oyster, you must be knowing that pearl is a very important thing for all the ladies to put everywhere throughout their body. But this pearl has been already taken away by the Queen of England when it was plenty. Now the pearl is available only in the Pearl City Express. No pearl bar is available under the sea. So you have all artificial pearl you enjoy. Original pearls have been taken away by those East India Company. So there are several other animals which are very important for human survival, but we make it ornamental purpose and then we live. The echinoderms are very important. The starfishes and other things are called the echinoderms, but amongst these are all the sea cucumbers which are very important. This is a commercial one. So crores of money is being spent for smuggling these. sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are like an earthworm of the sea. So once they are bioturbitas, once they are removed, the sea becomes like earthworms of the soil. When earthworm is removed, no turning of these nutrients are happening. So what they do is, these sea cucumbers are very important for Japanese, Taiwanese, and then Chinese. Well, when they make a soup, when you go to Singapore, it is costing about $50, $25 to $50, one sea cucumber soup. They say that if you drink sea cucumber, you become intelligent. So they drink sea cucumber soup and then they become intelligent, and India being a fool, sending all these sea cucumbers, now it has become a scheduled species, nobody is allowed to touch. So there is a fish market. We have become 15.6 million metric tons we are exporting. There are 13 different states which are fish eating. I mean, lot of value addition is happening. Several of these very good sea food is being exported, and out of making the whole sea empty. So these are the export products which are being spent to other countries. India became 4th in the whole world, and 3,000 different fishes are there, and many species are becoming very rare and rare. Friends, student friends, kindly take photograph of these fishes and then keep it along with your grandfather and grandmother, because these fishes are not going to be there for the next generation. It is all getting emptied in the whole sea. So coming to this amphibian, 1980, the government of India stopped exporting these frog leg, because everyone likes frog leg is a delicacy in US. So from India, tons and tons of frog legs were exported, and after that, many of these big frogs have been completely wiped off. So then what is happening is, lot of mosquitoes coming and then killing us. Government of India brought a program called NMNH. So they have to kill all the mosquitoes. They put DDT and so many other things, and none of the mosquitoes were killed. They became resistant to these pesticides. Then they government of India brought in mosquito management program. The mosquito management program did not work. Now we have a program called How to Live with Mosquitoes. This is what today's program we are all enjoying. So when you go home, you keep on clapping the hands by killing the mosquitoes. That is their order of the day, because you killed all the frogs in our country. Immediately after the rain, you will have hear the sound of frogs, which are not happening now. So these are the very good diphterans. They enjoy your blood, spread all diseases, because you sent all these frogs. So coming to reptiles, we have plenty of reptiles, turtles and crocodiles and snakes which are there in the sea. There are, out of 6 species, India has got 5 species. They come here to nest on the shore. There are several birds are there. I don't want to go into the details. They all migrate and then they come to India. This is the real status of mammals. So there are about 390 species which are available in India. There is no problem. There are several conservation areas are there, sanctuaries and national parks to protect all these things. But these marine mammals are becoming 25 species which are becoming lesser and less because of human activity. The bottlenose dolphin has become a caricature now. Lot of dolphins have disappeared. We see only in the photographs. So several times these species, they die and then they come to the shore. So India is a great country. We have a lot of biodiversity. What are we doing with the biodiversity? We kill the elephant and sell the tusk, and sell all those products. And we also skin the tiger and then sell it abroad. Coral reefs are being completely destroyed. Sponges are being brought to the shore, and soft corals are no more available in the sea. So can we call India as the land of diversity and destruction? 50% of the forest is wiped out in 100 years. 1/3 of the wetlands have been drained and then 70% polluted. We are always afraid to take water from the river. Mass homogenization of crops, lot of biodiversity is wiped, 40% of mangroves gone, major portion of corals bleached and silted. So the biodiversity threat is mainly due to natural or human induced. Yes, it is due to commercial exploitation. We are making lot of money, the cellulose product, and then population explosion, poverty and illiteracy. Global climate change, ozone depletion, invasive alien species. There are several reasons we can say. So the threat is happening throughout the country, and we killed all the animals on land as well as in the sea. Our biodiversity is slowly going away. We cannot blame the neighboring countries that all the biodiversity in India is gone, because the neighboring countries are creating problem to us. This is what normally we do. We just see the sea coast. What is happening to our sea coast? Who is coming here and then polluting our sea? It is all by us. We kill all the animals and put the blame on others. So several of these areas, plastic pollution, it goes inside the stomach of the fishes, finally ends up in your body, and then you get cancer and then you die. So we create so much of these problems in our region. So coming to this conservation, there are several methods. The traditional methods, as I told you, every temple will have a plant, animal as a temple plant. So modern, we have protected animals, no-take zone. There are several modern things are there, including Government of India doing several important things. There are several species has been protected animals. Now again, they are going to make that 1972 Act with several other modifications. So several protected areas are there to protect these animals for the future generation. So there are biodiversity targets. I don't know how many of you know, because Aichi biodiversity target is very important. Every state has got biodiversity action plan, and Government of India makes national action plan, and then biodiversity conferences, COP14, COP5, Conference of Parties, Sustainable Goal. There are several important things are there. There are several conventions in which we have signed. There are 37 different acts are promulgated for conservation of biodiversity, not one or two. Don't think only that Wildlife Act is the only one. There are several acts, biodiversity acts are there. I don't know. There are new acts are coming up. Every parliament session you will have one more. There are several treaties. 50 treaties have been adopted by Government of India. 560 multilateral treaties by United Nations, convention, treaties, acts, targets, developmental goals, strategy and action plan. So there are several institutions are there. Agriculture sciences, biological and material sciences, just read the number. I don't want to go into the details. Earth sciences, engineering sciences, multidisciplinary. Other than that, zoological, botanical, and so many different surveys. So what is the status of conservation in India? Finally, we keep searching where is the biodiversity. The numbers are coming down. What are we going to do for the future generation? There are several heritage sites is full of IAS. IAS, not that, they are the commissioners or they are the directors. Invasive alien species, this is the place where heritage sites, national parks, tiger reserves, you just go to any of these places. You see all those invasive species which are the reservoir. Botanical garden, zoological parks, tiger reserves, everywhere. So from there it is being distributed to all other places. These invasive alien species, they completely occupy the country. So you go to the mangrove areas, only Prosopis juliflora. When you go to these, several of these national parks, colleges, universities, Guindy National Park, you see only invasive alien species. This is the way our countries are. We have a lot of money. Of course, GST is also joining. We get, but we can't eat money for the future generation. We can't give money. We can give. But if you keep your children inside a room and then give him a lot of money to eat, he can't survive. Man is an endangered species, not all those animals and plants which I have mentioned here. The status is very, very clear. We have misused our land and allowed our waste to pollute and destroy our air and waters in the process of making money. We must change our behavior towards plants and animals or accept the very real prospect of extinction. Maybe pralayam, maybe tsunami, maybe COVID, or whatever it is. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I have not exceeded my time. I have completed.
Yeah, excellent, Dr. Venkatraman. Thank you very much for this very lucid presentation. I think we have some time for 5 probably comments or questions. So kindly make use of that time.
Any question from students? I cannot see any student face. Not even a single student is seen. Elumla sir, நீங்க கேளுங்க. நீங்க கேளுங்க sir. So it's a very common topic when you go to the market, when you bargain for 50 paise, all these vegetables have been brought by our farmers with great difficulty every year, collecting the seeds and then sowing it repeatedly. Now we have all the biodiversity available for us to eat and then live. We just don't understand because it is all available in plenty.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Myself Abid, and I am from Ajmer. Sir, I heard your lecture, and it is really very informative for us. I just wanted to do one request, sir. Here there is a bird that is lesser florican. BNHS is doing really very good for the protection of this bird, but it is nearly extinct. I just request to you and all that whatever measure we can do to protect this really very beautiful bird.
Yes, sir. I work with Dr. Salim Ali, and I also worked in BNHS, Bharatpur.
Yeah.
I know about this case, very interesting. But you know, the habitat destruction is happening in rampant. I showed you what is left in India. All the arid region is completely being destroyed. Human occupation is there. So unless and until we stop this kind of destruction, alteration, many of these animals will be wiped off. The future, we cannot eat only money. We need all these biodiversity with us. Very important to us.
Yeah.
And their only way is that, there are three important things: survey and inventarization, capacity building, and the third is awareness, and fourth one is the database. If these four are there, see, there is no capacity building. We always say that conserve. Who is there to give capacity building? Who is giving capacity building to conserve? There is also climate change everywhere talk. Who is there to give capacity building for mitigation of this climate change? Is there anything happening in our country? How much money is spent for this capacity building? It's all not on a one-time basis, on a long-term basis. You have to develop all the school children. I've been asking one student to come forward and then ask question in this forum. Like that, long-term capacity building is needed, and the gap between the well-read and layman should be bridged, because the gap is widening. The science is only with all well-read. The layman is not at all understanding why the lesser florican is important.
Yes.
So this is the major problem. We need to have a database also. There is nowhere. You keep talking about all these things, but not even a single database is available on wildlife conservation, wildlife management. Where is the database? You can see that how the whole conservation areas are managed. It is all only in papers.
सर नमस्ते सर, मैं अरुणा पांडे सिहुरा जबलपुर से। ये जितने पूरे इंडिया में यदि हम देखें तो बहुत सारे गांवों के हिस्से जो शहर में नगर पालिका में और महानगर पालिका वगैरह में पहुंच रहे हैं, जहां पर बहुत सारी कॉलोनीज बनी हैं खेतों वाले हिस्से में। कोई ऐसा सर्वे नहीं हुआ है कि कितनी वैरायटी हमारी खत्म हो गई है इस कारण से। पूरे इंडिया में हर जगह शहर के आसपास के जितने भी गांव हैं वो सारे के सारे वहां पर जो बिल्डर्स हैं वो बहुत सारी कॉलोनीज बना रहे हैं और सारी वो चीजें खत्म हो रही हैं।
डॉक्टर अरुणा जी, अब एक एग्जांपल बताता है, वो वेस्ट बंगाल में 300 वेराइटीज ऑफ राइस थे, अभी 4-5 वेराइटी अभी लोग इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। तो जैसा अभी इंडिया में 50,000 वेराइटीज NDPGR में रखा हुआ है। We have kept everything in the storage -80 degrees.
जी जी, पर ये बहुत बड़ा कारण है सर बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस का।
Please switch off the mic. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Elumalai sir, please sum up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all present on this online platform. Of course, this was a very wonderful session we had today. The good beginning is the half success. In that way, I really do feel that this session went very well, because the spokesperson, that's now we had a very wonderful lecture. Dr. K. Venkatraman is one of the pioneers in the field of biodiversity and its conservation. He is a biodiversity conservationist, and he has delivered a lot of lectures throughout the world, I think so. And wherever his lecture going on, without fail, I can go and attend his functioning, the lectures. In that way, he is a very eminent speaker. Sir, it was very wonderful, sir. The information shared by yourself is really amazing. And Sir has almost touched all the entities that are available in India, including the fauna and flora of the species varieties that are available day by day and today itself. And one of the thought-provoking statements made by Sir is the Bengal famine, really touching the hearts of Indian people, I hope, sir. And another thing, the tremendous contribution made by our eminent scientist, Professor M.S. Swaminathan. Sir has pointed out nearly 50 varieties of sorghum and wheat varieties were once upon a time it was there in the India. Now, most of our original breeds are available in USA. That is really pitiable. And sir, like persons should take necessary measurements to conserve all our biodiversity gene banks. Through this seminar, I request all the participants and my fellow participants and eminent speakers to take necessary steps to conserve our biodiversity. And Sir has also pointed out nearly 75 laws, legitimate laws are there to provide, prevent the poaching and other things. Even though we are losing the biodiversity day by day, it is because of the man's greediness. That's really admirable, sir. And he has also pointed out vegetables diversity, especially variety of chilies from Andhra Pradesh to Himachal Pradesh. So many varieties of chilies, but the original breeds were available only in abroad. That's also really pitiable, sir. And I take this opportunity to convey my thankfulness to the organizer
and co-chairperson Dr. Elumalai sir for giving time in this session and give a nice lecture our audience. Thank you, all of you, sir. Now, next session, chair, eminent speaker, Dr. S.R. Yadav, Emeritus Professor, Department of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. Our chairperson of the session, Dr. S.S. Samant, formerly Director, Himalayan Forest Research Institute, Simla, and co-chairperson, Dr. R.L.S. Sikarwal, Professor Environmental Science, AKS University, Satna. So, welcome all of you, sir. And I am request to Dr. Sikarwal, because Dr. Samant is busy in some family issue. So I am requesting to Dr. R.L.S. Sikarwal, please introduce our eminent speaker, Professor S.R. Yadav.
Thank you, Ms. Raji. Okay. My voice is coming?
Yeah, coming.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, organizing secretary. I get this opportunity to introduce my well-wisher and my mentor, a great taxonomist, best field worker, and a very good photographer, conservationist, and excellent orator and speaker, and a very good human being, Professor S.R. Yadav. I have closely associated with Dr. Yadav sir last 1 decade. So I know him very well, and he's an excellent taxonomist. Professor Yadav did his BSc from Yashwantrao Chavan College, Karad, MSc and PhD from Mumbai University. He joined JSM College, Alibag, then Vajay College, Mulund, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and worked in Goa University as reader and head, and Delhi University as a professor. He has served as professor 2005 to 2016 in Department of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Then he was awarded UGC BSR Faculty Fellow and worked in same department. Now he is working in INSA Senior Scientist in Shivaji University. He is interested in plant exploration of Western Ghat, biosystematics and conservation of rare and endangered plants, species of Western Ghat particularly. He has guided 18 students for MPhil and 26 students for PhD. He has organized 3 refresher courses for college teachers and 5 workshops for teachers, students, and forest officers. He has organized 2 international and 4 national conferences, and he has attended more than 50 national and international conferences and delivered keynote, invited and lead lectures. Over 300 research papers he has published in national and international journals. Along with his students, he has published 8 books, particularly the Flora of Golvalkar district, Know Your Grasses Genera Through Handlands, Grasses of Maharashtra and Flowering Plants of Western Ghats, etc. He has contributed chapters in more than 10 books. He is fellow of several societies like Indian Association of Angiosperm Taxonomy, IAT, Fellow of National Academy of Science, Fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science, and Fellow of Academy of New Delhi. He has several awards in his credit: Best Teacher Awards by Shivaji University, late Professor B.B. Sivarajan Gold Medal by IAT, late Dr. J.D. Apate, Sir State Level Award, Dr. Ikbote Prize, ARI, Professor Panchanan Maheshwari Medal, IBS, Father Santapau Medal, E.K. Janki Ammal Medal, Government of India, Dr. B. Puri Memorial Award by IBS, Ved Khadiwale Sansthan Vanmitra Award, Professor B. Tyagi Gold Medal by IAT, President Indian Botanical Society for year 2002, Doctor of Science DSc Honoris Causa, YD Patil Education Society, Kolhapur. He is a live member of several societies, including Indian Association of Angiosperm Taxonomy, Bombay Natural History Society, Bombay, Phytomorphology and Botanical Society of India, Indian Botanical Society. He has administrative experience as head Department of Botany, Goa University, Goa, Provost, Gwyer Hall, University of Delhi, Garden Secretary, Garden Committee, University of Delhi, Treasurer, College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi, Organized Secretary, IAT Conference, Grasses Systematic Workshop, Coordinator of Researcher Courses, Goa University, Shivaji University, University of Delhi, Task Force member of DBT, MOEF, DST, member of various committees. He has completed over 20 projects. He has significantly contributed to establish lead botanical garden of botany, Shivaji University. It is a major contribution of Professor Yadav in our country and conservation of biodiversity. He is known as taxonomist of the well-known taxonomist of our country. He, along with his student, has described over 78 species of flowering plants new to the science. It is a major achievement of Professor Yadav in this country. He has revived some genera, state and country level. He has visited Japan, China, USA, Iran, Australia, Nepal, Brazil to present his work in the conferences. Moreover, he is a popular teacher among the students. He is engaged in plant exploration of Western Ghats, biosystem and conservation of rare and endangered plants. He is a specialist of Aponogitonaceae and bulbous monocots. There are several species named in honor of Professor Yadav, Eulalia Srirangai, Yadavai, Bigna Yadavai, Black Stelma Srirangai, Canskura Srirangiana, Mukuna Srirangiana, Protolaria Srirangiana. There are so many Pinda Srirangai, Chrysopogon Srirangai. There are lot Lapidagathis Srirangai. There are several species named in the honor of Professor Yadav. A new genus Srirangiana is given in the honor of Professor Yadav from our country. So presently he is working on topic systematic and cytogenetic analysis of genus Pancratium, Emeraldiaceae in India, and as INSA senior scientist and associated as investigator of 2 projects entitled New Network Program for Enrichment and Update of the Database of Genome Related Information of Indian Spermatophyta and Archaeogoniati, Taxa Phase 2nd, DBT, and second is Biosystematic Study of Indian Species of Genus Dipcadi. So this is his very brief biodata. His biodata is more than 100 pages. So very few biodata I have mentioned here. He is much more than I have speak about him. So I, with due respect, I cordially invited Dr. S.R. Yadav to deliver his lecture. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Now share. See whether I will be able to. Okay, I will. Whether slide is visible? Hello.
Still not, sir.
Not. I have to. Organizer should allow me to present.
Misra ji.
Organizer should allow me to share.
मिश्रा जी
आवश्यकता नहीं है सर, ये डायरेक्ट है, कोई अलाउ करने की जरूरत नहीं है
सर। पता नहीं है
सर, कर सकते हैं।
मैंने वो
हाँ, उसको इग्नोर करिए और आगे बढ़े सर।
किसको इग्नोर करें?
आप जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस आ रहे हैं उसको इग्नोर करके आप आगे बढ़े सर। कोई अलाउ, ये डायरेक्ट का है, ऑटो आप जुड़ सकते हैं
सर। जो प्रेजेंट नाउ वाला एरो है ऊपर की तरफ, उस पे करके आप करिए, फिर पहले खोल करके मिनिमाइज कर लीजिए, फिर एरो वाले पे प्रेजेंट करेंगे तो फिर वो अटैच में वो शेयर मांगेगा तो शेयर कर देंगे तो फिर वो आ जाए, दिखने लगेगा।
Your entire screen it says, and then if I click it, so share, it comes to share.
हाँ।
It is not. I don't know, sir. It is not. How to share? I don't know.
सर गूगल मीट से है ना सर, तो नीचे जो कई जो कैप्शन आ रहे हैं उसमें एक एरो आ रहा होगा ऊपर की तरफ, प्रेजेंट नाउ करके।
प्रेजेंट नाउ इट हैज।
हाँ, तो जब प्रेजेंट नाउ पे जाएंगे ना तो फिर वो उसको विंडो आएगी, एक शेयर का ऑप्शन आएगा, उसमें आप क्लिक करेंगे तो शेयर दिखने लगेगा। जो विंडो आएगी अपनी छोटी वाली, उस पे आप क्लिक करेंगे तो शेयर ऑप्शन आएगा, उस शेयर पे आप कर देंगे तो हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसको पहले खोल करके मिनिमाइज कर लीजिएगा, तब फिर वो शेयर करेंगे तब आएगा।
Is it now visible? हेलो हेलो।
हाँ, फिर से आप करें सर, रिपीट करें उसको, अभी नहीं आ पाया है, विजुअल नहीं है। शेयरिंग में प्रॉब्लम जा रही है।
सर प्रेजेंट नाव पे जाएंगे तो जो अपन जो दिख रहे हैं ना वो विंडो छोटी दिखाई देगी। उस छोटी विंडो पे जाएंगे तो फिर उसके नीचे शेयर ऑप्शन आ जाएगा, मतलब ब्लू कलर का, और फिर उस पे ब्लू कलर पे कर देंगे, फिर आपका दिखने लगेगा।
नहीं दिख रहा है यार।
सर यहाँ से बुला ले, वहाँ से लोग
एक बार नहीं तो आप बंद हाँ अब आने लगा सर, आने लगा।
हाँ।
आया है?
हाँ आने लगा।
आया है क्या? आर यू एबल टू सी स्लाइड?
सर आपका वेब ब्राउजर नजर आ रहा है, आप प्रेजेंटेशन पे को क्लिक ओपन करेंगे तो आ जाएगा सर।
नहीं, प्रेजेंटेशन ओपन किया है ना
सर। इसमें आपका स्क्रीन आ रहा है, गूगल लिखा हुआ आ रहा है।
हाँ गूगल लिखा आ रहा है उस पे सर। उसको पहले ओपन करके मिनिमाइज करिए प्रेजेंटेशन को, फिर आप प्रेजेंटेशन सर आप खोल लीजिए, उसको फिर कर दीजिए मिनिमाइज। और मिनिमाइज करके फिर ये जो एरो वाला ऑप्शन है, स्क्रीन वाला जो आ रहा है प्रेजेंट नाउ, वो प्रेजेंट नाउ पे फिर करेंगे तो छोटी विंडो आएगी, उस पे आप करेंगे तो नीचे शेयर का ऑप्शन आएगा, उस पे फिर आप कर देंगे।
आ रहा है लेकिन वो नहीं शेयर कर रहा है यार।
अच्छा तो फिर तो प्रॉब्लम है सर।
मैं बंद करके फिर ज्वाइन करता हूँ।
हाँ बंद करके आप फिर ज्वाइन कर लीजिए सर। अब आप उसको ओपन करके और मिनिमाइज कर दीजिए।
आ रहा है? हेलो,
अभी तो नहीं आ रहा है सर।
क्या बात है यार, मैं ऑलवेज आई डू इट, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? आई डोंट नो। शेयर हियर, दैट शेयर कम्स बट इट इज नॉट कमिंग।
अच्छा शेयर ब्लू कलर का आ रहा है सर।
जस्ट अ मिनट।
हाँ आ गया सर, आ गया सर। हाँ आ गया
सॉरी।
हाँ आप इसको वो कर दीजिए, फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए बस। हाँ आ गया सर। ओके सर, बढ़िया।
Okay. So first of all, I am very much thankful to Dr. Sikalwar, who loves me. I love him. So definitely he has said many things about me. I am thankful to him. Similarly, I am thankful to Dr. Skand Mishra for giving me opportunity to share what I am doing at Kolhapur in one corner. And thirdly, our Professor Venkata Raman Krishnamurthy has given a scenario of biodiversity and
India. Hello.
Ruby Sharma, please.
Somebody's phone is on.
Ruby Sharma.
Ruby Sharma, please mute your mic. Ruby Sharma.
Ruby Sharma, please mute your mic.
Hello.
Ruby Sharma.
रूबी शर्मा
बंद कर दिए
चलिए सर ठीक है
Okay. So he has raised many questions about conservation of biodiversity, and I am in an educational institute, and we have in our country more than 400 universities. Total universities are 800. There are 33,000 colleges, and 33 million students get admitted to various courses. So educational institutes, research institutes have a great potential for conservation. Now I joined Shivaji University about 35 years before, and when I joined the botany department, there was not a proper garden for the botany department, and that day I had said to my HOD, head of the department, that I said, botany department without botanical garden is a body without heart. That was my sentence 35 years before. Since then, I started developing botanical garden in Shivaji University. In between, I had gone to Goa, Delhi University. Again, I came and I tried to establish a botanical garden. And then I realized that botanical gardens and its role in education, it has many functions to perform. Education, research, conservation, bioprospecting, all these aspects, especially they are done by our university scholars, college students, and therefore botanical gardens are of great importance. Now, lead botanical garden of Shivaji University, we will take it as a case study, and similar kind of work I feel that every university, every college should take up, and majority of the plants which are very essential for our life, we can try to conserve them, and that is the purpose of my lecture. Okay. See this Western Ghats, Department of Botany, without botanical garden, body without heart. This is what I feel. And you know, botany, plants of our life, they are, I mean, what I should say, great, immense diversity. You can see this diversity. I will go little fast because time constraint. Now it is 1:25, so I will be finishing in 45 minutes. Okay, so see this one, plants, most essential resource of planet, and the diversity which we have in Western Ghats is a tremendous diversity. It is not just a diversity, and it is not just what products we get from plants. There are many other things which we need to learn. You know, plants are best designers. You can see the flowers, their designs, their architecture, and whatnot. So they are best engineers, best archaeologists of the world. This is what I feel. So these are some of the plants from Western Ghats I am showing. See the diversity of Asclepiads, then see the diversity of commelinids. Okay, commelinids, see Acanthaceae, and see this Lentibulariaceae. Each plant is unique, and each genome is unique, and therefore we must care to conserve each and every genome. Unfortunately, what is our what we think, that things which are useful to human beings we should conserve. Always we keep human beings in the center and try to do work. So human-centric efforts are made for human benefit only. But for me, as a plant scientist or student of plant sciences, I feel that every species, whether it is useful or not, is very important, and we need to care for it. So see the Arissimas, their architecture and diversity. Amorphopalus. See this Eriocolans. Now these Eriocolans, economical importance, if you ask me, I don't have anything to tell you. But see the beauty which it grows in a water, and when it comes to surface, it produces a bunch of inflorescence heads, and that gives a great beauty. Now, Department of Botany, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, where I am working for since 1985, and this is the entry of my department. See, botanical garden, little bit about history I will tell, so that other universities and colleges also can think of starting such activity in their universities. So, establishment of botanical garden started by initiative of Botany Department in 1986-87 without assistance from funding agencies or university. My all staff members helped me. The initial pits in around department we have digged, teachers have digged, and we started planting some plants around our botany department. At that time, Dr. K.B. Pawar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University, understood that we want to do something, and he came to the department, and he appreciated work, and then he gave some additional funding. Okay, 10,000 rupees funding he gave us. Then another person, that is S.D. Patil, who was friend of Pawar Sahab, I requested Patil sir to give us land for botanical garden. He convinced our Vice Chancellor, and Vice Chancellor allotted land around Botany Department for a botanical garden. This is, you see, this is our own design. No architect or landscape gardening or anything was involved. We started doing it, and this way sections were made in initial stage without any funding. 2008 to 2011, somehow the efforts made by Shivaji University in development of botanical garden reached to MOAF, and they sent a team of 3 experts, and they came to Shivaji University, saw our botanical garden, and I'm very happy to tell you, Ministry of Environment and Forestry provided us 47 lakhs for developing botanical garden. Before that, financial assistance was given by MOAF only. So this was a starting point. Authorities were pleased, and by taking advantage of this money, we got about 30 acres additional land for a botanical garden. So botanical garden now only from MOAF funding we cannot sustain. We and developing botanical garden is not a constructing building or developing laboratory. Botanical gardens where we have living plants, and there we need malis. Just like our children, we have to care for our plants, and therefore maintaining botanical gardens is a very, very difficult task. So through various projects, we started developing infrastructure in botanical garden, and now lot of botanical garden, lot of infrastructure has been developed. So what were the objectives of lead botanical garden? To conserve rare species of Western Ghats, establish field gene banks of important plant species, to establish nursery and nursery techniques, especially for tree species of Western Ghats. This is a very important aspect. I will come to that. To educate the people and create awareness on environmental issues, biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable utilization of bioresources. To establish field laboratory for biological research. To establish information center to provide meeting place for scientists, researchers, and so on. And to cater, these were our objectives initially. See this initial garden. This is our main building, and this is my department. Around this land was given to us for botanical garden, and then this additional 30 acres was given to us. So this was original garden. Now you see this is the land, this is the tank, and this is our land which is given to botanical garden. So we started developing in that land. Now, just like as if it is your work of your own family. Entire department worked on this land preparation, plantation, all those things were done. And you see, even we have digged this well. You can see our own well. All this, with great efforts, our botany department tried to establish, especially water facilities. And, we developed 3 wetlands where we conserve now. Initially, there was no water for botanical garden, and now you can see wetlands. These wetlands have so much water that throughout the year we don't have problem for botanical garden. Even we give water to our university. So this is, whatever soil we dig, we use it for botanical garden, and another way we conserve water. Now this water cost, if you take 1 rupee per liter also, it will go in lakhs of rupees. So how one can think of developing this water conservation in botanical garden. So this was done. And Shivaji University, this lead botanical garden was the first garden declared for Western Maharashtra by MOE. Okay. Now you see, now presently, since 35 years efforts, we could develop so many infrastructure facilities in a botanical garden. Okay. So this is a newly, in last 30 years, this garden has taken shape, and you can see these cycads. And as in university, we have enthusiastic students, academicians, taxonomists, physiologists, and with their knowledge, we can do wonders in conservation of biodiversity. And that was utilized. And you can see this cycad brood. And this is our fossil Sadashivrao xylon, which is here as a mark of our botanical garden. Now you see this garden, whatever facilities we developed, and slowly garden started taking. Now this Nilambari auditorium, this was sanctioned by MOEF, and this Nilambari auditorium itself is in a botanical garden. I must tell you something. Now, many times, most of the buildings are given names of our leaders, our actors, our politicians. Here, if you see Nilambari auditorium, Nilambari is the name given to this hall based on plant. There is a plant known as Delphinium malvaricum, which has blue flowers, and it is locally known as Nilambari. So we have named this auditorium after a plant. I don't find anyone naming auditoriums after plants. Okay, so this is the way my department worked. And then assessment was done, and we got money additional. See, 99 lakhs rupees were sanctioned by MOEF, and that boosted our minds. Similarly, about 1 crore rupees were given by RGST Commission for what? I thought of development of arboretum of rare and endemic tree species of Western Ghats. Okay, and that was really appreciated, and 1 crore were sanctioned to botany department. Now you see, there are simple things, not that we have rocket science to do in plant conservation. If we decide, we can conserve each and every species of our country. How? I tell you. Now you see, this is a seed and seed banks. Every year, we request our students, staff members to collect the seeds anywhere they go, any part of the country they go. And they bring seeds, especially from December to June. And almost every year, we collect the seeds of about 200 to 300 species. Okay, whether it is economically important or not important, that we don't care. We only see they are indigenous plants, because plants which are important for human beings, people will take care. But as a botanist, we have to care for plants which are neglected by all others. And that is the way my department works. and we every year collect seeds and then we give it to Malis. Now you can see this LBG nursery. In this nursery, now let us ask a question to ourselves. In India, are there nurseries where wild indigenous plants are raised? Most of the forest nurseries, except a few states, the plants which are raised, they are not wild. They are usually commercially important plants, but wild plants, indigenous plants, endemic plants, they are not raised in any nursery. Probably they don't have knowledge also. What are rare plants, what are endangered plants, what are endemic plants, when to collect a seed, how to collect seeds, how to germinate. All this data is not with Forest Department or with any other, except educational institutes and research institutes. So we have advantage. We know the diversity, we know where it exists, we know when to collect, and that way we started developing nurseries. Now these are the nurseries you can see. We raise each species in 1,000, not in one or two plant. We raise them in thousands, and this way we have raised thousands and thousands of plants for last 20 years. Anytime you come to Lead Botanical Garden, you will have more than 1 lakh seedlings of different species. Now this story, when people started coming, came to know that these seedlings of indigenous plants are available, Gram Panchayat, municipal corporations, research institute, colleges, and many organizations came to Shivaji University for can our universities and colleges can develop such a nurseries where wild plants, indigenous plants, or endemic plants are available, their seedlings are available. So this is the way we work, or we are working for last many years. And then, see these seedlings, thousands of seedlings we are raising every year. So this is one important story one can learn from this, and seedlings every year. Now these seedlings, we give it to everyone. Initially we used to give free of cost because ministry gave money, and that was public money for raising the saplings. So we provided them. But afterwards, to maintain, to water botanical garden, we have started charging simply little amounts for each seedling. The plant which is cost 500 rupees outside, we give it for 30 rupees. So that way, try to collect some funds for maintenance of botanical garden. So you can see these, our malis, really they wonderful contribution they do. And you can read here, Kolhapur Mahanagar Palika. So they come, they take all the plants for plantation, and we have provided them without charging the money. So how educational institute can really make difference in conservation of biodiversity? You see, this is my post. I mean, Malis who really are architect of botanical garden. They care for plants, and that's why plants survive. I don't take credit myself, or my department will not take. These Malis who work day and night in harsh conditions and develop botanical garden and conserve biodiversity for us. So these plants, you can see this, about 8,000 seedlings of 65 species were distributed to 35 colleges, institutes, and every year about 50-60,000 seedlings are given to public. Okay. Now you see, involving our students in conservation is an important aspect, and then only they can develop love for conservation. Not only administrative staff, teaching staff, non-teaching staff, all those we involve in this work and create awareness about biodiversity. You can see this local, this one, and plantations yourself. So definitely you visit our garden. Conservation and multiplication of mangroves. Mangroves, Kolhapur, many seedlings of mangroves have been raised in this nursery, and these seeds, to restore mangrove vegetation, these seedlings have been used by forest department. This is also very important contribution. Now you see, there are number of plants. I will not name all of them. Bulbous plants, cormatous plant, rhizomatous plants. All these plants, they are in wild. Many of them are critically endangered or endangered. Can we bring them in a botanical garden? Okay. Can we give them, because unless we bring them in a botanical garden, primary domestication will lead to its introduction in horticultural trade, which will take care of that species. So this needs to be done by educational institutes. Now you see this is attraction for our students, that Victoria amazonica, this was planted in garden, and many children come to see this unique plant. So this way also we have to create some attractions in botanical gardens. You can see this people, coming, Orchidarium, Cycad group, see these students every day, they come and visit this botanical garden. So how much awareness you create among students? These are the places where they can come and learn about plants. Okay. So now I will tell you what is the role of botanical garden in other aspect. Some rare endangered plants from Maharashtra. You see, this is a list of endangered species from Maharashtra alone. Now, who knows these plants? Only botanists know these plants. Only taxonomists know these plants. Where they occur? Only taxonomists know. How to propagate? Physiologists or botanists know. How to collect seeds, how to germinate, how to remove dormancy. All this knowledge is with educational and research institute. It is not with forest department. Even forest department want to conserve these species. They don't know these species. First of all, they don't know how to collect seeds. They don't know how to germinate seeds and raise the saplings. So this is a tragedy. And in that we can, our educational institute can do very good contribution. Now this is that Nilambari, Now wild plants, can we bring as ornamentals? Our horticulture department, I don't know, if you go to botanical, any garden, 99% plants are exotics. Why Indian plants are not ornamental? Show me, tell me one Indian plant which is used as ornamental. We have never respected our own plants. See this Nilambari, which is having blue, metallic blue flowers remaining for 7 days. And though I am a taxonomist, try to domesticate this wild plant as an ornamental plant, primary domestication, and we released it as a floricultural crop for farmers, and 1 acre can give 2.7 lakhs per acre. Why not these? Why we should work only on exotic plants? Okay. Now, another thing, that conservation or restoration of critically endangered species of Western Ghats or of our country, botanical gardens play as a base camp, from where every activity can be done. So you see this Hubbardia heptaneurana and Ceropegia fantastica, these species, they were critically endangered, and we took restoration program with the help of funding from various funding agencies. See this, now these species, once that species is lost, it is lost forever. But from in botanical garden, we established methodology, and then we have gone to various parts of the Western Ghats and trying to restore those critically endangered species. See this Hubbardia heptaneurana. Already this paper is published, and in 10 Ghat areas in 25 places, about 10,000 plants have been established, and now they are, for last 10 years I am making observations, they are self-perpetuating. This is a successful story of restoration of critically endangered grass from India, and this was also recorded by IUCN. Okay. See these Ceropedias. Why I am showing this slide? Beauty is one part, but all these Ceropedias are critically endangered. Each Ceropedia is as important as a tiger. Tiger is one genome, one Ceropedia is one genome. Who will conserve them? Neither our politicians know about them, nor our forest department knows about them. And then who will conserve? and how we will conserve. So this is the question which we should ask ourselves, and then our department or we took help of biotechnology, our classical methods, and we raised saplings through micropropagation, through conventional methods, and raised thousands of plants of these Ceropegias. We have tried to restore about 20 species of Ceropegias in Western Ghats, and here botanical garden became a base camp for taking such a work. So botanical gardens are not just for your study and education, but they act as a base camp for conservation activities for especially critically endangered species. So you can see these students, forest officers, this is forest officer, all these we involve in replantation in wild habitats. So restoration of critically endangered species, our students become our strength, and then with the help of forest department, we can restore those critically endangered genomes which are on the verge of extinction. So here botanical gardens have played major role. Oh, this is the data. I need not to go. Many Ceropegias we have restored in their natural habitats. Now you see this rain gun, these facilities we established in botanical garden, and this botanical garden was inaugurated by Mr. Prakash Zavadekar on I think 15th January 2015. So this is a name, and this was restored. You can see this because we have to involve our political leaders also. Why I am showing this slide? Not to show any minister, but unless their support, we cannot do much. We are small people. We are teachers. We are professors. We are students. We don't have strength. Unless they come and see what we are doing, they will not be able to help us and appreciate our work. And therefore, we inaugurate them, and inauguration was done. And this is the way we inaugurated. Okay, so this is the lead botanical garden, huge and in different. This is water tanks, solar lamps. So these facilities we created. Now you see this how it was done. Roads, we have very simple roads, no tar roads. Okay, everything is a natural, and this is a program, an arboretum of 100 endemic tree species of Western Ghats. So we started RGST give Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Foundation gave us money, 1 crore money, and we targeted 100 endemic and threatened tree species of Western Ghat to bring at one place. Fortunately, we have land, and almost more than 90 species we have brought in botanical garden, and each species is having 9 individuals planted in botanical garden, and they are growing. You will be happy to know this is the first attempt in India to bring 100 endemic and threatened tree species at one place. So this is a germplasm, filled germplasm bank of our endemic trees. Okay, so these are the trees now. They are growing, and each one is, you see, they have started fruiting. This is from own garden, which we planted about 6-7 years before. And this is Holygarna arnoldiana, which is endemic, right? Then you see this Holygarna grahami, they are flowering. Then this our Saraka Ashoka, of course it is not endemic, but it is one of the very important medicinal plant, which many. See this Harpulia arborea, this is not endemic, but see this plant is from garden. When we planted and when it came to flowering, you see this beautiful heart-shaped fruits. Why we have not brought in our botanical gardens or as a roadside tree? And these fruits remain on tree for 2 to 3 months. Such a beauty. We never gave importance to our own plants, and therefore my humble request to all professors, teachers, and students of biology that let us look at our own plants as ornamentals, as a medicinal plants, as a roadside plants, as a shade-giving plants, and bring them in a public domain. That is what I want to show. Now you see this awareness. Now these students, coming, small childs, they are coming, they are seeing plants, their curiosities are increased, and this way botanical gardens play a very important role in not only nature education, but also creating awareness in coming generations about biodiversity and its importance. And this is every year we receive about 10,000 students who visit our botanical garden. So you can see these botanical gardens, and we arrange, for their learning. Okay. So similarly, in department we do one. It is a activity of lead botanical garden. Plant for a day. Every day we present one plant in a corridor of our department. So student can learn about 365 plants every year. So that way also we can create awareness. Then this information boards, you can see this we give in our botanical garden. Now you see these are monotypic endemic tree species of Western Ghats. Monotypic endemic tree species. Have you brought in botanical gardens? Whose function it is? So it is our function. You can see these trees, right? These, see this, all these are brought in botanical garden. See, okay. So I am showing, and now see these barlerias. 30 barlerias are there in India, of which we have brought 20 barlerias in botanical garden. Even in vegetative stage also they give beautiful shape. We can give beautiful shapes. So how we can make them as ornamentals in botanical garden? See this bulbous rhizomatous cormatous plants with many alkaloids. We have to bring. Okay, see these barlerias, all these barlerias. Okay, flowers are also important. Whether we have brought them in our gardens, no. Okay, so you can see this plant wealth of botanical garden. I am very happy to tell you that presently there are more than 1200 species of flowering plants and pteridophytes, gymnosperms, which are documented from botanical garden. And each species is represented not by one individual, many individuals. So this is the plant wealth. You can see this botanical garden which has taken shape, which was a barren hill. Now it has taken a shape, and see the various parts of the botanical garden which I am showing, and see these palms. Okay. Now, story I will tell you. This story is important and anybody can repeat it. Now see these palms, palms. Since last 35 years, I started collecting seeds of palms anywhere I go. I collect the seeds below palm tree, bring it to department, and raise seedlings and then go. Now, in Lead Botanical Garden of Shivaji University, there are more than 115 species of palms. You come, it is the richest in palm collection. Okay, and all seeds collected by own hands and raised. And one saplings outside cost about 2,000 rupees. We give it to public with 20 rupees. Okay, so this is the way we have done it. You can see this. Now they have started fruiting, flowering, and these thousands of seedlings. And I paid for its seedling 2,000 rupees about 15 years before. Now we will give it at 20 rupees, 30 rupees. Now, one palm, Corypha umbraculifera, which produces largest panicle in the world. Okay, and it is monocarpic. Once it flowers, it dies. Now this palm we collected in 1998. We planted trees in Lead Botanical Garden. It is a very elegant palm, and this year, after 24 years, it has come in flowering. This is a photograph taken 8 days before. What I want to tell you, these are unique things, but we never see in our public gardens or municipal gardens or our botanical gardens. Who will do it? Okay, or you want to grow only exotic plants? That is the question. Now I am coming to the end. This is, you see, Myristica swamp. It is a unique ecosystem, about 140 million years old ecosystem existing in Western Ghats. There are Myristica swamp in Kerala and Karnataka, Goa, and this is in Maharashtra. You see this knee-shaped roots, and this is a slit roots. right? This is Myristica magnifica. This is Canarium, sorry, Gymnacranthera canari. Both are critically endangered. Both are critically endangered, and it is restricted to only 2.5 acres, this ecosystem, and it is a marshy place. What we can do? You want to conserve this ecosystem or you want to lose it? So, see, fortunately in Shivaji University, we have some land where I thought it, last year I brought about 35 seedlings and planted them. They are growing. This year we have introduced about 300 plants of Myristica magnifica and Gymnacranthera canari. It is the first attempt to create a man-made Myristica swamp in a botanical garden. This will be very unique thing for our country, right? So this is the way. Now, herbarium we have developed with this botanical garden, which is a very important contribution. And you know, this why I'm showing this. What are the pamphlets and books which we have published for creating awareness and educating people on plants. Now you see these orchids of Western Ghats. In this pamphlet, there are 115 orchids. And any student can identify each orchid with this pamphlet, and it costs 10 rupees. Can we do it? As a teacher, can we make pamphlets of all the many genera with many species and make them available to the student at lowest cost? That is what we work for our students, or we should work for our students. What I feel, universities, colleges, schools have strength of talented, hardworking, enthusiastic, and passionate students who can be trusted upon conservation of biodiversity. I am sure these young people, if they are really trained, inspired, they can take care of our biodiversity. Okay. And then finally, I want to tell you something which is very important. Any species which we see, we just say this is a Mangifera indica. This is very wrong. Each species is a unique genome. Okay, it is a unique creation of nature. It is unparalleled. Each plant is an unparalleled chemist. It is witness of evolutionary history of life. It has phytogeographical significance. It has different functions in ecosystem. It has different range of tolerance. It has different spatial relationship, phylogenetic relationship, and each plant species or each species is a biological capital of man. Okay, and therefore, as a botanist, I feel that every species needs to be conserved. Whether it is people feel that whether it is useful to human being or not, we don't care. My department works on plants which are neglected by all other people. Okay, now plants are best friends, doctors, artists, designers, engineers, economists, technicians, and finally best teachers of life. Anybody can argue with me, they are the best teachers. And you know, biodiversity is a biological capital of the country, man, or region. There is no other capital as important as biodiversity because our very survival depends on plants. Every plant species which we are seeing, every student, only few photos are there. Every student is our strength. My strength is really my students. Whatever Professor Sikalgarkar told about me, these are achievements of my students, are not of mine. With this word, I thank you very much. And if you have some questions, I will be happy to take. I think I am in time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent and outstanding lectures. I request to the audience if anybody want to ask some question from Professor Yadav, sir. Any audience, please? Any audience? If you want any questions? regarding the presentation of Yadav sir? I think no, sir.
There is no question. If
So,
there is no question, my request to all those who are listening me, that is, every species need to be conserved. Major problem is a population problem. Nobody talks about it. We talk about conservation, but as population increases, there will be more and more demands on wild resources. And therefore, really speaking, if we want to go for conservation along with population control, we have to go for all these activities. And botanical gardens, botanical gardens now will be germplasm banks of the world. And when we are fighting for one gene, then botanical gardens will be having many species with many genes. And therefore, all of us, we should see that in each institute, we should have gardens where we conserve our wild plants. That is my request to all.
Thank you very much, sir. Your hard work, your dedication, and your efforts is visible on the ground in the form of lead botanical garden. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much, and for giving an excellent lecture. I know you are a very good orator. I have listened to your lecture so many times. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, Skand Misra ji, for giving me this opportunity. So thank you all of you. Thank you very much. और यादव सर चरण स्पर्श आपका आशीर्वाद हमको मिलता रहता है।
डॉक्टर SR यादव ने बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से यहाँ पर अपने लीड बॉटेनिकल गार्डन शिवाजी कोल्हापुर के बारे में जानकारी दी और बहुत ही अच्छा, खासकर स्टूडेंट्स के लिए और टेक्सोनॉमिस्ट और जो बॉटनिस्ट हैं उनके लिए बहुत ही उपयोगी है। और आगे क्योंकि यहाँ पर केवल गार्डन नहीं बल्कि रिसर्च और अन्य सुविधाएं भी हैं और अन्य विश्वविद्यालयों में भी ऐसे ही और महाविद्यालयों में इसी तरह के कोशिश है कि बॉटेनिकल गार्डन लगाए जाएं। नैक ने भी इस पर काफी जोर दिया है कि हर इंस्टीट्यूट का अपना बॉटेनिकल गार्डन होना चाहिए और यादव जी का जो प्रयास है, डॉक्टर यादव का प्रयास है, वो हर विश्वविद्यालय और कॉलेज के लिए उपयोगी है। निश्चित रूप से उनसे सलाह लेना चाहिए, जा करके वहाँ पर उस बॉटेनिकल गार्डन को देखना चाहिए। विशेष रूप से जो रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट से जुड़े हुए इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं बॉटनी फील्ड के, वो उसके लिए बहुत ही उपयोगी है। डॉक्टर यादव साहब ने अपना जो बहुत बिजी समय में हमें समय निकाल के दिया, क्योंकि उनका जस्ट 1-2 दिन में फॉरेन ट्रिप है और उस पे वो बिजी थे, लेकिन हमारे रिक्वेस्ट पर उन्होंने हमको समय दिया है, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। डॉक्टर सिकरवार साहब को, जिन्होंने कि यहाँ पर अपने विश्वविद्यालय का समय निकाल करके और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से वेबिनार के लिए दिया है, मैं उनके लिए भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद डॉक्टर यादव साहब, धन्यवाद सिकरवार साहब।
थैंक यू मिश्रा जी। राजकुमार साहब नमस्कार।
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर, नेक्स्ट सेशन स्पीकर डॉक्टर NS प्रदीप। डॉक्टर NS प्रदीप, वेलकम सर। डॉक्टर NS प्रदीप सर।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार अंसारी साहब, नमस्कार। नमस्कार।
अरे मैं कुछ काम से चला गया था मैं।
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर डॉक्टर NS प्रदीप सर। चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर जोनी अगस्टिन, प्रोफेसर बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट, सेंट थॉमस कॉलेज, पालाकोट्टयम, केरला। Co-chairperson Dr. G. Rajkumar, Principal Scientist, JNTBGRI, Kerala. Eminent Speaker Dr. Pradeep Sir, Principal Scientist, Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute for Plant Science, Kozhikode, Kerala. Welcome, sir. Dr. Pradeep Sir. Hello, Dr. NS Pradeep Sir.
हेलो मिश्रा जी।
हाँ यस सर, मैं लगा रहा हूँ फोन।
कुछ
सर
क्या
कनेक्ट
प्रॉब्लम? व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम?
He is not in the line.
अभी हाँ उनसे बात नहीं हो पा रही प्रदीप सर से, जस्ट मैं लगा रहा हूँ।
अच्छा,
दूसरी कॉल पे है सर वो अभी जस्ट।
हाँ समय नहीं हो तो स्कंद जी ना नेक्स्ट स्पीकर को बुला लो, वे पे ही अवेलेबल।
हाँ
अदरवाइज टाइम इज वेस्टिंग।
Yes, yes, sir. Professor Mishra is speaking, sir, from Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Please join, sir. Your talk time, sir. Oh, हाँ, हाँ, रिमोट लोकेशन पर हैं, वो ट्राई कर रहे हैं सर। सिकरवा साहब, बात हो गई है, वो जस्ट ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, रिमोट लोकेशन पर फोन आया है।
अच्छा,
हाँ
नहीं टाइम लग रहा हो तो अगले वाले को कर लो, उनकी
अभी वो ट्राई कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा देख लेते हैं, फिर नहीं तो जयसन साहब का नेक्स्ट लेक्चर है, जयसन केरला से डॉक्टर जयसन, उनका लेक्चर करवाते हैं।
और बीना मैडम नमस्ते।
मैडम
नमस्कार मैडम। सिंह साहब नमस्कार। एके सिंह साहब नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार सब
नमस्कार सर।
सबको नमस्कार।
सुबह थोड़ा ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए क्योंकि व्यस्तता थी, इनॉग्रेशन मिस हो गया।
मैं थोड़ा लीव कर रहा हूँ, मैं फिर इस बीच में लंच कर लूँ। फिर मैं ज्वाइन
बात कर लेता हूँ, नहीं होगा तो उनको अलग दूसरा टाइम दे दूंगा। हाँ, हेलो। सर नेक्स्ट सेशन को ओपन कर लेते हैं टॉक को, सिंह साहब। हाँ, तो डॉक्टर राजकुमार सर प्लीज, डॉक्टर राजकुमार सर।
Yes, yes, yes.
हाँ,
Yes, sir.
when
I think he's not in the line.
Dr. give his time, we will inform you, sir.
Okay.
Because he is in a remote area, so
Yeah. Try. The next session.
Our next speaker.
Yeah.
Dr. E.A. Jason. Dr. E.A. Jason, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome. Scientist G and
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Coordinator, Kerala Forest Research Institute, Thrissur, Kerala. Our chairperson, Dr. Lala Ashwani Kumar Singh, retired Senior Research Officer, Wildlife Forest Department of Odisha, and co-chair, Dr. Aditi Sharma, Senior Veterinary Officer, Dehradun. Dr. Aditi. Hello, Dr. Aditi. Oh, welcome, sir. And I am request to Dr. Lala Ashwani Kumar, sir. Please introduce our speaker, Dr. Jason, sir. Dr. Ashwani Kumar, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a real privilege to be amidst all of you who is organizing such a beautiful and wide-ranging subject for the webinar. And today we are very lucky. I know I have heard Dr. Jason's name long back. We never met in person or online. So today it is an opportunity. Dr. E.A. Jason is a former scientist G from Kerala Forest Research Institute. He was a former research coordinator, program coordinator, and head of the Department of Wildlife Biology. He is born in 1958. And yes, he was born in 1958 and did his PhD on birds in 1994. And his topic for PhD was on the forest birds, the synecological and behavioral studies. And in his professional career, he has received at least 6 awards. He has at least published or edited 6 books, 20 different chapters, 79 research papers, and more than 44 research reports. He is very active researcher with 6 PhD students, several seminar proceedings, more than 31, many popular articles. He gives only number 35, many radio talks, 14 number he has given. And very interesting, okay, I probably first came to know from this context. He reported the star turtle, which was earlier not reported in Kerala. turtle, tortoise, and terrapin. Sea turtle, terrapins are freshwater, and the tortoises are the land tortoises. Among them, the most beautiful one is the star tortoise. It was Dr. Jason who, for the first time, reported its presence for the Kerala state. And he introduced some of the modern scientific census techniques in Kerala for his department from 1993. He also initiated pioneering studies on human-wildlife conflict in Kerala during 1992, which actually he will be telling us more during his lecture today. And because he is the person who has produced benchmark information on this subject in Kerala. So his recommendations are in also solving human and crocodile conflict in Nayar Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay, crocodile was my subject when I started my career, 1975. I am from Orissa. Conservation measures which recommended for the protection of owl community in the Western Ghats. That also is from his work, Jason's work. More than 200 environmental education classes he has taken. So it's a variety of experience, wide experience, and we are lucky we have an experienced person like Dr. Jason. He will be telling us about the human-wildlife conflict in Kerala. I welcome Dr. Jason. Okay, our co-chairman, if he has or he has, I don't know, Aditi sir, if he has come, please say at least hello, Dr. Aditi Sharma, or else I invite. Oh, you are there. Please.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay. So tell 2-3 lines, and then we will go to Dr. Jason. At least tell about yourself.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, I'm very thankful that I'm here on this platform, and I have been serving as a senior veterinary officer for last 20 years. And I have also served in a tiger reserve where I have myself worked on human wildlife conflict. So I'm very excited and curious to listen to the presentation of Dr. Jason, and I wish him best of luck.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I don't want to waste much more time. Thank you.
Now,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Jason, it is over to you.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
is yours.
Thank you, sir.
All is yours.
Yeah. How much time I'm supposed to take, sir?
30 minutes.
Maybe half an hour. Okay. Thank you. I will try to finish my
Yeah,
talk within.
I know, very difficult to
Yeah, very
summarize
difficult. So
so
I'll
long experience.
summarization. Okay.
Yeah.
Very many thanks for the organizers and for our chairman and co-chairman also for telling me good words about me. We have been doing this work on human-wildlife conflict, as chairman already has mentioned, from 1992 onwards, and we have produced in this journey. I had the support of my 2 students also, so we all together worked at this program. I will start a presentation, then I will go along with that presentation. How to share? I don't know. It's not coming. Are you getting? Are you seeing the presentation?
Okay, now it has come, but you need slightly larger.
Okay. I am finding it. I don't know. It is, sir. You see it?
No, it's in small. You say at full screen mode, or else you can trace the left side column and show one by one slides. These are small images. Okay, now let's see.
Paul, I don't know what it is. The problem is that too. Can you see it? I'm not get.
No, we don't see. Again, you go back, please. That left panel which you see, I think with full screen there is some problem with many speakers. This left panel you just press to the right with your mouse, and one by one slide you click. That image we can see. Now you don't see anything.
I'll stop sharing. I'll start once more.
Yeah, once more. But it happened.
स्लाइड शो ऑप्शन में फुल स्क्रीन हो जाएगा शायद. स्लाइड शो ऑप्शन. स्लाइड शो ऑप्शन पे क्लिक करने से फुल स्क्रीन आएगा.
Okay. Oh, the same screen is coming. I don't know. I'm not getting my presentation screen.
No, you go back as you were going in the beginning. Share.
You present your entire screen, a window, a tab.
That's right. Full screen problem starts with many people.
Are you getting now? Do you get him now?
No. Okay. Now here, but we are getting small image. If you have the mouse, my suggestion is that left panel. Do you see this?
No, I cannot see. I will go with this. Otherwise, it will be.
Okay. Carry on.
So I will talk and as you will see. Basically, I thought of after last year also I was asked to present this program, but I could not do it due to some issues. So this time when Professor asked me to do this, I accepted it very happily. So today I'm going to tell you something about the human-wildlife conflict in Kerala. It is all very common in all over India. This human-wildlife conflict is increasing. So these are some of the pictures of issues happening all over India, and this has happened in Karnataka. But I will give you some details about the human-wildlife conflict happening in Kerala. So basically, we are doing we are studying only two issues. One is the crop damage issue. That means due to the wild animals. Basically, it is done by elephant and wild pig. And another issue is the human, the problem of human panther, this captive, not captive, our cattle being killed by our carnivores. So these are some of the things which we see in earlier issues. So as time is very limited, I don't know whether I will get to explain fully all the things. So basically, I will explain human-wildlife conflict occurs when the needs and behavior of wildlife impact negatively on the goals of humans, or when the goals of humans negatively impacts the needs of wildlife. This I am saying basically to make aware. I know that all people are not from the wildlife background here. Many botanists, I think, it is there. So basically, this is an issue of negative interactions between humans and wildlife. So it may be is a problem, and it actually hinders the conservation of wildlife also. Basically, it leads to the wildlife damage to crops, livestock, and human lives. So if these issues are increasing, the rural residents will kill wildlife, and that will be against our this ecology or mode of conserving the animals. So there is two dimensions actually. There's a wildlife dimension and human dimension. So we are going only to look at the crop damage issues, and basically the human dimension, like crop damage by wild animals, capital lifting, human casualties, and household damage, and zoonosis. Zoonosis we are not going into deep. Basically, we are going to deal with the crop damage by wild animals and cattle lifting and human casualties and household. So these four issues we have been studying in detail. So these are the four issues: crop damage by wild animals, cattle lifting, human casualties, and household damage. These four issues we studied in Kerala during all this our field work. So animal attacks, we can say that three types of animal attacks. One is a predatory attack or defensive attack or territorial attack. So we can see that a lot of literature is available on this issue. So this shows that this problem is there from the very old age. In the Middle East itself, it has been documented. And recently from the 90s, 70s onwards, it has been very detailed studied in India and also in Kerala. So Kumar and Appaya and all this our earlier workers, they have dealt a very detailed studies on this human wildlife conflict and crop damage issues in all over India, and many works are available. So we have been concentrating in Kerala on looking at what are the issues happening in Kerala. So we have been mainly looking at the capital lifting issues, the socio-economic aspects of cultivators, the evaluation of crop protection methods. So along with the studying the issue, we have been trying to how to mitigate this issue. So we have been evaluating the many methods to help the farmers. So basically, for those people that are not familiar with this problem, I am saying these slides. Otherwise, already who are very experts in this, they all know this. Basically, these mainly elephants or wild boar or Indian porcupine deer. They stray from the forest areas into homesteads and plantations, and consequent to this, lot of damage happens in the fringe areas of the areas where farmers are highly affected. According to our studies, almost 45 species of crops are destroyed by wild animals in Kerala. Among these, paddy, coconut palm, plantains, cassava, arecanut, coffee, oil palm, pepper, jack tree, mulberry, mango are some of the main. So you can say that most of the crops are very vulnerable to this attack, but this coconut palm and plantains are highly vulnerable to this attack by wild pigs and elephants. So look at the animals which are causing this damage. We can see that number one is elephant, followed by wild boar. Then you have the Indian porcupine, then goat, then sambar deer, bonnet macaque, then common langur, then barking deer, black-naped hare, and even peafowls are doing some damage in some area of the Kerala. So it has come to our knowledge, and people are suffering.
Dr. Jason, your slide not moving.
Then maybe
Your slide.
maybe I'm changing it very quickly. I will do
No,
it
no, no,
slowly.
no.
No?
It is not just first slide is there. So you click on the left panel. Now you do one thing.
Yeah.
Then it vanished now.
Now it is in presenting mode.
Presenting mode will not show you. That is what I'm saying. Again, if you come back to the previous screen, what I am saying, kindly follow that. Probably we will see a larger image. Presentation mode or full screen mode, many people are not successful in giving it.
Let me try to open it. Is it not?
No, you
It's
please come back to the same previous screen. The left panel, you will see the slides. Center, you will see another larger image. That you just bring. Then I will tell you what to do.
സാർ ആ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ മോഡിൽ പോയിട്ടേ
Ah,
ലെഫ്റ്റിലെ കൂടെ പാനൽ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ നീളത്തില്
presentation.
ലെഫ്റ്റില്
Left.
സ്ക്രീൻ ലെഫ്റ്റില് പാനലുണ്ട് അതിൽ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്താൽ മതി.
Presentation മോഡിൽ പോയപ്പോൾ ഷെയറും ക്യാൻസൽ ആണ് വരുന്നത്.
ഷെയർ ചെയ്യൂ സാർ.
It is not coming sharing. First we have to look at your entire screen. Present your entire screen is showing.
You say no. You want only one window. I don't want entire screen. There are probably option will be there. Window, one window or screen. Just don't say screen. You say one window.
But this double screen is coming.
Oh, because so many times you have clicked.
I have to close it all. It has come lot. How to close it all?
Dr. Jason is arranging it. Let me tell you. See, please, Jason, you please arrange your slides quickly. I am just giving an introduction to the whole. See, in Odisha, we have large number of elephants, and 70% of the human wildlife interface. I never say conflict, because when there is conflict is between equals. It is between two animals and human being. Human being always says that we are the sufferers. So I say that it is the interface between human and the wildlife. And whatever cases we record in Odisha, 20% of the cases are because of elephants. And the other, what Dr. Jason said, similar, wild boar, Yeah, are you ready, Dr. Jason?
It is not coming, sir. It is not.
Then you just speak. You give a lecture. You give a lecture.
Yeah, I will give you an extempore, and that's only possible. So we have been you're sharing it. So I will be missing the data on that other things. So basically, we have been looking at these issues of crop damage. That's what I was saying. Crop damage and human casualty issues. Out of this, crop damage has come very severe, and mainly it has come from animals like elephant, wild pig, and deer species, and also from even peafowl also it has come very late. So we have estimated all these things, how much by each animal. So we have studied this in two areas. Basically, starting from 91, we have been doing it from first we have done a total survey all over Kerala, wherein we have done a state survey and found out, that is in 1991, we found out which are all the areas highly affected by this crop damage or human wildlife conflict issues. During those time, actually it was not an issue, but we thought that for doing any conservation, we have to look at it. Otherwise, this problem will increase later, that we understood. So we have been doing that survey. Later then we studied a detailed survey in our Marayur area, that's in Idukki district. So there we found one very unique species doing damage, that is the gore. So gore has been doing damage to even mulberry. So there are mulberry cultivation was going on. So a lot of damage is being done on mulberry. So we could quantify what are the damage done by this gore to all very substantial. I don't remember those numbers. It is there in the slides. very substantial damage is being done by Govt. So later we found that state-wise studied will not give us any detailed idea, because each area has its own issues. That's we found out. There is all issues are not everywhere. You cannot generalize it. Every issue, every area has its own problems. So we started doing it in concentrated. First, we done in that mode in Central Kerala. Central Kerala, we find wild pig has been doing damage to, say, the crops like coconuts, then plantains, and even areca nuts. All this being damaged by the uh, wild elephants. And in the case of wild elephant, they came attacking only when this at the ripe stage of the crop. That means when plantains are attacked, they never attacked at the time of young age or old. When this actually their vegetativity growth is a maximum, elephants came from nowhere and attacked plantains. So farmers was in very dilemma. So in some areas there was no history or no record of elephant attack for the last 20 years. In such a also this has happened. So that is the case with elephant. But all these tubers, it got attacked. So people are saying that you cannot do any cultivation of tubers since this presence of wild pig is there. So recently, you may be knowing, Forest Department, after having many deliberations, they are given permission to shoot the wild pigs. So that is the situation. But in the case of elephants, they have been one thinking by the people was that elephants will come and attack only when, because there is no food in the forest, or there is no food for or water in the forest. That was the general understanding. But our studies has shown that it is not that. So we know that they specifically come for attacking plantains at the right time, or they will come specifically looking for the coconuts. So it's not depending even the monsoon time or whenever water is available everywhere. Then also they came and attacked. So these were the issues, and actually we quantified these attacks in lakhs in all the panchayats where we studied. So this was actually eye opener. So like that we quantified for porcupine attack. Then we quantified wild boar attack, how much crops, how much rupees has been lost for in a particular panchayat, like that we quantified. Then very uniquely, we recently recorded Malabar giant squirrel attacking the coconuts. So it was for the first time we recorded because the giant squirrels were supposed to be very harmless, and but we came to know that many areas in central Kerala, these giant squirrels came and attacked the coconuts. So a lot of destruction of coconuts has happened to our farmers. So they are also suffering. So that was another issue. So like that, then we have another issue from the peafowls. Our paddy farmers, they were telling us that paddy is being attacked. So everybody, first time everybody has not believed it. How much they will saying that maybe a very few best you can just avoid it. So we wanted to quantify it. So we put up some plots and control plots, and we measured, and we have come with exactly this thousands of rupees is being damaged by these peafowls and other birds together. So actually for a paddy farmer it's a great loss. So like that we have been all these years we have quantified each species how much of rupees we damage. So that was one way of studying it. But along with that we tried some methods also how to control it. So we have recorded many maybe some 30 40 or indigenous methods used by tribal people or local people like that. So all they have been trying all this thing. But at that point some point it was very active, they could control it. But with the recent years, what is happening? The Wildlife Protection Act is being very severely followed in this part of the country, so that people are not at all very happy, or they cannot do any harm to the animal. So all this earlier detection method like capturing and killing was not able to do it this time. So people are at the receiving end. They cannot, forest department will book cases, and they cannot do anything to stop doing these things. So we were thinking that these methods will not be very efficient, and then we tried in many areas. Because by the time forest department also very active, and they have installed this electric fences with energizers in many areas. So what we found with these energizers is that electric fences with energizers is very effective, and it will not harm animals or humans. It is a psychological deterrent. But the problem is that you establish a electric fence, and but after some time, very soon it becomes inactive due to lack of repairing. Even though it is very small, maintenance is needed. Electric fencing in the departmental system or in the community system, it is not being made. So what is happening is, after spending lakhs of rupees, this fences will be spoiled and it will be lost. So elephants will be again coming. So such a very difficult situation is happening. But still, electric fences are being a best method. Our all studies have shown that this is the best technology. And in some areas, even we have put in forest department has put stone walls, granite walls in just like Aralam and all that, wherein stone with the granite walls with more than where elephants cannot climb, such a big
Great.
walls has been
Yeah.
put with crores of rupees in 6 kilometers, 8 kilometers, like granite walls has been put. But one thing what happened is that elephants are such a intelligent animals. They walked along all through the side of these walls. They see that where this wall ends, then through that place they will enter into the forest village area and start destroying. So that was one issue. And another issue was that the elephants, again, just like in fences, chairman all will be knowing, they are very intelligent. They tried all their methods of putting and climbing through the belly, and somewhere they will come through the walls and will get into this thing. And then eventually, it's just like our trenches. If you are not maintaining these walls also has become very ineffective. So that was the situation going on even now. But then we wanted to try two methods which has been very effectively used in Africa. One was this chili fence method, wherein our red chilies mixed with the uh, or used grease or engine oil. So we'll mix this red chili powder with this engine oil, and then we'll paste it on a rope, and that rope will be tied along our fields. It has been very successfully tried in Africa, introduced first, then it tried in Karnataka also, then we tried in Kerala also. Our experiments, we extensively had trials with this chili rope. Our experiment shows that it's a very effective method. These elephants never try to break away these chili ropes, because this very hot chilies, elephants don't touch it. So they will just move away along with the rope and will enter into some other area. So it was effective. But one problem with this chili rope was this: Kerala, as you all know, it's a very heavy rainfall area. So 6 to 8 months heavy rainfall. During this rainfall area, it will be very difficult to maintain this chili ropes. But in dry areas, I think it is in Africa and all, that tried it very effectively. Where this chili rope, once you put in, it will stay as it is. But in Kerala, it will be very cost effective, because in the heavy rains, you will have to, every time you will have to add this chili. So that way it was some issues we have. And we don't know, but the thing is that with the farmers also, we have done a lot of surveys. So all the farmers has reported that it is a very big concern to us. But their attitude is that this they all are very educated and all now. They cannot do anything to wildlife. That is a situation. So they know this is a government problem. So now the situation has come like that. Whenever an issue is that, they will report it to the government, they will keep quiet. So forest department has to come and take some action. They themselves will not do any action. That is a situation happening now, because they say that it is not our issue, it's a forest department issue. They should come and deter the animals. So the people, individual farmers, they are not doing any deterrent methods. But big farmers, big estate owners, they, some areas they maintain the electric fence, and they very perfectly maintain the electric fence with energizers. So they keep their estates and all very safe. But with the small farmers, issue is that as all the cash crops are fetching only very low revenue now. So these farmers are not finding it remunerative at all to put more money into all these fences, all deterrent activities. So they don't do anything at all. Such a situation has come. And media also has a very big role in this. So media has taken up this thing, and they started reporting every wildlife incident like that. Even a leopard comes into a village, it will be reported. Media coverage is very high in Kerala area. So every time it will be in print media or in our visual media, both media it will come. So like that, and nobody can do any personal hindrance also. That's also not allowed, because most of the people are law abiding, so they don't want to do any harm to the animals. And even if they somebody do it under some secretly, then their neighbors will be just informing the authorities, and they will be sued. So people are become very helpless, and entire burden of repulsing or what are deterring these animals has come into the hands of forest department, and department is also finding it very difficult. That way, what happened in northern areas and all that, in some areas, uh, long stretches of rubber plantations are there. In such areas, people used to do the first line of defense. So when this deterrent attack from the wild animals has increased, the people in the border areas, that's the forest and your agriculture field. So that border areas, first line defense, we used to say, these first line defense people, they buckled. They cannot restrain. So what they're doing now, they will try to sell their land in the forest areas adjoining the forest. They would like to sell their land, and no takers are there. So what they do, they just abandon the land and they go down to some other areas where there is no such issues are there. So with this sort of atmosphere coming in, many areas in the forest fringes are now without any support, and long uh, first line fringes, first line defense has come into the hands of forest departments. Now the situation is like that. Whenever elephants come into the village area, it will be reported into the forest department, and forest department has to come with all their might and their people watchers, and to push back the elephants. For that, forest department has come with a very particular groups called elephant repelling groups. So that is what is happening now. And along with that, this what you call repelling methods are also being tried. So this is a one situation in the field. But in our case, along with this chili rope, we tried with another technology, that is honeybee fences. Because in Africa, many experiments has proved that honeybees are very effective in repelling the elephants. We tried this method in Nilampur, and we found that we had a honeybee fence. Basically, it's pictures where that basically honeybees in a box in a string. So when elephants try to cross the string and touch the string, these honey boxes will be shaken, and honey bees will come out of it, so that all the honey bees will come out and start attacking whatever things are nearby. So elephants will get some biting. So that is the principle behind it. And we understood that some in the initial time, these elephants were not knowing about this thing, so they just walked away and destroyed the honeybee fences. But after that, getting some bites, then they become very aware, and then they that areas where these honeybee fences are there, they will stop and they will not disturb the honey boxes. So that was, but here also one social issue was that it's a technological issue. It was a very good, but maintaining the honeybees in the remote forest areas, because you have to maintain the honeybee boxes in the remote forest areas. That is a very difficult task, and you should know the apiculture very nicely. Then you should know the maintenance of honeybees. So like that, and protection of the honeybees in the interior forest also has become a issue. So like that, even though it is a very good practice, we found that it is very difficult to maintain these honeybees in the forest areas. So you cannot do it in a very big areas, but you can do it in small areas where you can have some concentration. It is well and good. So similarly with the our chili rope also, chili rope is also a very simple method. If you want, if your elephants are coming into your home today, you put a chili rope, you can stop it. You no look for the fence coming after 6 months and all that. You put a chili rope, elephants will not come. But people don't have that faith in chili rope. That's what we found our service, because they never faith, because such a small rope will stop elephant. They will always thinking. So there is no shock is
Okay,
there.
I
So
think
they are,
Dr. Jason, you have to summarize a little bit.
yeah, so they are all going for the honey, these electric fences only. So like that, we have come up with a two, three technologies like this, and we have actually quantified what is the actual loss happening with each animal to each crop in each areas. So these are all helped the forest department to understanding the problem, and farmers also to make understand, to make their issue such and such loss we are suffering from each animal. And this has helped farmers and conservationists. And now the department has come up with in the case of wild pig, they have allowed people to kill wild pigs where these problem areas are there. And in other areas, earlier it was very difficult to get money for fencing, but now it has become even crores of rupees are being very recently in Palapalli area, more than 10 crores are sanctioned for putting electric fences. Such a response has come from the forest department, and removing of some of the problem making wild pig also has come. So, but we know all that just in all other areas, these issues will continue, but we should need more studies in that. So that, but we should always think that people and wildlife has to coexist. So a lot of education program we conducted, leaflets we have produced, so so that people will understand how elephants and wild pigs are behaving. That will create a lot of reduce lot of enmity between animals and people. That's where concern. So I think we have succeeded in that effort, but I am very sorry that I could not just say slides and all that. Anyway, I could give you the point what I wanted to tell you. These things are all in the same thing, and some figures also you might have missed it, wherein we have produced elephants has destroyed this much and all that. So this is in nutshell our work, and we are continuing with this work also. My students also are continuing. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jason. It's
Yeah.
really a good summary, because very often we look at Kerala, something particularly for the elephant thing.
Yes.
Because it is sex ratio of elephant is something very skewed.
Yes.
And you have very well told about the different animals which cause man-elephant interface and the damages to the crop. So this Malabar giant squirrel, definitely the case is something
It
new
is
for
being
me also.
increasing now,
Yeah.
increasing now.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Aditi, as co-chairman, if you want to say 2-3 lines, please, we are welcome. and then
Yes, sir.
concluding. Yeah.
Yes. I want to congratulate the person because what I conceived in half an hour of you have covered a lot of things in this, different aspects of human wildlife conflict mitigation. Like you talked about the reasons, you talked about different species, and the good thing is that your study is a very long duration study, which we had started since 1991.
Yeah.
So this means that you might have seen the difference in the trends, which over the time increase or decrease in the human wildlife conflict, or the difference in the reasons coming up, new and new reasons and drivers of human wildlife coming up. And then you talked about the technologies. And yes, of course, I do agree that elephants are very intelligent, and whichever technology we use for them, they just in few days
Indeed.
they know how to
They are
break
kind.
it. So when we talk about the fences, I think in Kerala also now you might be using tentacle fencing also in in place of the fixed fences because they have a bit more
Yes.
success rate. And then the thing is that of course mitigation we are doing, but we don't have a permanent solution for this human wildlife conflict. So ultimately, what we come up is that we have to coexist only.
Yes.
There's no other option.
The other
This is
option. Yeah.
what, this
Correct.
is the conclusion which we reach at the last.
Okay.
So
Yes.
maybe you also agree with this thing. And
Thank you, Dr. Aditi.
Thank
And
you.
it's really
We have produced all our papers is available in literature in it's open, and we have produced 3-4 reports also available. It's also available in net.
yeah. Actually, coexisting. To be,
Yes.
that's a very holy saying, pious saying. Coexist. But the farmers who suffer, they know what is it like. And
Now, coexisting, what we have been trying is that to make aware farmers, because most the present generation, they don't know how to deal with these elephants.
no, okay,
Earlier people, old people, they know him,
that's right.
but now they don't know what panicked young people.
That's right. See, my concluding
So
remarks
that we have been
for the
trying.
day, that people they have lost their tolerance, and the retaliatory killing is also increasing. And accordingly, the compassionate payment which the government gives for losses of crop or life or injury to the people, that has been increased at all levels in all states. And okay, honeybee, I want to add one thing.
Yes.
Is that honeybee, the ultrasounds, they disturb also the elephants in communicating. And this, so our aim has to be to prevent retaliatory killing, pay compassionate payment, and you take preventive measures and precautionary measures. And day by day, we are adding species to the problem human elephant animal wildlife interface. Say porcupine, macaques they do, of course. Gaur also I didn't know because when you are living close to the forest, so those kind of risks are always there. And one good thing you are doing is that people are being vacated or people selling their land and going elsewhere and getting settled. That's a very good trend. At least some buffer area will be available for the forest. Thank you all. It's a very good overlook at the entire thing, on a cursory look at the entire thing. So I congratulate again and thank you all for listening to it. Any questions? Probably no. And again, thank you all.
Thank you.
And you please, probably Dr. Misra, Professor Misra will be asking you a paper for publication or something.
Yes, yes, yes. Certainly.
So that will be.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you, sir.
So I close it.
Thank you.
Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Dr. Jason sir, eminent speaker, Dr. Atiti, co-chair, all of you, thank you. So now next session, speaker, Dr. Nidhi Bharadwaj. Dr. Nidhi Bharadwaj.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome, Dr. Person, Dr. Chandra, Dr. Veena Chandra, Head Botany Division, FRI, Dehradun.
Namaskar to all
Veena,
of you.
Madam, welcome. And co-chairperson, Dr. S. Nurunisa Begum, Curator, Center for Conservation of Natural Resources, Bangalore. Welcome, Madam. Begum, Madam.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, everybody.
Namaste, madam. Nuri madam or namaste
Namaskar,
madam.
namaskar. नमस्कार नूरी मैडम, नमस्कार।
नमस्ते, कैसे मैम आप?
बढ़िया है, ठीक है।
थैंक यू मैम।
Actually, में डॉक्टर नीलू शूट मैडम चेयरपर्सन थी, लेकिन इंटरचेंज हो गया बीना मैडम से। बीना मैडम चेयर करेंगी और अगला सेशन नीलू मैडम करेंगी। तो आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग टू डॉक्टर वीना चंद्रा मैडम, प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस अवर स्पीकर डॉक्टर निधि भारद्वाज।
I have the pleasure in introducing Dr. Nidhi Bharadwaj, whom I have known for the last almost 25 years. She has completed her MSc from Pandit Lalit Mohan PG College, Rishikesh, and after completing her MSc from Rishikesh, she joined FRI as JRF and later SRF. She joined FRI in the USDA Pine Project on the Himalayan pines. She also obtained her PhD degree from FRI in the year 2002, and her topic of research was role of fungal symbiont in the growth of Pinus roxburghi. Later, she shifted to Chandigarh, but before that, she had a short stint as assistant professor in Chinmay Degree College, Haridwar, where she was teaching botany to the UG and PG courses. In Chandigarh, before joining the Cactus Garden, she joined the Institute of Microbial Technology, and later she joined as in Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran as in charge of the garden. I have personally visited the Cactus Garden a couple of years back, and it has a wonderful collection of cactus and succulents, and Dr. Nidhi will be showing you everything. Apart from in charge, she also holds the charge of Executive Engineer Horticulture in Panchkula presently. Our topic today is Prickly Paradise in Panchkula, the National Cactus and Succulent Botanical Garden and Research Center. I invite Dr. Nidhi to present her talk. Dr. Nidhi, please.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Veena Chandra, ma'am, I am so much glad to meet you again through VC in such a beautiful collection of intelligent and people which have contributed extraordinary services in these botanical, zoological research area. I am thankful, very thankful to you, ma'am, and I am also thankful to Dr. Nirunisika Begum, and I'm also thankful to the Professor Skand Ji, who has invited me in this webinar and given me the opportunity to make you introduce to the beautiful and the Asia's claim to be Asia's largest cactus garden, which is located in Haryana, in Panchkula. I would like to describe here that it is a small pocket which is spread in an area of 8 acres. Just I would like that I want to share the small video on the cactus garden. So here we have started with the entrance of the cactus garden. And this cactus, this is the entry of the cactus garden. On the right hand side, we can see the pachypodiums. These are the succulent plants. We have a collection of bursaras. This is the beautiful landscaping of the Panchkula cactus garden. In the center, we have developed, this is the left side. These are the euphorbias, groups of euphorbias, which are grown naturally. And these are the lawn areas. Here you can easily see the prickly beauties, which are being beautifully displayed in the area of specially destined areas of the cactus garden. In the cactus garden, which is spread over an area of 8 acres in Sector 5 Panchkula, we have nearly 800 species of cacti, which has been displayed outdoor on the specially designed rockeries, or what we can say mounds, the soil mixtures, or the soil which is being specially prepared for the growth or to enhance the growth of these cacti. Basically, these cacti are the plants which are not indigenous to India. Most of the cacti species are the exotic species which are not normally found in India. Here you can see that we have a mammillaria collection of 1990. These rounded cacti you can see, these are known as Echinocactus brunsoni, one of the largest group of the Echinocactus, which has nearly collection of near about 280 species. I'm just showing you the video of the garden, because I don't think such a garden is anywhere in India. These cacti and the succulent plants are because special delicacy only and only as well. I will mention here xerophytic plants. They have the very special capacity to absorb the moisture directly from the atmosphere. Especially when during the rainy season, it's become very difficult to it's become very difficult to survive these plants. So here we have specially prepared the mixtures on the bounds, which is what we can say, which has the high amount of porosity in the soil. Large amount of soil sand mixture is there, pebbles are there, so that the water holding capacity should be reduced for the growth, to enhance the growth of these cacti. So you can go through, these are the here I am showing the large varieties of cacti being displayed in the cactus garden. We have 25 mounds are there, and in between the mounds, the pathways are being built, so that the people who walk through, who can easily enjoy the beauty of the botanical garden of the cacti easily. Here the nolinas are being displayed. These are certain serious varieties. Again, Echinocactus brunsoni, Clestocactus. These are the euphorbias, red color flowered euphorbias. And these we can say these are ferrocactus. We can see the fruits also on their crowns. We have the display of agaves. We have the display of euphorbias. We can here see chandan plant, chandan tree in the cactus garden. And this is the rockery specially dedicated to the display of aloe varieties. We all are more familiar with the agave, aloe barbadensis, which has been commonly used in the creams, which is commonly used as in the moistures, aloe vera. This is again the rockery which is displayed dedicated to cycas and agaves. This yellow leaved. This is Euphorbia truncali. These are the agaves aloe, display of the aloe plants in the mount. So now I will like to start with my presentation. This is a special pocket in the Panchkula, Haryana. And we have near about 3,005 varieties, 3,500 varieties of cacti and the succulent plants. In here, we have specially brought the plants or the seedlings from the abroad. They have been acclimatized according to the Indian environment, and they are being grown on the mountains, on the mounts, where the mixture has been developed for their for their growth. And after 40 to 50 years, now they have become totally acclimatized to the Indian environment, and they are growing very well in the cactus garden. Now here I would like to mention that the cacti and succulents are the two different group of plants. Cacti and succulents, basically they are the xerophytic plants, but the cacti have a special kind of structures, what we known as areoles. These areoles give birth to the are the points, or what we can say small tiny holes, from which the leaves, spines, or the hair-like structures they grow out. So this is again the cactus garden. This is the mount which has been dedicated to the Opuntias. Here about 10 to 15 varieties of Opuntias are being displayed and on the Opuntia mount. This is the adeniums, the desert rose which has been displayed, jadropas, the plants bearing the red flowers. These are the pachypodiums. This is a succulent looking like a cacti, which bears the spine all over the body, has a beautiful cortex. This is a small pond which is being created in the cactus garden, man-made pond. So this is the mount of pachypodium. Near about 6 to 7 varieties of pachypodium are being displayed. This is a succulent. This is not a cacti. And this is Stenoclada, Euphorbia stenoclada, the big tree, very big tree of Stenoclada, which has the poisonous latex. These are the Allodias, certain Hagoceras, certain Echinocactus. This is again the Opuntia variety. Gymnoclasiums. These are the mammillarias bearing the beautiful pink colored buds, which will bear the flowers in the summers as well as in the winters. So here we have in cactus garden, we have outdoor, we have displayed the cacti plants outdoor as well as indoor. We have developed a beautiful indoor display of cacti, in which we have displayed near about 50 to 60 varieties of cacti. These you can see grow beautiful, sir. The series, these are cacti plants are very slow growing, and they are attained a very beautiful height in the cactus garden and very well acclimatized according to the Indian environments. So you can easily go through on the backdrop, the beautiful, long, big, heavily branched cacti species, certain serious species which are being displayed. So this is Carnegia gigantea, a very, very, very slow growing cacti, basically native of the Madagascar, and It grows near about 3 to 4 centimeter only in a year. These are the Malis which are making their efforts to keep the cactus garden standards, to keep up the standards of the cactus garden. These are the beautiful. This was the beautiful display of the astrophytums. You can see the baobab tree. So this was a short video on the cactus garden, because before proceeding towards the species and the collection of the plants we have in the cactus garden, I just want you to be familiar with the landscape or the surroundings where the cactus garden is being made. So now this cactus garden is a small pocket in Panchkula, which has being acknowledged, not only, it is a pride not only of the Panchkula, in fact of the Haryana, and it has been recognized internationally also. Because sometimes I am really surprised, the people from abroad like Germany, America, Canada, they call me and they say that your cactus garden is very beautiful and we want to come and see your cactus garden. And what the remarks they give us, that we have gone all over the world, but there are the certain pockets which are being dedicated to certain species. Suppose we say, if we say about a kind of cactus, it is only destined to certain American or the Mexican pockets. But the display of such a large amount of varieties, here about 3,500 varieties, out of which 800 varieties are being displayed outdoor under one roof, is a rare and is a rarest of rare incidents. So now coming to the next slide. The mainly objective to develop the cactus garden is in the cactus garden in the Panchkula was to conserve and to preserve the endangered species of cacti as well as of the succulent plants, and to create the tourist attraction in the Panchkula. Now here we have near about 800 species which are totally acclimatized, which we claim to be acclimatized under the Indian environment in the cactus garden. Here we have imposed the ticket only of 10 rupees, so that people can come and they can enjoy the beauty of the cacti, because most people here, they are surprised by the morphology of the plants of the cacti which are being displayed in this area. Next, again you can see on the right, starting from the extreme left top, this was the entry point. Then are the Pachycereus springly. It is a very bulky tree, or what we can say cacti, which is basically belong to Madagascar. Its leaves are being so reduced that leaves are in the form of leaves are in the form of spines, in order to reduce the loss of water due to transpiration. So this is the modification which these desert plants develop, and it is a very slow growing cacti which is being seed grown of 1979. And next you can say on the left, on the bottom, you can see the indoor display of the certain serious varieties in the cactus garden. And we have used a technology which is known as grafting here. Here the two different species of the cacti are being grafted in order to enhance the growth of the cacti plant. Basically, I will like to mention over here, these cacti plants are very slow growing, and in certain species we are not able to grow them from the seed. To grow them and to make to prepare the plant in the speedy way, we use a grafting technology in the regular basis in these varieties. Here on the extreme bottom left side, this is again the variety of Conchia, which is bearing very beautiful yellow colored flowers displayed in the extreme summers. You can say the flowering month is May to April, in which this pad, the green color pad, again it is a stem which is being modified to conserve the water, And the spines you can see, these are the leaves. And in order to reduce the transpiration, thus leaves have become the spines, and the conservation of water is being done by the stem. And another thing is that the stomatas are sunken deep inside. That is again the adaptation to reduce the transpiration. Next slide, please. Here again you can see, sir, a very morphologically different variety of cacti, which is known as Echinocactus grusonii. इसकी जो structure होता है, it is like a matka, and totally round shaped this plant is, and this is again an exotic species which is mainly used for the landscaping in this cactus garden. And basically the propagation of this variety is through the seeds. This is also known as mother-in-law cushion, because it bears the very long spines. Next slide. Again, this is a display of Echinocactus grusonii. You can see the rounded plants which are being greatly displayed all over the mounds of the cactus garden. Sir, I would like to mention here that this cactus garden is being developed in Panchkula on the basis of Huntington Desert Botanical Garden of US. Next slide. This is again a brief introduction about the cactus garden. Next slide. Here, so you can see a variety which is known as Adansonia digitata. All over the world, it has near about 8 species of these trees, which are also known as baobab trees. And it is a native of Madagascar. In South Africa, Madagascar, this tree developed so massive cordex that the people there had carved the cordex, and they have made the certain restaurants. They have passed the roads through the cordex because they are their native place, and they grow unchecked over there, and they develop such a bulky and massive cordex over there. And its leaves are being used as vegetables. This fruit is highly nutritious. It has a high content of vitamin C, and its bark is used for the treatment of the patients of anemia, which have the deficiency of the blood. And this tree is basically the native of Madagascar. It is again not a cacti, it is a succulent plant. And it's very massive tree. It reaches about 50 to 60 feet. And पुराने जमाने में हमने word सुना था कल्प वृक्ष. So kalp vriksh is a vriksh. This is a synonym which is being given to the Adansonia digitata, because each and every part of this plant is having the medicinal value. Next slide. So again, this is the adenium. Adenium, it is a plant of Passifloraceae family, and basically it is native of Tanzania, Madagascar, and Somalia. It is a caudiciform. Caudiciform means that this plant bears the branches, but the cortex of the plant is rounded. It develops a very beautiful and round cortex. It is a very good specimen for the preparation of the bonsais, and the tuber of the plant is being used for the cough. It is used as a medicinal plant also in the certain cough syrups, and it increases the lactation in the nursing mothers. Next slide. So again, here it is a very beautiful variety, which here we in cactus garden we are having about 6 to 7 species of this astrophytum, varieties of this astrophytum. This is also known as star cacti. As you see the morphology of the cacti, it bears certain white dots all over the body, and it has certain ribs also, 7 to 8 ribs. And at the top, it has certain areoles or certain crown from which the flowers, yellow color flowers, it bears the yellow color flowers on the crown. After sitting, and the flowers lead to the setting of the fruits, and the fruits bear the seeds. Mainly, the propagation of this astrophytum is through the seeds. Next slide. Now here I am mentioning the aloe. Most of us are very familiar with the aloe vera, a variety of aloe which is highly being exploited commercially. It is the aloe barbadensis, and the family of this aloe is Asafoetida. It is basically not an indigenous plant. It is a native of Africa, and aloe species, they have condensed stem. The plant is in the form of rosette of thick fleshy leaves. Basically the water conservation, or what we say, the water conservation is in the leaf. It is again a medicinal plant which is highly used in the digestive disorders, in the skin problems, in certain creams, in shoe polishes, in the treatment of eczema like ringworm, the medicines which are being prepared for the treatment of the skin diseases. Next slide. Now this is again a very beautiful plant which is indigenous or endemic to the Madagascar, and it is being displayed approximately near about in 7 to 8 mounts. This is Alodia. Here in India, in Cactus Garden, we have only one variety of Alodia, that is Alodia procera. The beauty of this plant is that it bears a very long stems, and these stems directly bear, they directly bear the spines and the leaves. The leaves of these plant don't have petiole. The leaves directly grow over the stem, and the leaves are a very small size. This is again an adaptation to the xerophytic climate condition to reduce the transpiration in the hot weather. Next slide. Now this is a Bursera. Bursera, it is all over the world, near about 100 species are there, but we have near about 10 to 11 species of Bursera in Cactus Garden. And this Bursera is native of Southwest United States as well as of certain parts in Mexico, I will mention. What is basically this, the wood of this Bursera, it bears certain oil glands and are odoriferous. Odoriferous means they have beautiful smell, and the species are being used, the extract from their stems or from the leaves are being used as a car fresheners, and it forms a very natural beautiful specimen for the bonsai, because the stems and the cordals, they form a very beautiful bonsai species. In our Cactus Garden, we have a very huge species of these Burseras which are being displayed like the massive bonsai. Next. Now this is the Carnegie. This is again a exotic variety, and it belongs to US Arizona, commonly known as sago cactus. It is again a very slow growing cacti species, and it grows only 3 to 4 centimeters in a year. Next. I think euphorbia, this is a variety of euphorbia, and most of us are familiar with this species. And here we have large amount of display of cacti. For bordering of certain of our mounts in the cacti, we have specially used the display of very beautiful red colored bearing mealies, or you can say euphorbia varieties. These are basically the woody shrubs. Sometimes when unchecked growth, they become the trees also, and they sap. When you cut the leaves or the stem, they excrete a sap, a white color sap, which is poisonous, and it is being also used in certain medicines also. Next. Now this is Echinoceros. it is a columnar cacti. Columnar cacti means it forms, its basic morphology is in the form of column. It grows vertically and it bears a very brilliantly colored flowers, a very big size flowers, and it mostly the flowers mostly they bloom in night, and it is also known as hedgehog cacti. Again, coming to this gymnoclasiums are also known as chin cactus. These cactus are variously colored. We have nowadays we have large amount of colors of these cacti in the market. They are extremely red, pulpy, bright neo yellow, and they have beautiful mixtures of brown, red, pink shades, orange shades, and basically it belongs to Paraguay, Bolivia, and Argentina. In Cactus Garden, we have beautiful display of these bright colored gymnoclasiums. We have also displayed these varieties as a grafted species in the Cactus Garden. We have displayed them mostly indoor because in the open they are very delicate species. During the rainy season, they die very fast. Now these are the Virthias, the very beautiful tiny plants, and they are again the xerophytic plants, and they bear a very beautiful white color flowers. They belong to family Asphodelaceae. They are endemic to the South Africa, and in Cactus Garden, which we have near about 180 species of these Virthias, and basically there are many varieties and many morphologically different types of Virthias in the cacti garden. Here this cacti is also known as lizard cacti because you can see the beauty or the backside of the leaf. It looks like a tail of a lizard. The contrast of white and green patches is synonym with the tail of the lizard. It is also known as a lizard Virthia. Next variety. Now these are the mellow cactus, and the morphology of this cacti is that it bears the beautiful ribs, and in between the ribs you can see the leaves. These leaves are the modified you can see the spines, and these spines are the modified leaves. On the top of this mellow cactus, you can easily make out that a brown color structure is there. Here on the top or the crown of the plant, they bear the crown of buds in a form of ring on the top. They bear the flowers, and after that it bears the pink color fruit which bear the seeds for the propagation. And the interesting part of these mellow cactus is that each year you can calculate the age of this cacti through the rings on the wall of this crown. If it bears the first wall after near about 5 to 6 years. After that, you can easily calculate the age of the cacti in the form of rings which develop on the crown of these mellow cactus. Next slide. Now these are the mammillarias. This is the largest genus of the cacti, and we are about in Cactus Garden. We have near about 272 species of these mammillarias. These mammillarias bear the very beautiful variety of colored flowers. Again, they bear some varieties. They bear the seeds. Some varieties they do not produce the viable seeds, and they are mainly propagated through the grafting only. Next slide. Now this is the notocactus, and now it is being merged with a genus Parodium. And here we have beautiful. We don't have much plants of this notocactus in our garden. We have near about 3 to 4 plants of this cactus of this notocactus seasonal garden. Here's a very beautiful yellow color flower on the top. The spine, the color of the spine, it has the ribs, It is again a columnar cacti, and the spines, the beauty of the spines is that the spines, these are yellow color. When we see this, it looks like a yellow wall, a yellow cottony cover around the plant. These are the aponcias, जिनको हम मोस्टली इंडिया में कहते हैं नागफनी. एंड इंडिया में तो इनका इतना एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया हुआ, लेकिन इट इज बेसिकली जो फॉरेन कंट्रीज में है, द पीपल जो अपोंशिया, द फिग, from the fig they make the candies, they make the jellies, they make the certain alcoholic drinks also like vodka and lemonade from these aponcia fruit, and it is basically native of Mexico and Southwest America. It's the pulp and the juice is a good healer of the wound, and it is used in the inflammations which are caused in the digestive tract as well as in the urinary tract. It is I will like to mention here the pickles are also being made from its fruit, and it is the gel of the sap of the prickly pear is being used as a hair conditioner also. You can easily see the spines which are being developed on the stem, which is looking like a leaf. On the periphery or on the top of this stem, you can see the pink color fruit, which become more and more red in color as it ripens and it bears the seeds, black color seeds. Now again, it is a very beautiful display of columnar pachypodiums. These pachypodiums are in the form of trees as well as in the form of shrubs. These are basically from native of the Africa. Here in our cactus garden, we have near about five varieties of these pachypodium. They bear the very beautiful white color flowers during the rainy season and in the summers. And basically, this is a succulent, and it looks like a cacti. All of the stem, you can see it is a mild cortex formation in the bottom, and it becomes more steeper and develop branches on the crown towards the top, and it also bears the leaves on the top. The stem is without the leaves, and the stem is all over covered by a group or the bunches of the spines, and the spines which grow in the form of in the cluster of 2 to 3 spines in one group, and basically it is being propagated through grafting as well as through the seeds. Next. Here, I will like to mention that I had also written a book on the cactus garden, in which we have covered the diseases which are being through which the cacti are being affected, and how these cacti plants can be propagated, how they can be grown, how their mixture is being prepared, how we can protect these exotic species during the adverse conditions. And I will also mention and like to thank here my co-partner, head of the IT department, Arunji, who has made this display feasible through supporting me during my presentation. And thank you, Veena ma'am, thank you, Nerusina Begum ma'am, and thank you, Professor Skans, for giving me this opportunity, and all our colleagues who had listened patiently to my information. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi, for taking us on a virtual tour to your cactus garden, though I have visited it myself.
Yes, ma'am.
And on your behalf, Dr. Nidhi, I invite all of you once to Panchkula
sure,
to visit the garden where she is serving. It was a very informative talk for all of us, I'm sure. We know cactus, and in cactus, we know just a few genera where you showed us almost so many genera that grows in your garden. And the session is open for questions now. Any questions, please?
Ma'am, I wanted to mention one more thing. These cacti garden, these cacti are being now promoted by the Vastu from the point of view of Vastu also. Because one interesting fact came in front of me in the recent years. एक दो लोग आए मेरे पास, they said कि ma'am we want a cacti plant. मैंने कहा mostly it is a myth that we shouldn't keep the cacti in our homes. So he said कि ma'am I went to a Pandit ji. He said कि my business was not running. He said कि you keep the cacti at your entrance of your shop so that it absorbs all the negativity because they are the good absorbers basically. So it is said that when the people come to our workplace or our business place, so they being a good absorbers, they also absorb they purify the aura also. Aura is basically the medical what we say electromagnetic field around each person. That is the aura, what we say, and they purifies the aura of also of the people who come to visit to us or for come to our business place or workplace. This was one of the interesting. Although I don't written evidences about it, but I just came through this interesting fact, especially during the COVID time.
Ma'am, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Bhupesh Gupta from Pondicherry.
Right, sir.
Nidhi ma'am, very nice presentation. So I learned many things regarding the landscaping and the beautiful garden and everything. So I want to know one thing only. So how many species can survive in Tamil Nadu, especially in the kind of, we're keeping, there are so many plants, no? So can you suggest how many species can
I
survive in
think, sir,
Tamil Nadu?
basically, Tamil Nadu, basically, I think high humid area, I think humidity is high over there.
Ma'am, here temperature is too high, almost up to 35 to 38 degrees sometimes summer.
So it is fine, sir. It is fine because these cacti can survive up to the temperature of 45.
Oh.
In Panchkula, we have temperature nowadays of 48 degrees in summers. So
Any indoor side, any indoor it is available, ma'am? Any indoor cacti?
Outdoor even, sir.
Indoor any species are available there?
Indoor, sir, in the summers, for the indoor species, we have installed the coolers because ventilation of the air should be there. If there is no ventilation of the air, they will develop the fungus and they will develop the certain diseases. So in summers, we have certain coolers. Temperature should be maintained. But outdoor, breeze is there, air flow is there. They can bear the temperature, high temperatures even because these are the desert plants where the temperature is more on the higher side. So I think in Tamil Nadu they can survive easily. But we have to go for experimental purpose with the introduction of certain hardy varieties initially. Then we can go for the other varieties.
Oh, thank you so much. In future, I plan to do something. So
Sure,
also. Let's
sure,
see.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Nurusa, do you want to say something? You were writing something when Dr. Nidhi was presenting?
I also.
Oh, well, yeah, that's my habit to just jot down. It was such a wonderful talk, actually. I've been hearing so much on native plants, indigenous species, and first time I attended an exotic thing. And especially your prickly beauties were truly beauties, amazingly maintained garden. And it is so interesting that in 8 acres, you have almost 800 species. And also, S.R. Yadav sir said that, a person like a taxonomist know where to collect, when to collect, how to propagate. And I think you were the true example of what he was describing. You were describing how a particular cactus or a succulent should be grown by seeds or grafted. And so it was a thorough kind of a learning for me. And especially for trees, we know with the rings, you understand the age, but even for the cactus with the rings, we can identify the age. And for the students over here, it would be a very good experience. And I thank you once again for taking us on a rendezvous to the succulent and cactus garden. And thank you for the organization to call such a diversified topic. And it was an opportunity for me to share Veena Chandra. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Neelu Sood. I called her around 10 yesterday in the night and requested her to exchange this because 30th I will be traveling. So she kindly agreed to it. And then I requested Professor Skand Mishra. So on my on behalf of the co-chair and on my personal behalf, I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. And I thank Nidhi for this wonderful presentation. It's always a pleasure to visit your garden, to go through your presentations. And I have the book that they have written on cactus, which she had presented to me when I was in Panchkula a couple of years back. So thank you, Professor Mishra, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
I just want to mention here, Dr. Veena Chandra ma'am was our hostel warden in FRI. And she was such a kind, and we used to bunk, and unko pata chal jata tha, okay, the girls are out today, and she used to say, okay, enjoy yourself. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for such a for giving us insight, and thankful for everything, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Mishra.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Veena Chandra madam, Dr. Naveen Nisha Begum madam, given your time and deliver a nice talk on cactus as a unit talk of our webinar. Thank you, madam. So now next talk, our speaker, Mr. Sheikh Hussain, freelance biodiversity scientist, Telangana. Mr. Sheikh Hussain, sir. Welcome. Chairman, Professor M. Gupta, founder and director, Universal Eco Foundation, Pondicherry, scientist, Museum and Taxidermy Section, Zoological Survey of India, Indian Museum, Calcutta. So, I am requesting to Dr. Umesh Gupta, sir, please introduce our speaker and chair the session.
Thank you. Really, I feel very happy and great pleasure to be here. So once again, good evening, everyone. So Hussain, he is my close friend, almost the past 17 years. So you're working together. There are so many projects also. So in that, really, I feel very happy and proud to introduce my friend, Mr. Sheikh Hussain, the freelance project scientist and conservationist, having experience of 15 years and worked for 5 years in a laboratory for conservation and endangered species, Lakans, also CCMB, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, both in field and lab on different projects like vulture project to find out nesting and roosting site of vulture in Eastern Ghats. Also, line-tail macaque project in Anamai Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu. Also, he done several camera trapping studies on tiger. So, especially he has worked more and more in Srisailam, Nagarjuna Sagar Srisailam Tiger Reserve also. Also, he is in taxonomy specialist in almost all taxa. I can say reptiles, birds, butterflies, so etc. Also, he is published more than reputation journals, also international journals. Also, he published several books also. Presently, he is working in different aspects. So almost evaluation, assessment studies, biodiversity project, EAI report, carrying capacity studies. So also he's worked at several institutions like WWF, Government of Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, Government of Telangana Forest Department, Government of Tamil Nadu Forest Department, also even Butterfly Conservation Society, Moss Society of Telangana, Greater Hyderabad Society, several institutions. Because of present situation, you are looking, some people is doing only for field survey. Somebody is doing only for laboratory. But he worked in laboratory as well as field. So this is the need for future things towards conservation of biodiversity and wildlife. He is the best person. Definitely his presentation very interesting. Let's see. Mr. Hussain, This is stage for yours.
Thank you, Gupta. So yeah, I feel happy here for inviting me. So I will be going directly to my presentation. My friend already, Gupta sir, has already introduced me completely. So my presentation is on conservation of avian fauna. So for better connectivity, I am switching off my video and I am presenting here. Hope my presentation is visible to all.
Yes. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you all. So today we are going for the talk directly. My talk is on conservation of avian fauna. So we all know Dr. Salim Ali is the ornithology or bird man of India. So we all know about him. So he is an Indian ornithologist and a naturalist. He was born on 12th November 1896 in Mumbai. So he is the first one who has conducted systematic bird surveys all over the country, India. And he has written several scientific publications and books over that. Later on, a lot of ornithological research with different people from even the Britishers and all different people have worked on Indian avian fauna. And yes, we were coming. What are birds? Birds are warm-blooded animals. Their body is covered with the feathers. These are the general features. We all know that they can fly, they can swim, and few of them they walk, they lay eggs and show parental care also. They have evolved from dinosaurs millions of years ago. The first bird is called as Archaeopteryx, which is the connecting link. Actually, it's the intermediary connecting link between reptiles and birds. So this is the Archaeopteryx. Its fossil remnants have been found out in Germany. So if we want to identify different features of bird are there, generally we know very few features like tail, feathers, we know the wings, beak. These many are the features which we try to describe whenever we see a bird. So there are a lot of features when we want to get into this avian conservation or to know about birds for bird watching or anything. So we have to know all these things. So these are the different, they have special features and they have special adaptations and they show sexual differences. That's male and female are also different in many species. That's called as sexual dimorphism. So birds, where they live in all forms of different habitats. You can find out because India is diverse with almost like 10 biogeographic zones from Himalayas in the north to the southern part completely, the peninsula part in the south, from the Gujarat in the west to the easternmost part in Arunachal Pradesh. They are found each and every habitat. Like they are found in desert also, they are found in Himalayas, they are found in all the western Ghats, eastern Ghats, all these habitats they are found. There are birds which can fly almost 9 months a year in the sky, and while the others live in caves almost all of their lives. So birds come in different sizes, that's their general size, from smallest to the smallest and the biggest to the biggest. We know ostriches and we have Saras cranes in India, which is the largest flying bird. So we have the smallest birds also, like we have waders, babblers, wavers. Birds are very pretty. They are very, very colorful. We all know that they come in different forms. Whenever we see different types of birds, we see they are very, very colorful. Birds are useful. Birds are very, very useful because they do pollination. They help in seed dispersal of different species plants. They, as a controller of insect pests, they control the pests. They are also scavengers, natural scavengers. Example like vultures, they clean up the environment. And as a cultural icon also, like example like Garuda, as a part of web of life, they are the part of holistic pyramid of life, also web of life in the food chain. So diversity of the birds, if we see, there are almost like more than 10,000 bird species found all over the world. Out of them, almost 1,500 species are found in South Asia. Out of that, 1,263 species found in India, belonging to 23 orders, 107 families, and 498 genera. So 78 of these are like terrestrial birds, and 22% are wetland birds. Current classification, it shows that totally there are 29 orders with 187 families and 2000 plus genera in that and 10,000 plus species. And it is rapidly changing, being updated every time, every year, whenever new classification or new things come up. So old classification, it was old fashioned, based on color, based on the type of flying birds, non-flying birds. It was like simple basic classification based on the food type, like insectivorous or frugivorous, piscivorous, graminivorous, all these based on the food type also the classification was done. Now classification of different orders, birds have been classified. These are different orders like Podicipiformes, Plesiformes, Suliformes, all these storks, ducks, kites, Asciptiformes. So kites and eagles are filmed. Galliformes are the peafowls, quails, the fowls, whatever we see. Gruiformes, moorhens and coots. Columbiformes, doves and pigeons. Psittaciformes, like parakeets. India has 16 different types of parakeets. Then Stringiniformes, different types of owls. We have smallest to the biggest owls also in India. Then we have Caprimuligiformes, that's the nightjars, which are completely nocturnal. And we have Pisiformes like barbets, Passeriformes, larks, crows, warblers, and mynas. So avian diversity, just I wanted to show you different images here. So nothing to seen here, like nothing to describe. Bayback shrike, pied bush chat, and common flameback woodpecker. Then spotted dove, scaly-breasted munia, red-vented bulbul, and pied wagtail, plain prinia, white-throated kingfisher, ashy-crowned sparrowlark, small green beater, and babblers, and black kite. These are like raptors, which we can see: Pallas fish eagle, Brahminic kite, common hawk cuckoo, osprey, shikara, which is very, very common. And these are egret, small great egret, median egret, little egret, cattle egret, grey heron, purple heron. Then we have pond herons. These are all like mostly like wetland birds: cinnamon bittern, black crowned night heron, purple moorhen, and little stint, golden plover, common sandpiper, common green shank, white throated kingfisher, white kingfisher, black capped kingfisher, common kingfisher. So few of the depredatory birds which are found in agricultural landscape are, they are like omnivorous birds which are found, like black ibis, white ibis, glossy ibis, grey patrids, common grey quail, jungle quail, peafowl, common crane, Democile crane, Sarus crane. These are all omnivorous which are found in agricultural landscapes. Coot, Indian moorhen, Indian bustard, green beater, large green barbet, blue throat barbet. So few of them, next list is the same one. I'm showing you with some woodpeckers, larks, and we have mynas, starlings. All these are omnivorous birds found in agricultural landscape. So like crow, jungle crow, red-vented bulbul, jungle babblers, and throated yellow. So these are beneficial birds which are useful for us, even for agricultural crop, or they clean up the environment and they eat up insects, and they are very, very beneficial to us. So paddy field, paddy bird, like cattle egret, small egrets, little egret, then coursers, black-winged stilt, then we have kingfishers, beater, green beater, they eat up all the insects, harmful insects also, and wood shrikes, there are different types of shrikes which are beneficial. So these are few of other list which is continuing. So like flycatchers, different types of flycatchers, warblers, and we have starts, chats, different types of chats. So robin, Indian robin, white ground thrush, and we have ibis, black-winged kite, common paria kite, shikara, kestrel, lesser florican, battle laughing, and owls, different types of owls. They are all beneficial birds to us. Okay, adults with young ones are capable of preying on 20 mice per day. These are like raptor birds, which are capable of preying on 20 mice. Mice are very, very harmful for agricultural crops. They eat away all the agricultural grains. So these prey on them and keep their population in control. So IUCN, if we see the threatened category of birds, like I'm telling you, we have different categories by IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. We have extinct, which is not has been seen, not has been seen at least for 50 years. We have few species which we can see, like pink-headed duck, which we had not seen completely, almost 50 years till now. Critically endangered, India has a lot of critically endangered birds because of various reasons, human reasons, anthropogenic pressures, different birds. Like recently, Great Indian Bustard has become critically endangered. Before that, even vultures have been declared as critically endangered because of a drug called as diclofenac, and it was harmful for them. So their population has declined drastically, completely, and they became critically endangered. A lot of conservation efforts are being taken up in India. Endangered, it's in high risk of extinction. So these birds are called as endangered birds. Next, vulnerable, they have risk of extinction, which has to be checked. Near threatened, they are close to vulnerable. Least concerned, they are not qualified. Any of those above, data deficient, we don't have any information, and we have to do a lot of work. and we are still concentrating on the critically endangered and endangered birds to save. So changes in food habits, few birds, they have change in their food habits, like we can see different birds which are changing their food habits other than their natural food, they are taking other foods. So these are the protected places and birding hotspots of India. We have various places because of different types of topographic land and different types of biogeographic landscapes in India. We have 10 different types of biogeographic zones. There are different types of bird sanctuaries have been established, and where we can see, like in Arunachal Pradesh, we have Nandapa, then we have different types of wetlands in different Ramsar wetlands recently. We got 75 Ramsar wetlands in our country declared, and these are all very good places for birds. So example I'm showing you here is Ulleru Bird Sanctuary. This is one of the Ramsar wetland site, which is in Andhra Pradesh. And this is the conservation efforts which has been taken up by the department here for nesting of pelicans, which has been given. And their population has slowly increased from minimum population. Now very good population of pelicans can be found. So when we go for bird watching, I say what we need is the first thing is enthusiasm and quest for the knowledge. We need a bird book which shows different types of birds and pair of binoculars and field notebook and a pen and pencil. Experienced bird watcher or a teacher or a guide who can guide us and tell us how to see and what are the important features which we need to carry out. Some important things like our own belongings of snacks, water, then permissions from parents, permission from the forest department, and we need to have GPS. These are the basic things we need for bird watching. So when we go for bird watching, we have to first select the area, when and where we are going, note down that locality, date, its climate, how it is. Next, which is its habitat, how the habitat is, forest or a wetland or a grassland or agricultural field or a garden. Next, we have to identify whenever we see a bird, we have to see for field marks, details as head. How does it have? A stripe over the eyes, a ring around the eye, or a stripe on the crown, patch on the crown, or all these features that can be noted down or drawn. Additional field marks such as breast, it says plain or unmarked, spotted, streaked, barred, or striped. Then field marks such as wings. How does the bird wing color is? How many bars are there on the wing? Is it plain or there are any patches, stripes or spots on that? Wingtip is pointed or narrow, that has to be checked. Then how is the tail shape? The shape of the color pattern is useful in identification, very much useful. In few birds, it is long or short. Its shape can be square, rounded, pointed, elongated, forked or notch. That we have to observe and we have to draw. Fieldwork such as rump. Does it have a conspicuous rump patch on the back? So if you have, how big it is, what is the color of that? Next, different types of pill adaptations. We can see in different types of birds, we have classification like programming flowers for nectar, like nectarivorous birds, they are like sunbirds. Drilling into the trees for insects, they are like woodpeckers we have. Then scooping for the scooping of fishes, we have pelicans. Then catching the fish, straining food from the water, we have black-winged stilts. Ducks, phytoplanktons for capturing prey and tearing the flesh. Cracking the seeds, we have munias, which feed on seeds, capturing worms and insects like green beetles, which fly in the sky and capture the insects in the air itself. Opening seeds from the pine cones like parakeet seeds, etc. Different type of bird beaks we can see here: ducks, gulls, eagle, crossbills, hawk, nighthawk, avoseat, woodpecker, parrot, flamingo. All these are different types of bird beaks. Foot adaptations. There are different types of foot adaptations. Generally, there will be 4 fingers, which we can see. They are useful for perching. This is the A. The first one is like perching type of foot. The second one is wading. The third one is climbing. The D is swimming. It's a water birds. It can be seen in water birds. And praying. Raptors. All the raptors we can see. Praying type. That's the E. Different types of nesting pattern of birds. We can see how the platform is. It's the cup shape or dome shape. How the cavity is hanging or on ground. There are different types of birds which keep, and different types. See, few birds they don't have nest. Few of the floating birds they have different types of cup form, and different types of birds they have platforms and burrows, mound or on ground also, foliage support cup, and hanging also. They are on different types hanging. So different types of birds have different nesting types of patterns. So there are different types of state birds which have been declared for different states. Indian national bird is, we all know that, Cristatus, that's peafowl, And for different states, like example, Andhra Pradesh, we have Indian ruler, then Arunachal Pradesh, we have great hornbill, then Bihar, like Telangana has Indian ruler. So all different states of our country, they have their own state birds. So now for conservation of these birds, different organizations are working, and we have declared different important bird and biodiversity areas. So important bird areas which it has been, there are places of international significance for the conservation of birds and other biodiversity. They are recognized worldwide as practical tools for the conservation of birds. In India, we have more than 550 international important bird areas. So they are distinct areas identified using robust and standardized criteria. Its main aim is to identify, monitor, and protect a global network of IBS for bird conservation in the world and their associated biodiversity. Identify, monitor, and protect a global network of IBS for bird conservation in world and their associated biodiversity. So their standardized criteria for important bird areas is they hold significant numbers of one or more globally threatened bird species that should be present in that particular area. Be one of a set of sites that together hold a suite of restricted range species or biome restricted species, different types of biomes, have exceptional large number of migratory or congregatory birds which do migrate from other areas. So these are the standardized criteria for declaring it as the area as important bird area. So few important thing what we have to discuss here is flyways. So birds migrate in different flyways. Internationally, we are having totally 9 flyways: Atlantic America's flyway, Black Sea or Mediterranean flyway, East Atlantic flyway, Central American flyway, Central Pacific flyway, Central Asian flyway, East Asian, Australasian flyway, Pacific American flyway, West Asian, East African flyway. So a flyway is generally a route regularly used by large number of migratory move from breeding to non-breeding areas, including intermediate resting and feeding places. So these are the totally 9 flyways. India comes in Central Asian flyway, and it is one of the key flight pathways out of the 9. It is almost covering 30 countries, Siberia to the southern part across the West to South Asia water bodies and stopovers for lakhs of birds. Almost 622 water bodies in different places in Karnataka itself, the state itself, have been identified. Types of community reserves, conservation reserves, non-protected areas, national parks, tiger reserves, wildlife sanctuaries covering in this place in Central Asian flyway. So these species generally which fly largely using the Central Asian flyway for migration are sociable lapwing, white-bellied heron, black-necked crane, Indian skimmer, black-headed goose, and ibis bill, brown-headed gull. So these are the migratory birds which fly to India: Eurasian curlew, black-tailed godwit, bar-tailed godwit, red-knobbed, long-tailed stint, greater flamingo, lesser flamingo, curlew sandpiper. There are many other migratory birds which migrate to India. So this is the continuing list, like little stint, lesser sand plover, greater knot, common pochard, yellow-breasted bunting, white-headed duck, ruginous bird, European roller, sociable lapwing. So Central Asian flyway in 2018 to 2023, there has been a national plan for conservation of migratory birds which has been declared. These are the proposed activities for that wetland conservation: integrated management of those priority wetlands, boundary demarcation, and allocation of water for ecological functioning, and integration of all these Central Asian flyway species and habitat conservation objectives in those protected area plans. So National Action Plan for Conservation of Migratory Birds and Their Habitat, Central Asian Flyway 2018 to 2003, main components are species conservation. That's how many birds or whatever are there that have to be conserved. Habitat conservation and suitable sustainable management of that area. Capacity development, that's making the forest department or the people well known about that conservation of that area and the species. Communication and outreach, that's making lot students and other to be involved into this. Research and knowledge based development, international cooperation. Then the objectives of the same are halt and reverse decline of migratory birds. Migratory birds are declining in a large amount in different places due to many anthropogenic pressures. Reduce the pressure on critical habitats by management based on the landscape approaches. Develop capacity and multiple levels to anticipate and avoid threats to habitat and term decline, long-term decline. Improve database and decision support systems to underpin science-based conservation of species and management of habitats. Sensitize all different types of stakeholders to take collaborative action on securing habitats and species. Supporting transboundary cooperation to secure migratory bird species and habitats in range countries. So internal boundaries that have to, two countries have to come into a stage where they have to do collaborative cooperation for securing and conservation of these species. We are going to discuss few facts about the birds. Some migratory birds, they non-stop over the oceans like bar-tailed godwit. Some flies at very high altitude, example bar-tailed, bar-headed goose. So we are going to see in coming slides these important some facts of birds. So the first one is black-tailed godwits. It spends their winters in India at the coastal and freshwater habitats. Every year it migrates to India. And next one is the dunlin. It's a winter visitor that can be found in northwestern India along the rivers of Gangetic system and east and west coast of India. So COP13 was on Convention on Migratory Species, which happened from 15 to 22nd February in Gandhinagar in Gujarat state. So the Convention on Migratory Species is known as Bonn Convention. It aims to conserve terrestrial species, marine species, and avian species. These are very, very important, and India has these signatory, and it is part of, and India is part of these conservatory species conventions. Like India is part of biodiversity COP and climate change COP and migratory species and different types of conventions. So the main theme is migratory species connect the planet. India welcomes to these species from all over the world. The bar-tailed, bar-headed goose, it can fly at an altitude of 25,000 feet. This is one of the highest flying bird in all over the world. It flies over Himalayas where no oxygen is present and temperature levels are extremely very high. So that's a great surprise. So black storks, they are migrants. They can travel on a narrow, long front, along well-defined route, along or in small groups of up to 100 individuals. You know, there are almost 182 migratory water bird species which are used in the Central Asian flyway for their annual migration, and 171 species among these are found in India. So the bar-tailed godwit, also known as the Marthan flyers, they can fly over 11,500 kilometers non-stop. That's almost, it's not an easy task, but it does that. A total of 190 estimated as an important bird areas in India. So Koilado Ghana National Park, which is in Rajasthan, it's also known as a bird paradise. This is the green wildlife oasis. It holds around 370 bird species and a diversity array of other life forms. The lesser flamingos live in large flocks that contain up to almost 10 lakh lesser flamingos and several thousand of greater flamingos also there. So because of this, almost in human growth is happening and urbanization is happening. And whenever we want any development, we are going for urbanization, or whenever we are going for developmental projects like dams, rivers, construction of roads or railway lines, we go in search of the land in the forest only. So that's the land where it is available. So because of which high anthropogenic pressures and lot of developmental projects, India's wildlife is under threat. So because of that, lot of species like snow leopard, red panda, Bengal tiger, olive ridley turtles, these have become under threat and their population has come really, really very low. In that, we would like to discuss, like here is Great Indian Bustard. So it is a bird, huge bird, which is found in grasslands, and in India it is found in 6 states. It was found in 6 states, but its habitat has come down really very, very low, and its population has come down very, very low because of the electrical lines and windmills. Do we know that this could be the reason for their decline? No, but just 3 or 4 years back, their population status has become less than 150 in our country. Now their IUCN status has been declared as critically endangered, and a lot of conservation projects are running to breed them and leave them back into wild. So there are different types of threats, different birds, and I would like to discuss here about the owls, their threats. Owls are having threats like habitat loss, nesting site loss because of deforestation, removal of old buildings where they make their nest. Poaching, owls are being poached and brought for illegal captivity, and during Diwali season also, even in central India, lot of birds, owls are used in black magic, and in superstitions, owls are deliberately discriminated against and harmed due to superstitions and misconceptions, saying that any owl comes into house, we have to leave that house. Next, birders. Most of the birders who go for bird watching or go for photography, bird photography, they disturb their habitat, and that's one of the major threats. Other threats are like poisoning, vehicles which are vulnerably hit in forest habitats, fences which are threat for owls, and outdoor decorations. These are dangerous which are stung and potentially flight paths like outdoor lights, etc. So there are different organizations working in avian conservation in all over the country. The first one is I wanted to talk about Bombay Natural History Society. Almost it has completed its 100-year journey. It's a non-government organization. We all know that it's in Mumbai, and it is working on different types of birds and different types of animals. And they are working on flamingos, vultures, and it's working on different types of birds all over the country. They have different types of projects. Hakon Salim Center for Ornithology and Natural History, which is present in Coimbatore, and they are working completely on birds. They have different projects which they are working in Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats. This is Wildlife Institute of India. We all know that it's in Dehradun, Uttarakhand, and they have different projects which they are working on birds. Then WWF, World Wildlife Fund for Nature, India. So they are also working in different landscapes for the conservation of birds. ZSI, Zoological Survey of India, having its 16 regional centers in different parts of the country, and they are having different conservation projects and research activities going on from Andamans, Nicobars, Himalayas, even in the Northeast also they have different projects working on birds. LACONS, Laboratory for the Conservation of Endangered Species, CMB in Hyderabad. Here, when I was part of it, part of this organization for some time, here we have worked on different projects like on birds with the collection of feathers. We have molecular biology, genetic studies. We have done molecular biology and genetic studies on different birds for identification in illegal trade and to identify their localities. Nature Conservation Foundation, it is also working in all over the country, and they work on hornbills and different types of birds also, even in Northeast and Western Ghats in the Himalayas. So critically endangered birds of India. So these are different critically endangered birds of India: Great Indian Bustard, Himalayan quail, vultures, 4 species of gyps vultures. They are like critically endangered. Forest owlet, which has been found in Maharashtra. Then Jordan's courser, which is found only in Lankamalleshwara Wildlife Sanctuary of Kadapa district of Andhra Pradesh. Only 20 individuals have been known. And spoon-billed sandpiper, very, very few in number, which are found in the coastal regions. Then slender-billed vulture. We have Bugul Licholia in Arunachal Pradesh, white-bellied heron in Arunachal Pradesh. These are the critically endangered birds. So to discuss about these birds, few of them here, Jordan's courser. This is an endemic bird which is found in southeastern Andhra Pradesh, earlier known from few places in central India, also from Godavari River Basin. These are habitat species. They are found in rocky, small pebble areas where there is very, very scarce water and in a scrub forest. The main threats are habitat destruction and because of human activities and anthropogenic pressures. Conservation, BNSS, Bombay Natural History Society, is carrying out long-term study in Lankamalleshwara Sanctuary in Kadapa district. This bird have to be thought has been extinct in 1900, but it was rediscovered in 1986. There have been few research studies, PhD studies by BNSS, Natural History Society, but its number is still low. No direct sightings by many people have not been happened till now. So it comes under Schedule 1 of Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So next one is critically endangered wildlife species of India. So we have Nicobar megapode. It is found in Great Nicobar Island and restricted to that area. And it is also very, very less in number. They do not hatch their eggs by sitting on them. Their parents different mound while eggs are incubating inside. So Great Indian Bustard, we have discussed, it's the grassland bird, and because of the grasslands down in number because of various activities, grasslands thought to be as a wastelands, their population has come down and they have become critically endangered. Now, Rajasthan government along with WWF, Ministry of Environment and Forests and different other government organizations, non-government organizations, they are trying to breed this bird, and we have left over only 150. And in Jaisalmer, we are having its conservation breeding program. There, 2 chicks successfully have been hatched, and hope we increase and remove this bird from the critically endangered status in future. The next one is Amu falcon. A lot of telemetry studies by Wildlife Institute of India, BNHS and other organizations are going on. This bird comes from Siberia and Amur from Russia, Amur region from Russia, and India is one of its stopover. In the northeast, its stopover is in Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. In Nagaland, here the tribes used to kill these birds and they used to feed on these birds. And because of the conservation efforts, a lot of conservation, other organizations bringing awareness, and this bird by the telemetry studies, its pathway has been known. It crosses India and it goes to Madagascar, and again it goes back till Siberia and Amur. So these birds have been studied, and now its conservation is happening very well. These birds have been conserved, and now killing of these birds is completely stopped. It's a great conservation story. So you know that there are totally 8 vulture conservation breeding centers in different states of India, like Nandankanan in Orissa, in Hyderabad, Telangana Zoo we have, then we have in Rajputawa, Rani in Assam, Junagadh in Gujarat. First one is in Pinjore in Haryana, by BNHS it has been started, and vultures have become critically endangered because of a non-inflammatory drug, which is known as diclofenac. Now completely ban of its domestic use. Cattle has been stopped. Now this bird is not is medicine. Diclofenac, which is a painkiller, is not being used. Now instead of that, meloxicam is being used. So hope so we will have vultures coming back from brink of their extinction, critically endangered. So these are the natural scavengers. They are not there in the environment. Please think, if a dead animal is lying before us, without the scavenger, how it would be? We cannot survive. These are the natural scavengers which keep the environment clean by feeding on them. It's time to think about house sparrows. We used to think that they are very, very huge in number. They used to nest in the grass patches or hamlets in the villages. But everywhere now we are having Pakka constructed houses because of that their nesting site is not there. They feed on small grains in the crop, agricultural crops, but those are like pesticide and weedicide affected. So because of that also their population has completely come down. And for that, a lot of conservation in states by different organizations is being happening. So the study on common crane tracking project by Wildlife Institute of India. So from where it is coming from Russia and other countries to India, and back how it goes in holidays. This type of different studies are being happening in different birds. So illegal trade to see here in different types of birds, we see that a lot of illegal trade happens, and Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, which is headquartered in New Delhi and has its other regional offices in 8 different parts of the country, they seize different types of birds with a lot of information. You can become volunteer to WCCB and a member, and information can be passed to them and work with the forest department in cooperation with WCCB in order to stop this illegal wildlife trade. So how can we become part of this? The conservation of avian species. A lot of organizations are working, but how can we become part? We can become part by celebration of eco days. There are different types of eco days. Like February 2nd is known to be International World Wetlands Day because of Ramsar Convention in 1971, which has happened. India is part of that also. So we celebrate every year February 2nd as World Wetlands Day. Then we celebrate March 20 as World Sparrow Day. We are having Wildlife Week in October first week, like October 2nd, October 8th, we celebrate as Wildlife Week. So these eco days, yes, 22nd is International Biological Diversity Day. So June 5th is World Environment Day. So we can celebrate all these eco days by different activities like beach cleaning or forest cleaning, road cleaning, or your campus cleaning. And we can involve different types of activities like painting, essay, writing, all different types of activities can be done. So that's how you can involve different types of activities can be done. Essay writing, speeches, all different types of things can be done to know more and more and come into future into this conservation of birds. So celebration of different festivals also, without sound, without harmful colors on Holi, without sound on Diwali, you can celebrate by planting trees. You can do plantation on these particular days because of the sounds. A lot of animals like birds, dogs, or different types of animals they get disturbed because of the cracker sound, and their chicks, because of the stress, they die also. Many times it happens. So we can do happily Green Deepavali and other festivals. So stopping of illegal wildlife trafficking. So awareness campaigns can be done. Next, other eco-friendly products which we can buy conservation is reusable water bottles, eco-friendly kettle, recycled fabric cloth, solar phone chargers, solar lawn mower, then cloth, cotton shopping bags, rechargeable batteries. All these can be taken. We have to take a pledge to do the green eco-friendly products buying. So birds are recognized as one of the most important indicators of the state of the environment. And World Birds Day, 12th November, we have to take a pledge in the unity of our voices to save this beauty of the earth. So once Dr. Salim Ali has said that people say they make a living from bird watching. That's perhaps true. That's true because man does not live by bread alone. Just look at people who have no such hobbies and spend all their time solely on earning and living. After 60, definitely someone has to retire. When they retire, they have to sit down, and when they don't have any activity which they had done during their time when they are active, so if they would have cultivated this hobby of bird watching or butterfly watching or some activity involving with nature and conservation, they would have enjoyed and lived longer. That's what Dr. Mali has said. So thank you all for listening about birds. I thank all the conservationists, all the organizations, all the people who are listening to me. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you for all. That's all I end up here. Any questions? Anyone can ask. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. It was very nice and very informative presentation. I hope everyone enjoyed it because we covered each and everything. The bird identification tips, migratory route, IUCN factors, threats, conservation. He is working in field as well as he's working in laboratory. So both will help his future. So this is a thing. So somebody's already said, most of the people is working only laboratory. Some of the people is working only in field related things. But Mr. Hussain worked laboratory as well as field. That's what he is presenting, and he giving that outstanding presentation, and he covered almost A to Z. Every information he covered. So very nice presentation, Hussain. Now open for discussion, I hope.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Because time is very less, I wanted to rush with all the sides.
Very nice, outstanding presentation. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a vast knowledge which we have to share it, but we have very, very less time. So I thought I will keep it with the time. Thank you.
Nice.
Hello.
This is open for discussion.
Dr. P.G. Sethi, sir, please.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Co-chairperson.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Hussain, for a nice presentation. I'm going through the details of your slides. You have presented the morphological features of birds, the importance of birds, their species diversity, and also classifications, habitats, and even if they are beneficial birds, their IUCN status, even how they are changing their food habitats. I need one more slide. Why they are changing their food habitats? Because some birds are very particular to their food habitats. If they don't change, means they may be rooted out.
Yes, sir.
So nice to hear that some birds are changing their food habitats. Again, you have nicely elaborated the identification characters, their nesting patterns, and even also you describe all those state birds and criteria for bird area, even your migratory routes and migratory birds, especially in Central Asia flyway. Even you mentioned that wetland conservation is the most important thing. We should conserve the wetlands for our birds. And also you have discussed the COP13 and the critical endangered birds and their trade and their conservation. But I have I required at least 2 slides, which is our endemic birds. Endemic birds of India, especially we do have 78 species of endemic birds in India. You are the expert, you know better than me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And 29 to Andaman, and 27 to Western Ghats, and 10 to Western Himalayas.
Yes,
I need at least I want to hear you. This 3-4 slides from this endemic birds of India.
Sure, sir.
Otherwise, everything is fine and it's like an encyclopedia. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And it's open for discussion.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bhuvesh Gupta ji, for chair the session. Dr. Saif Hussain sir, speaker, and co-chairperson Dr. P.G. Sethi. All of you, thank you for giving time, and very one nice talk on avian fauna, fruitful for our students and audience. Thank you all of you. And then tomorrow our webinar session start at 10 a.m.
Hello, sir. Can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
Hello,
हाँ,
I'm Dr.
hello.
Sukumaran.
Yes, yes, yes.
Dr. Sukumaran speaking. Can I ask one question, please? Hussain sir.
Please,
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Hussain sir, one small question for you.
Yes, sir.
It was a excellent lecture and a very good presentation. Just I have one small doubt. I heard that some migratory birds, they cross over Assam and one particular village, they commit suicide. And is it true? And what is the reason if it is there?
So birds actually, birds don't do suicide, sir. Actually, birds migrate.
What happens there?
Birds they do migrate for different reasons because of the temperatures going down in Siberia and Russia. They do migrate. We all do know that. So they have stopovers in our country in India, and they too come to different places like wetlands, forests, and different places. Once that temperature season is gone, they lay the eggs and everything. They go back. But the reason for their death in mass death is not their own suicide. It's due to because of some poisoning, lake poisoning.
It is a Jatinga or something like some name. I heard Jatinga in Assam, particular village. They come in the evening. The birds they fall like anything. I said that they died. They forgot about the route or something like that. Is it true?
No, sir. It doesn't happen like that. They generally don't forget their route because they travel with the magnetic field of Earth, and they do remember their fields. And this could happen because of some poisoning in water or food what they are taking.
No.
But mass suicide or by themselves, they
Whatever they land there, they died, something like that. That's what I heard somewhere. I just wanted to get clarification. Otherwise, your lecture was excellent, sir, and it was highly informative. I really appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind lecture, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, tomorrow our session start at 10 a.m. because is the senior lecturer of California University, and he will talk on Adivasi legacy, early medieval Rajasthan and late Gupta era of Chhattisgarh. So, because time is different, India about 10 a.m. San Francisco time, about 9:30 night. So we will arrange his talk on 10 a.m. So please request to all person, please join at 10 a.m. And tomorrow lecture both our biological science and archaeology and Indian history. Very interesting talk tomorrow. First talk, Madam Dr. Devora Stein. Second talk, Dr. S.B. Ota on Beam Batka, World Heritage Site of Madhya Pradesh. Third talk, Geo Heritage of Jodhpur, Implication and Geopark. Fourth talk on Hampi, Vijayanagar. Fifth talk, Barnagar and ancient city of North Gujarat. Next talk is the Manas Tiger Reserve. Next, conservation of globally endangered Egyptian vulture in Uttar Pradesh. And last talk, impact of green energy on the common property resources of the Great Indian Forest Desert. So, 8 talk proposed tomorrow. So, please join us at 10 a.m. Thank you all of you for given time. All 6 sessions in this webinar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
शेख साहब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
आपका बहुत बिजी टाइम है और उसमें से आपने निकाल के दिया। गुप्ता जी,
Thank you,
हाँ,
sir.
और बहुत अच्छा है कि कलकत्ता से पांडिचेरी तक की बात हुई। यहाँ पे कलकत्ता से बैठे हैं सेठी साहब और पांडिचेरी बीच में हुसैन साहब बैठे हुए हैं आंध्रा में, तेलंगाना में। और बहुत अच्छा रहा कि पूरा इंडिया जो है यहाँ पे सब लोग मिले एक दूसरे से और बहुत अच्छा लगा। और कल और इस तरह से जब भी मौका मिले 5 सितंबर तक है हमारा कार्यक्रम और बहुत अच्छी टॉक हैं। इंडियन हिस्ट्री और कल्चर पे भी बहुत अच्छे और इमिनेंट स्पीकर जो है यहाँ पर लेक्चर देने वाले हैं। आगे भी आज भी जो सुबह लेक्चर हुए बम्बई म्यूजियम के डायरेक्टर जनरल का हुआ और भी जो पर्सन है जो केरला के KFRI के साइंटिस्ट का हुआ। तो इस तरह से और गार्डन पर टॉक कर रहे हैं गार्डन पर, क्योंकि एवियन फाना और गार्डन का आपसी बड़ा संबंध है। तो उसमें जो है एक टॉक होने वाली है। आज मालावार का नहीं हो पाया एक टॉक, ये प्रदीप सर रिमोट एरिया में है, हम उनसे नेक्स्ट डेट लेंगे और उनका भी लेक्चर कराएंगे। थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू।
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.